They started it as eliminators in 2024. It was totally haze, a new squad being formed into the Indian scenario when something was cooking in MOBA 5v5 community tournaments. It was this new team who managed to give a river sweep at Unleash the Legends to one of the tyrants team of that era, that is ABM. From 3-0 to a 4-3 clash, this team got recognized among all the Indian fans. A team from Northeast who managed to give a lot of thrills in all of the tournaments, and then they managed to reign a lot of tournaments, and they managed to give us a lot of wins as a team named Eliminators. Some shaky things happens, some squad breaks happen, some players, some rosters got changed, and then this team got rebranded into another name, that is Anarchy. Then they managed to do something with this name as well, and they played so many matches with this name, but it doesn't work. They again rebranded their name to Shakrishan. Some people said it is because they're losing themselves. Some people said it's because it's not working right now. It's gonna stop soon. But no, behind all these words, the 5 members were grinding themselves behind the closed doors. With the practice, with the perfection, they managed to make their comeback with the words, with the gameplay, with the style at Nord 3.0. After becoming the champion of Nord 3.0, they never looked back. They straight on went for a 11 out of 11 win streak in all the tournaments of Indian scenario from the August 2025 till now. This team managed to win 2 LANs consecutively. This team managed to win the True Internationals South Asia Grand Arena, in which they managed to give that defeat to 5 nations and stood as one of the best nations and represented India in that thing. Not only that, now they just got the eye of one of the best organization of India, that is Godlike. Yes, folks, you heard me right. This is India's team, Godlike, which will be representing today in Mythic Showdown Season 2 of War Drum Games. It's your boy AshTZ, and with me, my co-caster, my friend Zep, will be joining us for this game number 1 of round robin day number 6 at Mythic Showdown Season 2, powered by War Drum Games. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, heroes and legends. We are here into the land of dawn. One of the best league of India is right now going. You are right now witnessing Godlike versus Elusivity Esports. The Godlike, the team which is known for his greatness in the BGMI, is right now stepping into the MOBA 5v5 scene. And they choose one of the best team currently in our MOBA 5v5 scene community scene, that is Sacred Shrine. The team which managed to give us all those thrills, all those wins, all those dominative walks, and those destroying limits kind of playstyle, is right now getting a big name of org, that is Godlike. So here we are entering into the draft phase for this game, and the story will still continue because they will stood as one. They will show us what the unity can do, and these 5 members might gonna seal the deal at Mythic Showdown Season 2. Let's see what will be happening. But talking about the draft, Zeph, what do you feel? What's gonna happen? Because it is already here. Lancelot, Alice, and Gatotkacha from the side of Elusivity. It's Godspeed with his lance. And it's Godlike going for the Khalid Artorio with his trademark pick. What do you believe is the first game with this new name? Will be a change, or they will show the same dominance, same effectiveness in their playstyle?
Before that, first of all, guys, good evening. It's your homeboy Jeff, coming with me, AshTZ, and like we were talking about Godlike, coming from Eliminators to the biggest org of India esports. And yes, I am really amazed just by seeing them, But yeah, like Ash asked me about the drafts here. Lancelot on 29 Godspeed, not combined, but against Khalid on towards Artorio. Man, the Assassin Chaser, the Khalid, the guy who rides on Sandstorm. At the same time, there is a Esmeralda, a tanky hero to make sure that Yves does not get caught up. So yes, the side of Team Godlike, they have a really strong count, but facing them, they have Alice. They also have a Gatot Kacha, a lethal combo, especially combined with the Relic and the AOG combo. They are not going to be stopping it off, and Team Godlike, they need to make sure that their backliners stay at the really healthy stable that they need to be able to be fighting off there against Team EVT here. And yes, talking about it, Ash, we are already in the second phase of the draft here, and we can see Farsa as well as Xbox being taken down. And from the side of Team EVT, they do not want to let that joy slide off, as well as maybe a Hayabusa. What do you say?
Yeah, it kind of maybe a Hayabusa from Van Satoru, or maybe he can go for the Guinevere pick as well. He loves to spam the Guinevere onto the jungle. And so too this time you're gonna see one of the best matchup here at the Mythic Showdown, because EVT mid laner Senju loves to play that Eve, and he does show the outplay with the Eve pick, but with which all these names, and when these guys play the Eve, they also do the same. And this time the experience might be maturing a little bit onto Senju, but let's see what will be happening, because last time this two team clashes with each other, and you were the casters, if I remember it correctly. Match went for 35 minutes, and it was EVT who sealed the deal in the first game, and then the last two games, it was totally, I mean, not even a single chance to flinch in those last two games by Sacrishine onto EVT. So this game is not very much long. It is like last week we saw that thing, EVT versus Sacrishine, and today we are again seeing this thing, EVT versus Sacrishine in a BO3 series. And the drama will be continuing, but I was hoping for this Esmeralda into the hand of Fate, but no, it will be into the hand of Romcom, and it is Fate who is going to the CC pick right now. For that, you're going to see the Tarot coming in. That is something insane into the hand of EVT. They're going for the Duroth EXP with an utility mage, that is the Novaria. I'm not sure how the draft will goes, but it is more like sus kind of draft, off meta pick kind of draft. So let's see what will be happening, because my friend Crucifix always says this: 60% onto the draft. No, sorry, 40% onto the draft, 60% onto the execution part.
Oh, look at that. Especially talking about the YSS being left open as you were speaking. But against a Lancelot, though, I usually feel Lancelot is a little, like, he just has a little upper hand against that YSS. But it depends on the user as well. We can't just judge the hero. We need to make sure that their owners, their players are also really amazing. But yes, with this, both the teams have completed their draft, but the side of Team EVT, kind of a really orthodox pick, I'll be saying, with the D-Rot. I mean, it does go well against the Esmeralda with her shield, and D-Rot was specifically made for Esmeralda to be countering her as well. But we still can't talk it out right now, because the side of Team EVT, they have a Novaria, and against the side of Team Godlike, who has heroes like Esmeralda, Khalid, as well as a YSS who can make sure that the backliners will be hunted down. I'm not a big fan of a Novaria, especially knowing that once her second skill is down, she is a really easy target. And maybe a Gatot Kacha would always be standing by her side, or maybe Alice or D-Dot, but we still can't make it sure, because D-Dot needs to make all the engages combined with what do we call it, Alice as well. But let's see how they still make it out, because the side of Team Godlike right now, they have a favorable draft, in my opinion.
Of course, and you can say one more thing, like Team Godlike, they are kind of known for their, before they were Sacrishine, so I'm telling about that thing. So this team is known for their destructive type of gameplay, their early game skirmishes, their, turning the skirmishes into total disaster, whoever onto their path, in front of their path. So this is why they're known for. And EVT, in the other hand, they're known for their late game dominance. Whenever the game reaches to late game, it is EVT who are gonna seal the deal. So let's see this time who will be claiming the throne, who will be taking on the first game, and will be building out the confidence in this BO3 series. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the Land of Dawn for the game number 1 between Team Godlike versus Team EVT, Elusivity Esports. Right now, Elusivity Esports, they lost one game, that too against SATUL, IQ SATUL, and now it is Godlike who are right now unbeatable at the Mythic Showdown round robin stage. Let's see if Team ABD can give upset here, or we're gonna see another win, another points getting added for Team Godlike here. junglers taking up their aggro. Early game rotation coming in with that. You're gonna see those early game skirmishes as well. There's a tornado popped up.
Oh, Madara. Oh, okay. There's not going to be. Oh, but still, Art, look at him being taken down because of that reckless engage, and that was a price he should be paying off. Imagine you going against a Gatot Kacha with a Revitalize. You don't do that in the early game, man. But anyways, regardless of that, Madara is really low, and right now, Ash, if you'll be asking me about who the first turtle will be going on to, the side of Team Godlike, they have bid on towards that Yeve, a really amazing river control combined with that rom-com as well as Fate if he goes for the rotation. They are going to be having a really intense what do you call fight as well as the upper hand while going for the objectives here. But right now the emblems, as we can see, those common emblems are coming in, the usual used up emblems here with Concussion Blast, with Brave Smite on towards that Gatot Kacha and Alice respectively. But right now the Dirot here, who has a Brave Smite, he will be sustaining a lot longer against Fate. But it all depends on how many minions are around him, because in a one-on-one scenario, though he can have a really upper hand, but right now look at that, Ash, 2v1.
Price is onto the Durod, and now he's getting cornered down there, but he will be fine with the help of the second kill. And onto the turtle side, this is the first turtle coming in, the first neutral objective into the action. But before that, the Phantom Execution comes in, Mountain Shock released as well. Throne Rose comes up, but it will be a 1v1 going in with that. It will be Van Sathuro who will be claiming the kill onto Godspeed, sending him to the heaven side. The jungler falls down from the side of EVT. And now there is a chance that they can go for the turtle steal, but no. Team Godlike, they will be retaliating back into the base.
I mean, the side of Team EVT, they have paid up a price here, but look at Madara. He might be taken down. Real Impulsion comes in, and with that, Madara will be taken down. It is not going to be enough. Look at that, Ash.
Of course, and there you go. The puncture comes in. Beat falls down at this moment. Another Vengeance comes up as well. Fate goes back, but it will be the Starfall Moon coming in, and with that, a lot of skirmishes being happening at the turtle zone. But before that, it will be a Torio at a sliver of HP running away at this moment. Godspeed falls down into the hand of Van once again, and before he can actually go for that turtle, it will be fading away in front of his eyes. But look at that. It will be Corey QT and again re-engaging at this moment. Van goes for that Mountain Shocker. Treasure Tornado coming in. Slaver of HP. The burst comes up. Bid will be giving out that assist, and Romcom will be giving out the final blow.
Exactly. The side of Team Godlike, they are at 2k lead as well as 1k gold lead on their hands, with the neutral objective definitely falling on towards their hand, knowing that Van is a level ahead of Godspeed here. But it all depends on how the engages goes right now. But Madara isolated 1v2 scenario, will it be enough though? But no, he still goes in. Van Crisis will take him down, and with that, Godspeed will take the turtle as well as the fight still goes on. Fate does not want to let Madara go, but the Relic will be there as Godspeed takes down Bait on the backline with Cody Cutie taking down Fate. And with that, the side of Team EVT has gotten an upper hand on their hand now. The goal lead that they had lost is once again on their hands.
Of course, and you can see the level ranking. Godspeed is already in 6. Romcom onto 6, but Van, he's also onto 6 level as well. But he got the turtle into his hand, and now the Leto fight will be going on. It will be an easy Leto for the side of Godlike Van. But you know, like, I feel it is Team EVT who are right now forcing out a lot of fights here. They need to hold it up, because, you know, like, you cannot give out those goals to the side of Godlike at this moment, because whenever they got the gold, they got the early game spike, they really, I mean, show the aggression. And you don't want those aggression coming in from the very beginning of the game and literally disastering or literally hindering you a lot, hampering you a lot. But there you go, another engage coming in from the side of Godlike. But it will be just a poke from the side of GL. The retaliation happened. Okay, the zone comes in there. Puncture with the Throne Rose comes up. Phantom Execution used. Godspeed with his hand onto Van. Will be taking him down as well. The puncture once again coming in as well. There will be the crisis, and Fate will be down with the help of the Abysm Strike, and it will be Korikuta going in with the blood. Oh, and Arturia falls down. RWM follow-up happened. Starfall Moon comes in. Romcom goes in. Madara falls down. Slain happened there, and now he's dancing onto 2 people. It will not be claiming any more casualties for the side. Phantom Execution comes up midway for the flicker. Outplay comes from the side of Godspeed. Solo kill happened. Monoshock release with the Slate of Blood. Doesn't matter. It will not gonna catch up Godspeed at this moment. It's Godspeed who is right now gapping Godlike.
Right. Oh man, that was an iconic one. But anyways, like we know, right, Ash, that these two teams, EVT and Team God, like they have a somewhat of a rivalry here, don't you think? Because whenever we see these two teams just fighting, facing off each other, they are not stopping. They are always having a brawl. They are always making sure that they know each other's steps here. But with that, Ash, the turtle is here.
The turtle coming in. It will be Godspeed claiming out the turtle with the retribution. Not only that,
Oh
Artorio!
man,
Artorio will be falling down into the hand of Godspeed. The Lancy is getting the buff. The Lancy is getting the spike at this moment. And not only that, he's penetrating out all those godlike members. But before that, you're going to see that stun coming in and little bit of invasion onto the blue buff. He goes with the puncture. Throne Rose used. Monoshoku released as well. But now he's getting cornered at this moment. It will be Romcom dancing around three people. But the blue buff will be taken away from the hand of Van. And not only that, the Throne Lizard might be taken away as well, but it will be the Phantom Execution coming in as well. He's going back into the safer zone. That's a good decision. You don't want to take more fight, more skirmishes, but look at that. Romcom goes in with a sharper mode. Crisis went for the fight, but the re-engage might be costing him his life. Flicker popped up, painted out there. AOG comes up, but he will be accumulated by Romcom. And with this, it will be Madara who is getting cornered, who's getting trapped down. And it will be Madara falling down with a double into the hand of Romcom. Onto the top side, there is a fight still going in. There's a tornado being used into the bot. It's 4 versus 2. But they need to retaliate back. They know they're losing out the fight at this moment, but still the micro lead into the hand of EVT.
Man, the side of Team EVT, they made sure that they have the goal lead on their hands, but that purple buff engage on towards the side of Godlike's jungle was not a really amazing move that I would be mentioning out there, because you know that you have a goal lead. You should just play out for the objective and go back rather than going for the fights here, and that is the mistake that the side of Team EVT did there, and with that, they managed to lose the top as well as the bot lane and the fight on the bot lane as well, so that's not a good sign. But if we are looking on towards the item, we can see Kacha making up the dominant size completely while having the rogue here, but that's not going to be enough because there are a lot of magical damage that will be coming in from that Yeve, and that is something we need to be watched out for. But D-Rod has completed the War Axe, so whenever he is around minions, he is going to be having a lot more spell vamp than we usually see, combined with Lancelot finally completing his brute force with that War Axe, so he is going for that semi-utility build as well. But with that, the third turtle, the last turtle of this match is here, Ash.
Van waiting for the retribution, but it will be Godspeed with the retribution. Find the turtle, went back with the Phantom Execution. Madara falls down there. Fate will be the one giving out the final blow. With this, it will be Artorio falling down into the hand of Crisis with the Abyssal Strike coming in. Not open use. They goes back, but into the mid lane tier 1. It is right now vulnerable for the situation, and it will be getting destroyed from the side of Team Godlike, exposing the mid lane for them.
Man, they were like, you take a roamer as well as a turtle. We will make sure that we will take your roamer in return, but in the cost of your mid lane first as well. So with that, the side of Team Godlike, they have opened up the side of Team EVT's jungle area completely for themselves, and whenever they want, they can just roam around the map and just get up all those minions. But before that, Romcom is giving up a lot of taunts, but Cody Cutie having his own spell, having his own aura around himself, is not going to be taking a lot of damages right now. But Team Godlike, they are just making sure that the taunts will be there rather than going for an all-out brawl right now, but they will make sure that the main objectives will still be there. But look at Godspeed, Ash.
Okay, the Arena of Bloods comes up as well. It will be Crisis with another Abyssal Strike. Ripped out art there. AOG comes up for Madara. He went for the zone, but right now he's a little bit aggressive, and he will be taken out as well. Bed will be giving out the final blow. It will be Van Satoro giving out that assist onto that kill, but Senju, this guy known for his proper outplay with those explosive kind of mid lane picks. But today he's onto that utility, and it doesn't working onto the line of Godlike at this moment, because you are onto the snipe, Zeph.
That's true. Whenever you're around those sniping objectives, you need to make sure that you have a lot of, like, you just have your core items to be making sure that your burst damage will actually be the burst type rather than giving just cheap amount of damage, because you are the mage. You have like a lot of trouble in your own hands. You need to make sure that the team fights are revolving around you and pick up that pressure for the enemies to build up those magical defense and just leave out a slot for the physical defense as well. But before that, the fight will still be here. Madara caught off guard again. Revitalize popped up, but the Crisis will still go in. Corey Cutie want to go in, but AOG goes in. Real Inflation, not enough. R will be forced to use up that healing stand, but not enough, as Corey Cutie will be forced to be backed off with that orb here. And with that, the side of Team Godlike has lost two of their members. Crisis as well takes a shutdown onto us Rom-Com, but they don't want to go in for more, as Mountain Shocker goes in. Crisis with the second skill as he goes in, but the flicker for the rescue. And with that, the side of Team EVT, they are pushed inside the turret, but taking two people down from the side of Team Godlike.
Missed out the snipe there, but doesn't matter at this moment. The Lord is open. It is the two members from the Godlike. Not only the two members, they were the openers, they were the sustain, they were the frontliners, Rom-Com and Torio onto his Khalid. They got down there, but now it is Team EVT who might gonna give some, like a proper setup against Godlike at this moment, because they are high onto the micro set. They are kind of having that 5 lead, and onto the goal also a slight of, a very little goal lead, a very little economical wise lead. It's just 600, and it will get recuperated as easy as possible from Godlike if they will get one more fight into their hand. But there you go, the zone perfectly being done, and with this the puncture comes in. He went behind to the back line, used the Phantom Execution to come back as well. It's just a poke though, but now the Lord might get set up at this point. Okay, another zone comes up. Van got visualized into the map.
Yep, they are utilizing all around the map as well as going for a lot of objectives here. But right now the fight is still going on with Madara just using up the fight, but Relic will be there as Rom-Com will be then caught off guard. But Van might be taken down, and with that the puncture goes in. Godspeed does not want to let it go, but AOG misses out 1 HP there. But will it be Madara's dead, as Fate goes in for Mo and he takes down Madara? And with that, Godspeed at a troublesome situation, but he is an assassin. He has the dashing skills. Real Manipulation is not going to be stopping it off, but Crisis on towards the middle lane as he will be taken down by Bid as well. But it is not the side of Team EVT who are having a lot of fun time on their hands right now, as Godlike is making sure that they are going to be the Godlike in this land of Zon, and they are going to make sure that every team fight is coming with accommodation on their hands.
Of course, and with this they will be finding the first lot into their hand as well, because there is nobody from the setup EVD at this moment who can cut it down. But look at that, it will be Godspeed, will be going with a puncture at this moment. The knock-off comes from the Lord, but it will be the zone coming in. Phantom Execution, Ridley pops up, but it will be Art who will be securing the Lord there with the class still. And with this, it will be the Sandguard coming in as well. The Desert Tornado been happening as well. It will be Corey right now coming there, but Senjo with the snipe. Curry Kitty goes in. Bid at this point will be halting the way, bursting out. Curry Kitty is right now running away, being chased down by Fate, and will be taken down as well, and will be taken down into the heaven side. And now it's a retaliation, but look at that Van Satoro's health. He was kind of vulnerable to that position. He could have been taken out from the side of EVT, but somehow Bid with the follow-up, with the slowdown.
This is what I'm talking, Lancelot usually has the upper hand, but oh, look at Godspeed's damage though. He is not stopping with the puncture as well as the Thorn rolls on towards his damage as well, man. He is known for his Godspeed on towards that Lancelot, and he is showing that as well. But against Godlike's defenses, even though he is doing all his best, he still needs those penetration items to be making sure that even the even the squishiest heroes will be melted down. Not even melted down, but bursted down to death. But regardless of that, he still goes in, but with the Phantom Execution, it's not enough. Van taking up a lot of damage, but in return, Godspeed almost dropped towards the dead HP zone. But regardless of that, the side of Team EVT, they are pushed inside the turret as the Lord will be summoning on the 90-second mark here. But will it be enough though, Ash, as that still arrives on the quotient? But Godlike's map control is still really, really peak right now.
Of course, and there you go, another engage coming in there. It will be Art going with the Desert Tornado, but getting cornered with the two members coming in. Godspeed with the Godlike, onto the Godlike. This is insane at this point with the wordplay, but there you go. The zone comes up, shutdown happened onto mid, double secured by Godspeed, and the recall spamming coming in. Madara went for the AOG. It will be a zone out onto the Rom-Com, but into the behind. The Mountain Shocker released as well. They're chasing down Senju at this moment, but it will be the stun coming in as well onto Van Satora, and he goes back by just giving up the slit onto the hand and into the mid side. There is the skirmish going in. Two people already down from the side of Godlike. The Stopper Moon coming in. The zone properly being done, but the mid lane tier 1 will be taken down by the side of EVT. Again, gaining something onto the macro while they're having the lead onto the micro.
Exactly. The side of Team EVT, they are up on towards that macro point, and like we were talking about Gatot Kache, he has completed dominance as well as the anti-Q and just making sure that he gets the radiant so that he does not take up a lot of damage from Bid as well as Romcom here. But regardless of that, as we can still see on the level ranking here, it's Godspeed who is level 15, while Van is also level 15, so that's not going to be an issue on towards the retributions damage right now. But if you're looking on towards the items, it is Zerod. But off screen there is still a fight coming in with Corey Cutie, but it is going to be Madara who will be taken down as the fight still rages on. They are not planning to stop it off with real manipulation. Still goes on, but Crisis, a lot of HP, a lot of spellware. Make sure that Arts goes down with flickering out. No issues for him as he takes down one member from the side of Team Godlike and survives with his own HP remaining.
Of course, and with this, the lot is open for the side of Godlike once again, and it might gonna get contested by the side of EVT's jungler, that is obviously Godspeed, because he's currently having that early game spike into the mid game as well. But Senju with a flicker just got into the safer zone. Otherwise, he could have been caught down. But there you go. The Phantom Execution comes in. But this time, the Cotton Core being connected. And the Yo-Yo Blaze coming in. The Runa Blood being used. But it will be Van going in. Securing the kill. And Van falls down in the hand of Cody Cutie. Mega kill being secured by Fate. And the easy Lord comes into the way. Madara went for the AOG. But now, he might get trapped down by the three members. But he's getting the follow-up coming out by Crisis here. The snipe comes up by Senju as well. But look at that. Madara getting slowed down. And it will be the RWM popping over there. Unstoppable for Fate. He goes in with a Yo-Yo Blaze, finds the kill at this moment. Godlike once again regaining their strength back into the game. With the equilibrium getting maintained by their side. It is right now 4 onto the lead into the micro, and goal lead got shifted around to the side of Godlike. They got that 3k, almost 3k goal lead for them, and they're going for the mighty push inside the base. The Nexus is kind of open, but look at Fate with the over-aggression. The winter ground popped up. Phantom Execution coming in. Cosmid goes in with the Throne Rose, but not gonna get any kill at this moment. Lord smashed onto the top inhibitor, and the top inhibitor got destroyed, dealing out a lot of damage onto Crisis as well. But at this point, EVT defending out the Lord. They might gonna go for the mighty push here. Look at that. He went for the puncture. Want to clear out the minions, but with the minions, they will be clearing out Van as well. RWM popping over there. Madara goes to that, falls down. Beat onto the hand of Crisis as well. That strike comes up. Immortality popped up, and the 4th member from Godlike, it is Fate who will be taken out as well. Then Romcom, the EXP standard from Godlike, from India, is standing there. The team Indian representative in Saga is right now getting a lot of skirmishes, lot of hardships, lot of hampering from the side of EVT.
Exactly. The side of Team EVT, they are marching from the mid lane, making sure all the turrets will be destroyed. Romcom's shield as well being penetrated from D-Rod's passive, and that is not going to be enough right now because Romcom, he is still a chunky Esmeralda. He does not want to be taken down that easily, but the side of Team Godlike, they are still crumbling a little bit onto us. Whenever they are fighting EVT, they are crumbling a little bit. They are making sure that a little bit of the loophole is there for the side of Team EVT to just snatch it up. But before that, Van will be taken out by Godspeed. A solo kill in a 3v1 scenario, but Godspeed is at a troublesome situation. Frozen will be there from Bid. He takes down Godspeed with a bait of his own, and with that, the side of Team Godlike takes down the jungler from the side of Team EVT, but they are not planning to stop. RWM is there with Crisis. He still goes in. Bid will be taken down because of the flicker. All but Relic will be there. AOG as well comes in, but not enough as it is going to be the Starfall Nova, but that's not enough as Curtain Calls will be stopping Madara from slamming as Fate takes him down with a yo-yo, but Cody Cutie as well as Crisis does not want to stop on fight here, but Romcom, his shield is way too much. He does not want to be stopped down that easily as they are still going on. Romcom trying to mark down Shenzu, but he is way too fast. He has a second skill to run around the map, to run across the walls as well, but Fate, he still does not want to stop, but he might be taken down because of Cody Cutie, but not enough for now as his yo-yo, his spell makes him sustain a little longer to be surviving. And with that, the side of Team Godlike and EVT are stopping at the midst of the most amazing brawl.
Amazing brawl, amazing control into the map, you can say as well, because I mean at that point it was a kind of thing that EVT might have gone for that inhibitor into the mid, but then it was Godlike who managed to stop them with the minion waves as well. But now the Lord once again getting contested out, not contested out, it started out from the side of Godlike, but there you go. Kurikuti will be going in for the zone. I'm gonna contest out the Lord as well. The Stropher Moon comes in, 2 people got caught into the hand, but It's just a poke though, just a poke, just a zone coming out from the side of Godlike at this moment. But there you go, Vansatoro right now taking on Senju. Senju falls down with Art out of the desert tornado, managed to give out the melting onto Senju, and there you go, the immune comes up. Winter Crown once again, Godspeed with a puncture, finds the kill onto Van. 1-for-1 going in, shutdown happened to Crisis there. Fate got that man into his hand. AOG comes up, but it will be a little bit disengaging, a little bit overextending as well. Immortality popped up. Land, can he go back? Throne Road used. He was going for the puncture, but he will be taken out by Fate here. Mega kill happened. Minions going into the base. Only one member standing in. They're locking out the base here. Current Duty goes for the clearance, but he cannot do it. It is Team Godlike with the comeback, with the win in the first set of this BO3 series. They are into the lead. 1-0 the score is. EVT, they need to pull back into the second game. Otherwise, they will get a clean sweep of 2-0 onto their hand, and 3 points will literally goes into the hand of Godlike.
Okay, the way that they actually made sure that they will be having the brawls, they will make sure that they will be having the most entertaining game. At the same time, the discipline was there from the side of Team Godlike as well as EVT. But did you notice, Ash, how Godspeed was actually making sure that he takes down Van? I think they have some rivalry on the jungling, on who can solo kill whom. But okay. Rivalries are there. It's a esports. Rivalries are always around. But yes, if we are speaking about the MVP, the player of the match, it is going to be Fate on towards the goal lane with CC with 938 KDA. But just look at his stats, man. Damage dealt 179k, damage taken 162k, turret damage is 98k, and goal per minute 722. That's crazy.
I believe the game could have been a better set for EVT if they could have gone for something else into their mid lane. They went for a dot onto the goal. It is okay. Crisis managed to give out so many outplays, so many setups on the side of EVT, but Senju missing out a lot of, those astral echoes, those shots. And not only that, as a Novaria, you're kind of, slimy. You cannot get cut easily, but at the same time, you don't have that much damage. You don't have that much AoE effect onto the game. And other than Alice, who could have been there for the AoE? Do you believe the Kathot? He's gonna use that AOG for the engage or for the disengage or maybe for the setups. And Duroth is kind of also single hit. So you need someone who can actually regularize the whole setups, whole playmaking kind of thing. Or maybe a Kadita could have been working here. But they went for that utility mage, even though Senju is in a beautiful KDA, 1-1-13. Fallen down for once. And this is obviously the KDA of a Novaria. You don't fall down a lot of time. You don't have a lot of kills. You do have a lot of assists. You do give out the zones. But there was a Gatot Kacha, there was an Alice. You could have got the zone from them as well. So I believe maybe something else into the mid would have changed the scenario, would have changed the fact of EVT losing out the first game. But this game also went for 20 minutes, 42 seconds. This is the two teams who always, each other into the finals of each and every LAN in this year. So like EVT versus Godlike is always happening in the LAN, and it's the games always goes past 20 minutes. And he would do the head-to-head Godspeed versus Vansatoro. Whom to give, I don't know. It is Godspeed who kind of having more, fascinating KD than Vansatoro. But this is what I'm talking about. 6-6-13. A lot of follow-ups for his team. A lot of, chances he gave to survive to Art as well as to Vansatoro from his RWM. And therefore, he was doing extravagantly better than Senju with the pick of Novaria.
Yep, that's true. Like you were talking about the mid lanes, there were a lot of options open for Shenzu to be picked off, but Novaria, he did a lot of damage on towards the mid lane, but for how long? Because once the tankiness from the side of Team Godlike is there, his damage is not going to be there. His burst is not going to be as reflectable as we usually see. But right now, as we can see, the rich guy is going to be Godspeed with 722 gold per minute, with the carry is going to be paid with 179k damage dealt. With Sandbag, it's going to be Madara 315k damage taken up, as well as the wingman being him, the man, the myth himself, Madara with 20 assists on towards his hands. But yes, Ash, like we were talking, these two teams, they are a behemoth, like you were just mentioning. Every time there is a LAN, every time they qualify against each other as well, they will be facing them off. They do not want to, they don't want to let any chance of facing off against each other let go, because like I mentioned, these two teams, they have kind of like a rivalry against each other. They do not want to, what can we say? Even though it is always the side of team Sacred Shrine who are just advancing more and more, but whenever they are against EVT, they just make sure that they give the side of team, what do you call it, Godlike, a really tough time, a really hard times in the land of Dawn against the side of team EVT, because these two teams, they know each other way too well. Maybe they have just been chuddy buddies, who knows?
Chuddy buddies. But this is like, I have seen Senju playing from the previous name of Godlike, that is Sacred Shrine in a LAN. I have seen, Rarin also playing from Sacred Shrine, but the team composition always being same into the Rome, Gold, EXP, and somehow into the mid as well. Bid onto the mid, Romcom onto the EXP. This thing, the name got changed, it got rebranded, it got a new name for them, a new org approached them as well. But the play style is still the same. The dominance is still the same. But this game is actually EVT's. It was actually EVT's game. It just got changed mid behind just because of one man, that is Fate, who always change the fate of his opponents. Even though you're going with a good flow, he will just unidirectionally change it to his own. I'm gonna take up the game as well. There you go, guys. Heading into the second game. So far, the first game won by the side of Godlike, having 1 point into their pocket. If they win this one as well, then it will be a clean sweep against EVT, and EVT will not get any points for the round robin stage points table, and it will be a 3 points gain for the side of Sacred Shrine. And it will be same like tomorrow's game. I'm not sure what it will be, but if it will be okay, let not give any bins, let not spill any tea to anybody for now. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm just going to focus on to the draft phase. It is more like the Lancelot respect ban for God. Of course, that guy with the Lancelot was immensely bad. You always ban a Lancelot when you see Godspeed, but this guy can also go for a Fanny,
I have seen his Fanny, and his Fanny is one of a kind, man. One of an Indian Fanny, man, like we will be talking about. But on towards the competitive series, after a lot of nerf on towards the Fanny here, she is left at the dust against all the other assassins here. Even in the most riders' hands, somehow Fanny just falls off against YSS, against what do we call it, even a Lancelot. Fanny is not able to keep up in the jungling speed, nor in the capability of sealing off the objectives here. But right now, it is not about Fanny, it is about the full team comp here, as the side of Team EVT ban off Arch Hero as well as Hilda, and it is going to be the Yves that will be taken off. But for the side of Team Godlike, they have given a respect ban on towards Godspeed. They have banned off his Lancelot, but on the what do we call it, on the price of Lapu Lapu being picked off. But there is a hard counter for Lapu Lapu as well. There is a Esmeralda as well as coming in for that Yuzong here. So they are predicting a Lapu Lapu on the gold lane and sending Crisis on towards that Esmeralda with the gold lane as well. So that is going to be a really tough hand from the side of Team EVT right now, already picking off two of their really strong frontliners as well as the sandbags. But from the side of Team Godlike, they have but they have picked off the hero from the side of Team EVT's previous game, the Madara's heroes. The Madara's hero, the Gatot Kacha, will be here combined with the Lunox's Chaos as well as the Brilliance. It is going to be the Melter tank. It is going to be the tank either. The Lunox will be here from the side of Team Godlike.
The Lunox coming in for bid here, and with that, I'm right gonna say that Senju should not waste time. He should pick out that Eve for himself, because Eve is banned, and this time from the side of EVT though. I'm sorry, it's just recognized right now. So what else could come up against the Lunox at this point? Because they already taken out the Chuxian, the Eve is already taken off. You cannot go for a Kimi in this meta because she's kind of nerfed. Kadita can be an option, as well as you can go for a Lydia, or out of nothing you can go with a Sabina as well. But look at God, this guy. Previously was onto that puncture Lancelot. This time it will be the Rhythm of Joy, because the joy is into the land of dawn, my friends.
Exactly. I mean, Joy is one of my favorite assassins, especially with the electrifying beats as well as the rhythm of Joy. She is a really strong assassin. Once she gets those items like Genius One and combined with Holy Crystal, she can also melt down the tanks on the mid game sides here. So a Joy in the right hands is a definite lethal machine here. But right now, it's in the competitive series. We can't predict anything according to the rank statistics that we usually see, because in the competitive series, we even see like the worst heroes on the rank just come on top here. So yeah, it is going to be a really unpredictable thing. But yeah, like we were talking about Joy here, she is going to be having, what do we call it, those power spikes in between the games. But as the game progresses, eventually her damage will fall off as well. But from the side of Team Godlike here, they have the melters, they have the frontliners, and if the taunt connects from Gatotkacha, Joy will not be able to do anything. And once the dashes are out, she is just like Lancelot. Once the puncture is out, Lancelot is not able to dash out of the critical scenario. Same goes for Joy here. Once the rhythm of Joy is down, she is not able to escape from any critical situations. But let's see what the second phase of the drafting is going to be bringing us right now, because the side of Team EVC, they have banned off none other than the Lancelot. Oh man.
Yeah, no, not the Lancelot. It was.
Oh, I mean the Fanny.
Lancelot was banned. It was Fanny. Fanny, yep. EVD going for the Fanny ban here. So do the Bakshia will be taken out from the side of Team Godlike. And the last ban might be reflecting on another roamer. It might be a Kalea, who knows? Or maybe they're gonna go for like something like onto the maybe onto the like proper mid, because the last option currently into the mid, as you mentioned, the Kadita. Might be the one which can take out with the rough waves onto that Lunox, or maybe onto the jungler for Godlike. So they might gonna ban out that Kadita, or else they might gonna go for a ban onto like the roamer, as I mentioned, Kalea, and then what else could be a Chip. I mean, Chip is also now a good day. Now so good into the new patch. Like you can actually control the map with those shortcuts and all. But as I mentioned, it will be a Kalea though. I mean, I was thinking a little bit, spacing myself a little bit more, but then it's easier one that obviously they will go for the Kalea ban, as I mentioned. But currently, the EVG going to pick their fourth pick here. It might be a roam pick or might be a mid lane pick. I believe they might go for that mid lane pick here, a Selena. I really love to see a Selena into the hand of Senju, but still, like, will he go for another time Novaria or a Valentina? What about the Valentina?
Sena in the current scenarios of mid laner, she is kind of falling off in the mid lane, I would be saying, because she usually does work out, but at the same time, she is just like, what do you call it, handled upon the opponent's alts here, as well as a lot of support from the team. It is necessary while you are facing Valentina. So a really high mastery, but nonetheless, we are talking about Shenzu. His mastery on the mid lane is at his finest here. But yeah, the side of Team EVT, like you were mentioning, it is going to be the roamer, the Hylos, which will be picked off. And Hylos is a really underrated roamer, I'll have to tell everyone here. Hylos is a really underrated roamer. His Ring of Punishment, his Glorious Path, as well as the stun, it plays out a really crucial role. Whenever you want to mark down a player, whenever you want to mark down a role from your opponents here, you can just pop out the Glorious Path, make sure that the follower will not be there, and even if it causes your life here, maybe you will be able to take down the core role from your opponent's side here. So yes, Hylos is definitely a really strong pick here. But nonetheless, it is going to be Godlike, and this time Van will be on towards that Gunivia combined with CC on towards the goal lane, maybe. Yeah, Fate is on towards that CC. So yep, a goal lane CC is there.
Romcom with the Lapu, 100% win rate, his comfort, and he's going against the Esma or the Yuzong right now, because there might be a change for the side of team EVT, because at this point they might gonna swap it out between themselves. It might be Cory QT onto that Esmeralda, and Crisis will be going for the Yuzong. That can be done as well, because Yuzong is as well as suitable into the goal. But like, if they're swapping it out, then Yuzong might be vulnerable against the CT. And once again, Senju with the Novaria, they managed somehow to push him to go for the utility mage, but I'm not happy with the pick. I mean, again, the zone will come up. Man. Again, you're gonna get those assists, but still, the damage output. That's what the main thing. You're the carrier. You're the carry of the team, and you're not going with those traditional picks, your OG picks.
Exactly. Now that we are talking about it, right? A Kadita would have been a much better option so that he can just take down Gunivia. And in some scenarios, when Bid is off guard with that brilliance activated, he can just go ahead, sweep it off with the rough wave. So, yes, a Kadita would have been a much better option than going for a Novaria here. But let's see what the side of Team EVT are cooking up, because this time they have again went in for the same comp. Three, what do we call it? Not even three this time. It is going to be the four utility, like you mentioned. Ash Novaria is also somewhat of a utility mage here, but her burst on the early game, not early game, but the mid lane does sustain a little bit. But as the game progresses, the beefiness is there from both the teams here, so it's not going to be the Novaria who will be shining it out. Her, what do we call it? Her vision will be the only core thing that will be the key part for her. But after that, it is going to be a really unnecessary hero that will be picked off here. While on the other hand, a Kadita would have been a much better option with the rough waves as well as the ambushes that she can just play off during the objective fights here. Just imagine you're on towards the other side of the bush. Oh wait, I'm talking way too much. Ash, why don't you go ahead? Take us to the land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn for the game number 2 between Team EVT versus Godlike. Currently, the scenario is kind of tilting towards Godlike because they got the first lead into this BO3 series. Already that mid lane skirmish been going on there. A lot of damage being dished out onto Bid, and he needs to go back at this point. But look at Senju. He's playing safe at this moment. And in the meantime, Van Satoro rotating out to that lava golem and maybe going to give some setups before he gonna accumulate that crit. Okay, the shots comes in. There is a zone, proper zone coming in, and Val will be taken out. A first blood comes from Godspeed. Went in with the rhythm of joy, and when the sliver of HP, Madara goes back. But what happened? Curry Cutie happened. Curry Cutie with the rotation, early rotation, finds kill onto add. 2-man down. 0 casualties from EVT. Beautiful lead coming in with the lava golem. Okay,
Exactly.
got into the hand though.
Oh man, the side of Team Eevee, see a really aggressive head start for them. 2 kill already on towards their hand, as well as almost, no, I don't think so. They got the lava golem, but regardless of that, they still got 2 kills on their hand. So that is going to be giving Godspeed a really head start on reaching the level 4, as well as getting that genius one really early on. So yes, that is going to be the side of Team EVT for you guys. The way that they actually played on towards the aggressive side, but Crisis might be in trouble. Taunt is there, but Fade on towards the early game will not be ditching out a lot of damage. But Godspeed is here with the rhythm of joy with the electrifying beats. But Art might be in trouble as he does not have the AOG. But yes, like we were speaking, it is going to be his death once again. So that's already straight off the bat, even before the 2-minute mark. That is not going to be enough. But off screen onto was a bot lane. Corey Cutie will be caught off with that dimension, and with that, it is going to be the side of Team Godlike finally getting a kill, but not enough for now, because it is going to be the side of Team Godlike who still want to go in for more, as Bid takes down that kill with Romcom support. But electrifying beats will be there, but taunted down for now as Romcom comes in with his twin blade. But that's not enough as the big black dragon is coming in. But Corey Cutie, will it be enough as Van will be taken down because of the Shah essence? But the side of Team EVC, they are not planning to stop. No, it is going to be the side of Team Godlike that does not want to stop here, as he almost, as Fade almost take down Shunzu here. But will it be enough? Because Madara will be forced on towards the revitalize, as Bid does not have enough of his items to be melting down that Madara. And with that, the side of Team Godlike finally taking the redemption arc, like you say, Ash.
Yeah, of course. I mean, into the turtle side, there was a cross map play, you can say, because at the same time, Art goes down and they somehow managed to take out here. And with that, they find the turtle as well. And there was a sliver of HP moment for Godspeed, but somehow he managed to go back. But there you go, the special migration with the Valoricum comes up as well. It will be a beautiful setup from the side of Godlike, and Bid will be giving out the final blow onto Madara, and Madara falls down. This is more like a not a roamer game this time. The roamers are continuously getting down, even though it is Art, even though it is Madara from each of the sides. 4-3, the score is still the one lead onto the micro, and the goal lead is slightly, I mean, only 300 goal lead for the side of EVT, and it might gonna get out any time from their hand, sleep out from their hand as well. But into the emblem section, you can see like the tenacity with the festival blood this time going bravest might, and the festival of blood into the hand of Lapu. so do the same setup has been done by the CC. They're really going for that, spellbam hybrid kind of thing. But there you go, another special migration coming in with a burst from Bid,
Ooh,
and it
that
will be a
Madara
pop
will
up,
down.
melting down Madara for a killing spree. Bid back into the match.
They are not planning to stop, man. They are making sure that the two kills that they gave on the early game will be taken down double, and with that Godspeed in a trouble, but that is going to be the Cyclone Eye that will be saving himself. But with that, Dragon will be here from Corey Cutie, but will it be enough though, as it is going to be the Petrify catching Bid off, but it is not going to be stopping them, as Art will be using the AOG at the wrong situation, but it's not going to be enough, as Spatial will be there, but that's not enough, as Godspeed secures the turtle, but the fight still rages on as Corey Cutie secures the triple kill on his hands, and with that, the side of Team EVT again secures that lead.
Of course, and there you go. I mean, the level ranking is here. Godspeed once again standing high in that ranking with a level 8 mark. Even though, look at Van, he's onto the level 7, so it's kind of one level ahead. And though that fight, that setup was literally into the hand of EVD at this moment. But this team, Sacrishine, loves to take the game into the late phase, and somehow they managed to turn it out into the late. And there you go, the zone properly coming in. It is the Yo-Yo Blaze, clearing out the minion waves from the top side. And in the meantime, there is a very slow rotation coming out this time from the side of Godlike. They're really waiting for a proper setup to come in because they got a Winnie into their hand. There you go. It will be the poison coming in. But so do Crisis getting the zone out from the side of Godlike at this moment. And there you go, another curtain coil being used.
Oh, man.
It's just got Vizta down there.
The curtain calls definitely got wasted down there, but as they are not going to be clashing off right now, that's still far enough. But yeah, like we were talking, the Cyto team Godlike, they have the map control on towards their hand right now, but they should not ignore Corey Cutie right now, as he is on the 511 KDA and he needs to be shut down really importantly, because the more he gets the snowballing, the more he will be able to dominate in this match. Like, just look at him. He has the Fury Hammer and instantly locked onto us that brute force breastplate here, and with that, he has gotten it down. He is going to be having those sustainability, while his CC will be reduced a little bit, while his movement speed will be going more and more higher as he stays longer for the fights here. But nonetheless, it is going to be Joy who is on towards the Flame Retribution as well as the Genius Wand, so that is going to be a lethal combo that is usually used up to be even melting down the tankiness of the heroes here. But the level ranking, it's already Godspeed on the level 10 mark here, while Van is not having the most amazing time in the jungling right now. Oh, but nonetheless, though, Art will be making sure that Godspeed does die here, but Art will be in a troublesome situation as Revitalize will be there, but Dragon is making sure that the fight does not last longer for now, as he is zoning them out, but not enough, as Van goes in, secures the turtle, but the fight does not want to stop off for now, as it is going to be the chaos that will make sure that the Madara will be melted down, but he survives for now. Romcom in a dead HP zone, but he will be surviving, he will be running back for now, and with that, the side of Team EVT, they have lost one of their members as well as the turtle. This fight was definitely on the hands of Team Godlike.
Like you went for the proper, safe kind of play with that Novaria, but at this point, contribution into the team fight also matter a little bit. And so how, that fight which just happened into the top side, it could have been turned out if they could have a little bit, damage output kind of mid laner. But at this moment, onto the top side, there is that 1v1 skirmish going between these two people. But you're going to see that goal lead is still into the hand of EVT. They are doing good with the macro objective that is one tier onto the top into their hand as well. So it is somehow EVT, somehow they are like in the upper hand stage at this point, and they might gonna win this game for the third game decider. Who knows? But there you go. The electrifying bits comes. A firm man rotation being happening onto the top side. But into the bot lane, it is Van with Fate who finds a tier for their side.
Exactly, and with this, it is going to be the Sky Pierce completed for Bid and the Hunter Strike for Corey Cutie here. But Spatial will be there catching Shenzu as he will be taken down. But AOG was there for the follow-up, but that is going to be the escape skill that will be used up for Art, and he will be isolated from his team. But the follow-up will be there from the side of Team Godlike there, Ash.
Yep. There is a fight coming in. Once again, the skirmish being happening there. Electrifying bits comes up, but this time with the defense, it will be Madara falling down into the hand Romcom with the bravest fighter coming in. But there you go. The overextension might gonna take him out as well. It will be the Joy. Godspeed giving out the final blow onto him. But this is the special migration comes up. Doesn't have the Violet Requiem to, doesn't force it out there. Thought like might not got that follow up, so it was a wise decision. Why to give up your kill when the Lord is here into the land of dawn? And so somehow team Godlike once again recuperate themselves onto that kill mark. 7-8 the score is.
Exactly. The side of team Godlike, they are making sure that they are slowly but surely covering up all the mistakes that they have done in the early game here. And on towards the 9-minute mark, if Holy Crystal is being built on towards Godspeed, he is definitely not going to be feeling that immense amount of damage that he should have been faced off here, because usually we see a Joy playing really aggressive and combining on towards the kills here. But yeah, like we were mentioning, look at Fade, he is still sustaining, but will it be enough? The Asha Essence will be there as Shenzu comes in, but no snipe for now, man. I was expecting for a great snipe there, Shenzu. It's fine, happens for some reasons. But anyways, regardless of the jokes here, it is going to be the side of team Godlike who are going to be a really beefy amount of fights here, as Romcom goes in with the bravest fighter, but it is Madara, it is the horse who will be having a ton of HP for himself, and he will not be taking an immense amount of damage here. But with that, it is going to be the side of team Godlike having the map control again on their hands. The map control that they once lost, it is back now. But when he is the jungler. He has the retribution. He won't be able to make up those flicker spatial combo here. But regardless of that, he can still make sure that the stats will be here, as Madara will be caught off guard. 4v1 situation. He was ambushed there, but that's not enough, as Dragon will be coming in for the follow-up. Electrifying Beast on towards Van, but he is chunky now. He has a defensive item on his hands, and with that, the side out team Godlike secures 1 kill while facing no casualties, but a lot of resources being burned down.
Of course, and with this, the score might got changed into that 1-1 lead. But still, the goal lead just got shifted into the hand of Godlike. And before that fight, I thought like they might gonna take out some kills and will go for the Lord here. Okay, the flicker baited there. Senju goes into the back zone, and you cannot caught Senju easily at this point. This is the power of a Novaria. They're so slimy with those setups, with those beautiful dodge. And you cannot pick him up easily, and that was the reason last time the KDA was 1-1-13. Just for one time he got down, and that was the last time as well, because once he got down, the game was off as well. But onto the mid side, the wave coming in here, a little bit of clearance being happening, but you're gonna see the lane pressure is happening onto the bot side as well, but nobody's approaching the Lord yet. Then they might gonna go for the 12-minute Lord straight onto the hand. The glorious pathway popped up here with Van. Might get falling down. Dragon and the Co chasing him down there. A lot of skirmish being happening. He's getting cornered. He's getting trapped down. Godspeed will be the one giving out the final blow onto the Van. Satora falls down there with the retribution popped up, and it will be Bid going in, finding a double onto Query. Triple might comes out. It will be a triple. Madara falls down. The burst is so high at this moment. Senju somehow finds his way back into the safer zone, and now it will be a zone coming out from Crisis there. The knockup comes up with GZ zoning being also happening by Bid and the At as well, and it will be a free Lord going into the side of Godlike. Even though they lost their jungler, they got the Lord. It is because of Bid, of course, because of that triple kill he just got into his hand. He managed somehow to pull out all those frontliners.
Exactly. Corey Cutie, though he is having a little trouble now as the game is progressing, because he does not have the War X, definitely. So that is going to be a little bit of the troublesome scenarios that he will be having, that he will be forced to be facing off right now. But regardless of that, as the game progresses, he will be sustaining a lot of ditching damage that he will be having off. But it is going to be Bid who will eventually melt him down as he takes down a lot of skills. But look at that, as Shenzu taken down.
Yep. Senju got down there. Double on to Godspeed once again. Bid is right now carrying out the game here. With that, the Lord approaching onto the top side. Might be on a slam. The second tier force down into the mid. A full exposure being happened into the mid side. And there you go. The fight comes up. The knockup happened. Godlike. It will be onto the Godlike Bid. And there you go. It will be Senju. This time he's getting trapped down. He'll be taken out as well. A double being happened onto Madara. The Black Dragon comes up. Violet Requiem use. Special migration comes in. 4 members straight away going onto the base. Locking it out. And the win goes to the side of Sacred Shine with a 2-0. victory. They clinch upon the series with this clean sweep and will be claiming that 3 points for the round robin stage points table at Mythic Showdown Season 2.
Oh man, this game was really, what can we say? On the early to mid game, we saw the side out team EVC having a really dominant side on their hands. But as the game progresses, the discipline was there from the side of team Godlike here, which we know them for the discipline. Even in the team fight, they make sure that they don't let any of the members get isolated. So yes, that eventually made sure that the side of team Godlike secures that 3 points on their hands in the round robin here. And with that, the side of team EVC, they definitely played off a really, really intense game on their own here. They played independently. They played a really, what can we say, a really... I am running out of words, to describe their gameplay here. But yeah, they played really amazing here. But the side of the team Godlike here, they eventually overwhelmed them with their synchronization, with their disciplines here. But with that, the player of the match, it is going to be Bid, the nonchalant mage here, with his 69,000 damage dealt with, damage taken 49k, and tower damage is going to be 49,000 here. And with that, the side of team Godlike, just look at their stats, Ash.
11-1-2, the KD of Bid. In the end, it was Bid who just changed the fact. This game, which was kind of been going, for EVT side with the micro lead, with those kills, setups, with those fights being won, it is Bid who change it out with the triple kill and then with the double and a Godlike onto the Madara. And it was obviously, I told you, Senju once again with that vulnerable pick of Novaria 026. This guy is known for his explosive play, his aggressive kind of mid lane picks. And straight away for the 2 games, he went for the Novaria. Okay, the second game, he just got forced out to pick it out because all those options which could have been better in the mid lane taken out. So he went for the Novaria. But what about the first game? It was not needed. The Novaria was not needed. But what can I say? That might be a strategy behind it, but this time the game doesn't proceed to the 20-minute marks. It just got ended in 13 minutes and 36 seconds. Godlike managed to pull the victory. Of course, we need some time to blend with it now. I've been telling this from 11 tournaments, man. So I need some time to blend with this. And, Godlike somehow finds the 2-0 victory here. Not somehow, they managed to win it. They managed to clean it up on the series. The first game, it was, of course, Fate with the table turning moment. Second game, it is Bid with the Lunox. And head-to-head coming in, it is Fate once again going with the CC, and this time 0-0-9. The contribution was so high with the unkillable approach. And talking about Vizta Toro with a 2-3-11 KDA against the 4-3-3 from Godspeed. And look at that, 67-262 damage being taken out by himself only. And Bid, the hero, the man, the myth, the legend from Godlike this time, the carrier for the Godlike, the late game spike literally burst out the whole play, the whole set of Team EVT. And into the Rome section, you're going to see at versus Madara, but it kind of 077149. It is kind of same, you can say, but with the damage being taken, it is sandbag for, of course, for Madara with a 152 and 000. And there you go. The EXP section is so clear at this moment. It is Romcom with a Lapu, and look at the team fight participation. It is 50%, whereas 70% has been given by Korikute with the dragon. Obviously, you're a dragon, you are everywhere into the map, so you have given it. And as I told you, the wingman, it is obviously going into the hand of Vizta Toro. 11 assists in this game. And Esperanza Crisis with a 154804 damage being taken out by him only. The carry goes to Bid, and the rich guy is somehow Fate in this game. 749. Insane amount of gold earned per minute. And with this, the match goes to Team Godlike with a 2-0 victory. And you know what, Zev? EVT already lost 2 games with a 2-0 fashion. One from SATUL, IQSATUL, and another one from Godlike here. And if they're losing out another game, their selection for the playoffs, their selection into the LAN, which is going to happen at Guwahati, might be, sus.
Oh, man. I have hope at EV3, they have qualified for a lot of lands, and maybe not maybe, they will definitely go in for this Mythic Showdown Season 2 as well, because I have faith in them. Though a few days might go bad, there are still a lot of other days that they can make sure that they can prove that they are worthy of being called Team Elusivity. And yes, but regardless of that, like we were talking about that, Ash, somehow, not somehow, but sometimes it feels like your gameplay is not going to be working out that amazingly. It's not working out for you at all in some scenarios here. But the side of Team EVC, I have faith in them. I have. What can we say? Especially with Shindu, come on, man. Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, guys, like we were talking, like we were talking about Shindu Smarty here. Come on, guys, make sure that you make everyone in the War Drum management make them have a really happy life, make them have a really happy day by making sure to click that like and subscribe button, guys. And if you guys have a lot of friends who love playing Mobile Legends 5v5 and love watching the competitive series of this category of game as well, make sure to share the stream towards your friends as well, as they will definitely love this game. As the game just progresses, the War Drum games, they bring out the most intense tournaments of their own as well. And this Mythic Showdown Season 2, it is going to be the LAN and the round robins. They are packing the punch. They are packing with a lot of, what do we call it? In Hindi we say, right, that biryani has a lot of masalas in them. This is definitely that, but in the MOBA 5v5 esports.
Of course, and the day is so packed, and we are having more 3 matches, so I can't wait for it. We'll be taking a short break, coming back soon. This is day 6 of Round Robin, and you're right now witnessing Mythic Showdown Season 2, powered by War Drum Games. We're just coming back after this short break.
Peace out, guys.
Welcome everyone. Good evening once again, and we are back on another exciting match tonight for Mythic Showdown. And this is your boy Fredo. Alongside me is Shinryu, and we'll be taking the stage for tonight's match. And of course, tonight we have a series of 4 matches prepared for you guys, and in 3 of them, you know who's playing, right, Shinryu?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, then what are you doing in your life? Like, why are you not updated? I think
Yeah.
you're living under a rock, guys. You're living under a rock. Come out and watch the games. Like, this is godlike. They'll say godlike, right? A lot of people like to say that way. So they are finally have gotten themselves a team here, Fredo. And guess what? Where are they playing? In Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games. What better platform it could be than this? Tell me.
Exactly, man. I mean, the fact that most of the biggest esports organizations, the most established ones, on top of that, have actually decided that MOBA is actually a game where it's going to grow much more. The esports is going to get more serious. There is a big future ahead for India. So I mean,
Absolutely.
the fact that they are the ones getting involved with this just points to the figures that, I mean, if you are a player who has been playing since before the ban, before the lockdown, before everything, since 2016 or 17, then
Yeah.
this is the right time for you guys to come back to the game and watch it, because it's finally growing, it's finally booming. And of course, tonight, the amount of support that we've been getting in the chat is crazy. We have been seeing so many people supporting Godlike tonight. And I mean, it's just the first day actually, for them to be officially Godlike. I mean, we do know
Not
what
even
was
a
happening
day.
behind.
Just few hours. Like, I think the roster came out around in the morning or afternoon.
Yeah.
I think it just has been like 10 hours, maybe at max. Like, not even 12 hours. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, not 12.
Look at the support. Look at the support, man. Massive,
Yeah.
insane. But Fredo, one thing, like, this is the year's ending, right? We are now standing at the last month of the year, December. So, what better things could hold for us in the next year? Like, right now, just 3 orgs are here. In the future, like, there could be so many more. And I'm so glad, Mythic Showdown Season 2 by War Drum has been the platform for these teams to actually come and represent. Like, this is already exciting as it is for the online phase, the LAN. Man, oh man, I cannot, imagine the hype out there.
Same here, bro. I cannot really, think about what could happen when we actually go to the LAN event. But
Yeah.
for now, what we have in front of us, of course, for the next year is an esports roadmap that could be coming out really soon on the official page of MOBA Legends 5v5 Esports, which is MOBA 5v5 Esports India on Instagram. So do not forget to follow that page. Of course, at the same time, if you do want to get updated on the Mythic Showdown currently, which is about to go into the LAN event, then do follow War Drum Esports on Instagram as well. And if you are a gamer, if you love games, if you love playing and connecting with the community, then there is no place better than Discord, because that is, of course, the social
Yeah.
media for gamers. So join there
OG,
on the
man.
Discord servers of Mobile Legends 5v5 and War Drum Esports as well. But yeah, talking about the second match of tonight, right? We already have seen what Godlike and Elusivity are made of. I mean, even though it was a clean sweep, I think Elusivity was quite neck to neck with Godlike actually. But coming into
true.
this second match, though, do you think Godlike can still maintain their form after? I would say they're kind of tired as well, because Elusivity is not really an easy opponent to defeat, right? So, what do you think, Shinryu? Do you think Godlike might be showing some letharginess? Some, I would say, they might be a little bit tired.
I think if they're tired already, then I think they should just get dropped. I mean, I'm just kidding, man. They are young blood. They are young blood. They're supposed to be playing. They're like, this is the blooming age for esports to get this kind of the spotlight that is getting right now. I think these people, they need to show the equal determination which the orgs are showing towards them. Right? They have been picked for a reason, and because they can grind. And I think grinding is one of those important part of Mobile Legends, of not Mobile Legends but Mobile Legends in this fact. So I think they are ready for the challenge, and even if they are against Crux Requiem, even if they are against Daku Sena tonight, it doesn't matter who their opponent is. Like, their one motive should be getting a victory, whether it's 2-1, whether it's 2-0. But the point is just winning, because if they win more, they'll automatically qualify for the LAN stage, because the point table still is very, like, not determined properly. It can still go up and down, but in a way, I think teams now it is Godlike are quite close to actually qualifying, because I think if they win this game as well, or they've already accumulated around 9 or 10 points. If they win now, they'll be like at the top of the chart, because For Rntx, they have not played yet, so they're around 10 points or something. And for this team, they're a little bit behind because they've played less games, of course, but they have won all their games. So far, they have not lost a single game. So they can continue their streak, I believe. We'll see, man. I think the lethargicness should not be getting a point.
Yeah, I do hope as well that letharginess does not get to these guys, because I mean, getting acquired the latest, right? They got acquired the latest. The other teams got acquired first. But you know who was the hashtag one on the table, right? It was Sacred Shrine. And the fact that they have, they have finally arrived under a very official organization. I mean, it's high time for them to at least show up with the performances that, why have we been the number one? Why were we not picked? Now that we are picked, we are going to give all out, all our efforts and all our, I would say, everything for War Drum. Sorry, for Godlike.
Okay, Fredo is looking to make his own team. I think War Drum Esports is not a too far dream, Fredo, but hey, we'll wait for that, there's still time. But again, this matchup, a few seconds wait, but again, I think let's just see. I mean, we are looking at a spike in our viewership as well, right? So I feel people from other games are also migrating towards ML. The orgs, of course, they are, but even the players who have not played ML have been migrating as well. So there might be a lot of questions about that, how this game works, what is good, what is bad. So yeah, we'll have a mix of opinions, but I believe, everyone in the comment section will have a very less toxic and a very healthy environment to actually chat about things, because we take all the opinions, the good and the bad, but when we are also sitting on the desk, we are saying certain things which might not be liked by a lot of people, but those are the facts, because we have been doing this for quite a while. We are not here just sitting from the previous month, right? So I believe every opinion is welcome, but at the same time, do not be just flaming so much that it can get to a point that you get banned from the YouTube channel, right? So everything in consideration, right, Fredo? It seems like Fredo's voice is gone, or can I not hear him? Is something wrong?
My bad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Once again, continuing with what I was saying, like there are boundaries that are always there. I mean, there are always invisible boundaries in life that you do not want to cross, especially when you are engaging in a conversation, engaging in a social setup with someone else. At the same time, though, the only boundary that you would want to break is your own boundaries of your own limits, of your own skills, basically. And that is exactly what the players are doing at the moment, because as you have seen already, the players have been performing at levels where we did not really see them do when they were playing the Swiss stage or when they were playing the wildcards. But yeah, unfortunately, none of the teams that were in the wildcards made it here. But the teams that have made it here finally, of course, are definitely the cream of the crop, which is the phrase that I could not
I think
remember
one team had made from the wild card. I think it's MOBA Esports, only one. But they have not found much success.
Forget that.
Yep.
I am so guilty for doing that. I hope Godda and the people from Yama Sports Dark, Abystis and everyone else do not really come to me tonight. But yeah, anyways, I'm really proud of those guys as well. I just met Abystis recently, and bro is actually a very genuinely humble guy. And the fact that he plays a roam as well kind of reflects in the way that he is in IRL, because he's a very cool and calm guy. He has a very soft way of talking. And the thing is, in the entire team, whenever you play, I do know that there are some roamers who are pretty aggressive, but I feel like the roam is one of those roles where the person actually has to have a calm mind and make those decisions, because you know that you are the one going to initiate those team fights, maybe go for those shot calls. So I do feel like the character of a person also kind of determines the way he plays. With that being said, of course, the issue which we are facing right now behind the scenes is the fact that the internet is not really very good right now for the Crux Requiem players. So because of that, we're taking a bit longer to start the match right now. But hopefully the internet issue will be resolved very soon, because we also want the players to play at the max potential. You don't want them to play on a bad network, because of course, man, what are we here for? We're here for Mythic Showdown. This is not an ordinary tournament. This is the tournament for the best of the best. And that's why from playing in the optimal conditions is always better.
Absolutely. And we do not want any unfair advantage for either of the teams, so we'll just give them the most suitable environment that they can play in. So just a bit patience, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll soon go into the game. But again, talking about the previous game, you also mentioned, right, but this matchup too, right, EVT versus Godlike, or formerly known as Sacred Shrine, has been the talk of the town, because most grand finals, most online as well as the LAN events have seen them facing face to face. But even again, Crux Requiem is not a team that is, again, a very new name. They have been there, they have been around, but the lineup might be a bit new with, Doom, 27, Lomsanga, and the rest trying to, form a very good synergy among them. I feel they're up for the challenge, because there have been times that they had a shaky start, but thus far, I think they are trying to, get more better. And Lomsanga is a very good budding talent, I would say. In the jungle, he has shown incredible potential. And because of that potential, I think the team also, have a very good faith in him that can actually, carry those games. But again, talking about fate, there is fate on the other side. So I want to see how will the gold lane matchup go against these teams, because Executor versus Fate will be a matchup to look against, because for Executor, he's more on towards those marksmen. I've not seen him playing too much of the fighter, maybe one or two, maybe the CC sometimes, but apart from that, not so much. But Fate has been loving this fighter meta. Like, I think it's made for him at this point for the gold lane. What do you think, Fredo?
I mean, as a player, like, honestly, I feel like every one of us at one point have all played rank matches, and every one of us at one point has to adjust for our teammates. If you have ever played solo, even if you're playing trio or even duo, I feel like you have to adjust. Unless you're a 5-man player who has 5 people IRL who are your real friends, I don't think there is a way for you to. Give me a minute.
Okay, let's give Fredo a minute, guys. You can see Fredo's good face, the one that we all love. But I love his background, honestly speaking. Fredo's background is the best out there. We can see also Messi out there. And if you guys are a big fan of World Cup, then hey, don't forget to check the World Cup. Is coming really right on the corner. But yep, Fredo is a Messi fan, guys. It's already screaming from the wall. So we'll see more of that. But Fredo, whenever you're ready, we can continue our conversation. Let us know. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see. Okay, Fred is ready, guys. Let's hear from him.
So like I was saying, if you have ever played those rank matches, then you've definitely adjusted once or twice, once or twice at least. I mean, that's a bare minimum, but for those solo, trio, and duo players, you have definitely adjusted quite a few times. And I feel like out of those players who have actually played in rank matches and adjusted, you kind of develop, because I mean, you do not really get to that skill level in a couple of months, right? It usually takes you bare minimum of 1 year, I feel like, to understand the game completely, learn about the items, learn about the interaction of your own skills with the other, with the other heroes. At the same time, you have to learn about the team comp as well, which actually works.
True.
Like the heroes that synergize with each other better. Just like, I mean, everyone at this point knows about the Johnson Odette. But in the first place, when Johnson and Odette were released, do you think anyone thought of that? I don't think so. So just like that, you do need some time to develop their skills. And right now, the fact that the gold lane has shifted to the more fighter kind of meta, the fact that those guys who have actually played in such situations where they have really learned to use those fighter heroes are the one who are really standing out at this point. Because if you have played in 5-man matches, if you have played in those setups where you're always going to play the goal lane, then you're definitely going to pick up those ranged heroes, the ranged marksmen, not the fighters. And that's the reason why sometimes you can kind of suffer when you're playing 5-man, I would say. So in this point, in this meta, maybe those solo rank, duo, trio players are kind of, understanding and, of course, developing themselves as well and getting the time to shine. At the same time, the guys who are the best always survive through every meta. So it is definitely a test for those goal laners who have always played the marksmen to try and adapt, because they had their time, they had their time. They had those patches, they had those metas where they were really dominant with those marksmen. But finally, it's time for those marksman players to actually adapt. And we'll find out who can adapt and survive. Or if you do not adapt, then of course you're the one getting killed.
Yeah, I think the environment is much more harsh than it previously was, because with this all changes into the meta, we are looking at a lot of different kind of, dishes that are being served for a buffet, but you have to pick the right one which fits you properly. It's not just just because this is a fighter meta, it'll suit you. You need to be you need to be compatible with the heroes as well to actually make it work for yourself. So we'll see. Again, the matchups are looking really interesting. Doom versus Art, I think two of the big brains in behind the game, right? Because they are both the players who make the draft of the game. Like, they are the people who are the brains who will the big brains. Like, they will be the one thinking what to do, how to do, and when to do. So we'll see how these people are actually going up against each other. But again, another matchup that I'm really looking forward to see is going to be 27 versus Romcom. Like, we have already said Romcom is the EXP standard, the EXP export from I think PH, right? The PH export, right? So that's there. But again, 27 or 27 in this case have been one of those critical, or I think those exponential players that have been the pillar of the team, because I think he's the only one who has still stayed back from the previous lineup, not yet replaced or changed, meaning that he has still a lot to offer. Given his his young blood as well, I think he has a lot more potential to yet unlock. And both of their playstyle is quite the same. I have seen that in the similarities, and even for I think during the LAN event that happened in the Guwahati previously, 27 was there from EVT and Romcom was there. So out there he lost. I think this is the time for him to redeem himself with the new lineup that he has. So man, really interesting game, isn't it?
Honestly, man, I mean, we could just keep talking on and on about how many stories are behind each one of these players, even in each one of these teams actually, because Godlike is Godlike today, just from today, but they were so many other names before. They were Anarchy, they were Sacred Shrine, they were Eliminators. So I mean, it's a long story if you think about it as to how this team has finally been on that number one spot from such a long time, always hovering around the top three, always hovering around the top three. Even with those lineup changes that they made, there was not really I would say too much of an issue with the synergy whichever happened, because of course the main man behind the screens, like you said, the brains behind was Mr. Art, and he always knew the kind of players that would I would say fit and adapt to the kind of gameplay that the side of Sacred Shrine, Godlike right now, is of course going to make. So yeah, with that, we can see the draft timer is already on the screen. Most of the people who have been very deprived of, I would say, exciting gameplay are definitely getting excited once again, and so are we, because we are going to cast another match of Godlike versus Crux Requiem. Crux Requiem, of course, once upon a time they were also called Tartarus, right? They became Crux Requiem. So yeah, there's a lot of history, and of course, if you dive deep into history, the good does stand out a lot, but you also get the bad parts. We won't go into the bad parts though, because we are going into the draft.
Indeed, we are indeed going into the draft, and we'll see how these teams would want to, draft around each other. But again, you can see Godlike will get the first pick in this second match, first game, and they will opt to ban the three of the very strong picks. That is gonna be the Zuxin, Grok, as well as the Alice. Whereas the side of Team CRQ, they'll go for very standard bans, I would say. But again, Fredo, anything that stands kind of, outstanding for you, like something that is out of the ordinary, at least in this game, because it's going to be a dangerous grass map. So I think those ambush gameplays will be very crucial for these teams.
Yeah, I do feel like, ambush could be, of course, the way to go for. Karina could pop up here. Would not be talking about Saber or Eudoras though, because I mean,
oh my god.
I mean, I don't want to mention those heroes, right? But honorary mention to Saber and Eudora, which could do a lot of threat in tonight's match. But hopefully, it is not the kind of brain that Mr. Doom and Mr. Art are gifted with, so we won't be seeing any of that here. But now, talking about the band section, pretty decent, I would say. There's nothing out of the ordinary. But oh, look at that Godlike, man. Look at Romcom right now. It could be Fate,
Or
but
Fate.
I feel like it could be Romcom here, because we've already seen what he did in the last match, right? Why would you not want to do it again?
Why not? I think the Esmeralda suits both of them so well, depending on their draft, what they want to do. But despite the Esmeralda being on to the opponent's side, you can see Crux Requiem will still go for the Hilda, which again has a shield, but insane amount of pressure as well as sustain. And coupled with that, they will go for the CC, again, good peel, as well as good, I think, punishment available. But whoa. Hold
What?
your gears, guys. Hold your
My
gears.
God.
It's just the second pick and you're picking a Fanny. Like, hello? That confidence, where is it coming from? Winning the last game? I don't blame you.
I do feel like, this is kind of okay, I guess, because the roam is already picked, right? This Hilda is definitely going to be the roamer. If it is an EXP though, I feel like the goal lane might be a easy go to here. But oh my god, what is this? They did not go for an X-Borg, they instead go for a Yuzong. So CC could be having a winning lane here, Doesn't matter if it's Esmeralda or Yuzong. If the CC can play it well enough, then I feel like there is a winning lane already here, secured by CRQ. But at the same time, this Fanny, like I was mentioning, is actually a okay pick, I guess, just because I feel like this Hilda is going to go to the roam. But if CRQ are sending this Hilda to the EXP and the CC to the goal lane, then there is still a potential for a counter pick coming up here for this Fanny. So yeah, that is a big bet that Godlike have taken here, I would say, definitely.
Okay, and
Ooh.
Assassin was Assassin, it will be Predator here. So we are looking for some high mechanics gameplay, right? Again, the Hayabusa needs that early game snowball in a way that he needs to secure some kills, some good amount of farm. And looking at the tankiness onto the side lanes, I don't think so it will be a very easy task for this Hayabusa to actually acquire or to actually accomplish. But regardless, it's a good pick. But again, look at the bans. Like there is the Khalid, there is the Edit as well, and they're still expecting that Edit to be there onto the EXP lane because 27 is one of those players that actually can use this Edit very, very important. I mean, very, very flawlessly and counter the dragon, which is a classic pick.
Exactly, man. It is one of those picks that is such a pocket pick, especially for the best EXP laners out there. We have seen the Edith in the hand of a lot of good EXP laners turn games around entirely by itself just because of the ultimate. I mean, you get a full charge on the ultimate, you unleash, and with that, the basic attack just hits so hard, and the fact that it can actually just have that lightning truncheon effect, where the splash damage is there, just kinds of helps you deal more damage. And I mean, not going to mention it, but I feel like just talking about Inspire as well, which some people like to go with. Even though the Flicker is kind of preferable, some people just like to go with the Inspire Warcry, and you know what Inspire Warcry can do, especially when you're facing a
Make you cry.
speed. Yeah,
Make you cry, man.
yeah, honestly.
Nothing else. But I do understand the prospect that both the teams would want to ban the counter heroes. But what do you pick for your mid lane at this point? Like, the Farsa is open, the Eve is banned, the Valentina is open.
Selena
Apart from
banned.
that, maybe because they do not want Peekaboo to actually just get his hands onto the Selena, which could give a lot of vision one, and also can actually help them win the early game. Maybe that is the idea behind that ban.
I feel like it's a good time to see some Chow roam here from both the roamers if they are definitely thinking about that. But Dangerous Grass and Kadita makes its appearance. CRQ though are the ones who have taken it, so yeah, Bid might have to be a bit more careful while clearing those mid lanes. So yeah, there's already a pressure here built onto Bid. Let's see how the side of Godlike decide to deal with it though, because we know that Art and Bid have always been the best mid duo, I would say. These are, I mean, it's like, a match made in heaven kind of stuff, because these guys have never left each other since the day they have found each other.
Ultimate bromance, man. Ultimate bromance.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, breaking, repairing, breaking again, but these two, the day they have found each other, they've been there for each other, and I mean, the entire team just kind of revolves around them, because we have seen a lot of people come and go.
Wow.
We have not seen the best out there yet, but Mr. Art is picking that hero that most of the Indian roamers kind of always recommend to pick. Actually, Katot is the way to go, which is what Kimi says, which is what Art says, and that's 66% of the top Indian roamers.
Damn. Wow, the list is quite small. The list is quite small. But again, I know. But again, I do understand why they prefer the Kadut Kasha, because in a way the games are very brawly, which I also agree with a lot of our viewers. The Indian meta has been the epitome of brawl games, because even at the highest competitive play style, we have not seen them very, being a very macro-centric gameplay or macro-centric team where they'll just focus on taking the neutral objective, only fight when they want to, actually get some neutral objective or maybe some structures around the map secured. But it's more of, you get the vision, you want to shut them down. You see them off guard, you want to get the kill. You want to go for an invade, you get the buff, you kill them, and then you come out to trade some bodies for that. So like, it kind of boils down to the point, the mindset is like very, I think, brawly for this place, and there's still time. I think the development should come through with more exposure that we are getting. I think the players will also, try to get much more serious about this, because previously it was not to the point that the players were so highly or, serious about being an esports player. But now I think the road is quite open for all of us, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The only way is up from now on, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving into the game. It's Godlike versus CRQ. Godlike have already played a very, very tiresome match, I would say, against another top team, which is Elusivity. But yeah, we'll come to that later. Right now, they are facing CRQ, and CRQ are not really in the best position on the table right now, as you have already known. They have not really been able to win all their matches. Meanwhile, Godlike have defeated everyone so far, except for losing 1 point against Yama Esports. But yep, here they are once again, and they are trying their best to secure all the 3 points. They're looking for that, but will CRQ allow that to happen or not? We will find it out in this match tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget, this is the Mythic Showdown Season 2. The team that makes it to the top 4 on the round robin table will qualify for the LAN event and get a chance to experience one of the most exciting tournaments ever. And of course, this is me, Fred, alongside me, Shinryu, and we will be your casters for tonight's match.
Absolutely. Game number 1 already rolling out, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the teams, they are trying to just secure what they need to. The buffs, of course. They need to get the farm. They need to get the level 4 as early as possible, because the power spike will only come after level 4. For most of the players, the level 4 will be a very crucial thing, and you can already see a bit of skirmish onto the mid lane, but it's just a trade of damage. Should not be something very, huge fight already brewing up. But again, if we talk about the emblems, nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. But one thing that I noticed is for the Sicilian to go for the tenacity, actually, focusing on being more tanky, or, one who does not want to get taken down. But apart from that, even for the Kadita, she's going for a little bit of, CD onto the emblems as well. So pull yourself together will be the get-go for her. But again, very, standard emblem setup for the players. But again, it comes down to who gets the level 4 first, who can get the shutdown first onto the sidelines. We'll see, how it goes from here, Fredo.
Yep, and the fact that the Hilda is actually going for the damage on that first emblem build, I feel like it kind of shows that Array actually wants to get some damage onto the opponents as well, instead of just sustaining out the entire team fight. Into the EXP lane, though, the fight for getting that level 4 is going on right now. And nobody seems to be getting that level 4 yet. Another wave could decide who will be getting the level 4 first. And that EXP grab helps 27 gets that level 4. So yeah, the dragon will arrive a little bit late to the turtle, it seems. And the side of CRQ already taking position here. Van still looking for that angle right now. Can they arrive on this turtle?
It seems not that, but Lamsonga will pick up the turtle with the retribution, but down to the backline. One will get traded off with the kill secured by Array, and now the Black Dragon off to cooldown, already being used up. I think Team Godlike would most likely want to retreat, but a definite win for the side of Team Crux Requiem here.
Yep, they get a kill, they get the turtle, they get the macros that they require. And of course, there was no overextension as well. They get what they wanted, they go back. That is discipline being shown here by CRQ tonight. At the same time, though, Godel will not be happy with losing out the first turtle, but it's not like the game is over yet, especially for Fade, because even though he is getting melted down quite a lot by Mr. Executor, he has still not actually, I think, lost any minions so far.
I think, getting that the steady farm would be very important for this player, especially when they're playing the gold lane, because if you lag behind in terms of gold, if you lag behind in terms of the level, it will be very difficult for you to do something. But again, Hayabusa against the Fanny, but one is already on low HP, the purple buff getting invaded, and Oh nah,
Oh.
they cannot do anything. The AOG drop down, but again, you can see 27 already out of the harm's way. But he can, regen back all the HP is losing, so you cannot
Yep.
really punish him in the early game.
Exactly. The thing is, right now, Art is actually going to provide some assistance to Fate as well, because Fate is really losing out the lane right now to Executor. At the same time, Van also needs help in the jungle. So who are you going to help? Oh my goodness, he needs a lot of help at this point. Van just got taken down like that. That was very unfortunate. I did not really see it coming. I did not really thought they would commit, but CRQ are the ones in the driving seat. They are the ones who want to take control
Yeah.
of this match.
Indeed, and they're doing it so beautifully from the get-go, right? And they have deprived of Team Godlike of a lot of resources as well as even the purple buff for the Fanny, meaning that they are actually on to the lead. And with the second objective, neutral objective all over the map, you can see one does not want to even contest for this, and
Yep.
Team Godlike would most likely give it up. But again, the side of the Godlike are not really backing
Whoa.
up. But again, Lomsanga will get the retribution because no one to contest, but still a lot of resources being burned up. The Black Dragon used up, even the
Art?
Vitalized Art used up, but he cannot find an escape. 27 will pick up the kill, but here comes the rough waves, but not enough damage on towards Romcom. And Team Crux Requiem, they're happy with the trade. They're walking off.
Yep. They're really happy with whatever they are getting on the map right now. All they want to do, though, is just try to end the game early. Ivan, once again, getting his buff invaded. Can he take his blue buff this time, though? Romcom as well arriving for the backup. AOG lands.
Oh, it lands all right, but Lomsanga will get trained on even 27. Two of the members from the side of Team Crux Requiem already fall, and now the steel cable, is kind of out of energy. It's getting a bit, cool down. So I think Godlike would be happy with those 2 kills for now.
Yep, the retaliation does come through, and they're trying to look for another objective, which is the purple buff right now, and they could definitely have it. There's nobody to stop them from that, but the
Ooh.
Petrify combo coming up does not do
As
enough
well.
damage.
Not enough damage here, Fredo, but still going on. Look at Executor. He might be a bit too overextended, right? And bam, he gets taken off though.
What is happening? I don't really know, man, right now. Godlike are making a comeback by creating chances out of thin air. Because what they just did is turn things around. Take a look at the goal lead right now. It was sitting at almost 2 to 3k, and they've reduced it to almost just 100 right now, which is so recoverable.
Yeah. And I feel this is like the side of teams Godlike showing that they're not really afraid of the early game. They can still fight back with their own kind of measures, own kind of way, and because of which they are able to reduce the goal to an exponential point that they can easily just take it back. But again, one out there against Array, but he cannot get the range because of the steel cables getting him towards the safety. But still, the side of Team Godlike will give them the peel to help the jungler secure the farm. But again, the rough wave used up early on. The AOG dropped down, but a bit late. The immunity will be there, but Array flicker out to safety. The objective has spawned into the game, and Lomsanga is in near the vicinity, so he want to contest for this. But again, you can see Fanny will not be the first to start it off. He's on to the top lane, but still the objective is being fought after. Both the teams are not really backing down, and Team Crux, they're trying to just reduce the HP bar as fast as they can, but still they're bound onto the back foot. They're getting chunked low. Turtle secured by one, and now Executor will get taken down in the hands of Romcom, and it seems like it's almost a edge for Art to actually get back out. Peekaboo with the rough face will take him down. It's a trade, 1 for 1. But again, one more falls, more bodies on side of team Crux Requiem, and they're getting more of it, but still they're traded it off with Peekaboo falling down as well. So 2 for 2, both the teams walking out, but Godlike, they got the turtle here. But more fight, and oh nah, man. I don't know, Fredo. It's like just getting so clumsy at this point that they're just fighting and they're getting all the kills that they're looking for, but still both sides are 5 for 6 at this point. So what are they expecting from here, and how are they trying to get this team fight or this game to the next level? Oh, it seems like Fredo might be muted again, so let me just take it away. But again, both the teams, you can see lead slightly again to the side of Team CRQ here, Fredo. So they might be just trying to push some turrets, but again, bot lane, another skirmish breaking out, it seems so, but I think they're trying to back up as well. The top tier 1 will be falling, but bot lane 2 There's a bit of movement going on. Fanny, oh, he walks out. He walks out safe out there. But oh wait, not anti, but Fate wanted to go in, but misses out the Starfall here.
Yep, and one thing that I was about to say is, I feel like right now the game is getting kind of in the heads of both teams actually, because they seem to be taking fights in situations where it's not really preferred. Fanny, 1 HP. Ivan survives. That curtain call lands onto him, but it does not really get him, and he's able to escape using the cables as well. But yep, what I was saying is, Shinryo, the thing is, both these teams are actually taking fights in the wrong places right now, not looking for any objectives, just going for those brawl, right? But this one could be the right one.
Oh, Peekaboo, what a monster he is. He just went in and picked up 2 kills, but Executor onto the bot lane will fall, and now Team Godlike will secure one of the turrets while the Lord is also there. So I think the ball is in nobody's court because both the teams have lost some kind of members, and at this point they want to just get the lead back. But again, Hayabusa wanted to go in. Lomsanga did not commit the Ogi Shadow kill yet, so he's just waiting for the right opportunities. But again, up top though, Array versus 1. He's going in. He's trying to deal the damage, but it's vulnerable 1v1. Oh, he's walking out, but again, 1 HP. The escapes from 1 is just too beautiful to watch, man.
Honestly, man, Array is not even considering the rest of the members. Oh my goodness! Once again, inside the tower,
Nah.
Array will get taken down as well. It's a shutdown secured here by Mr. Art, and once again, Mr. 27 this time around behind Van because Array is not available anymore. All they want to do is shut down this Fanny. But now they decide, no, we'll take things into our own account. But Van will get bursted down. Killing spree comes up here for Mr. Peekaboo. And yep, the game is just getting interesting right now. Art and Romcom decided they are focusing on our jungler, so we go towards their jungler. But at that moment, they forgot that their jungler is very, very squishy. And yep, Mr. Peekaboo, I mean, he will take that privilege anytime, to get his hands that petrified combo. But right now, whoa! What was that?
Oh, Retribution will secure the Lord, but the kill on towards Lomsanga will be secured by I'm just saying Anti is Fade this time around, guys. So Fade is the one sealing the fate for Lomsanga in this game, but still, the side of Team Crux Requiem secured the Lord. They will have the advantage, but look at the position from Array. He wants to go in, but again, the Petrified combo might just come on towards Romcom, but it's just too chunky at this point. He did not fall, so still a good sign for the side of Team Godlike to defend this push.
Yep, and in terms of the goal ranking, as we can see right now, Fade is leading the goal rankings, and behind him is Lomsanga. That is bad news here, I would say, because you do want your goal laner to be on top as well. Executor here is 0-3-1, so it's not really the best position for a goal laner to be in right now. CRQ get the Lord, but how many objectives can they actually get on this map?
I think they can just push a few turrets, but the Lord is just of level 1, so not too much. But again, there comes the rough waste, but not enough damage. Romcom will use the Black Dragon. I think Peekaboo might have committed a mistake. He's getting chased down. The AOG will drop down. Knock on was Array, but still Romcom is the one getting taken down in the hands of Peekaboo, but he too falls. R takes him down, but the rest of the fight is not yet concluded. The side of Team Godlike are trying to run away, but Crux are trying to chase as well. There comes the shadow kill, takes down Art, and Executor will be low on HP. He too will fall in the hands of 1. And with this, both the sides will trade off 2 for 2.
Whoa!
But still, whoa! The shadow kill 27 takes down the flying Fanny. And now 3 bodies have fallen from the side of Godlike. Crux Requiem, they're doing very good in this game.
Yep, the minions still arriving for the side of CRQ as they're looking for more objectives on the map. The Mr. Fade though on the other side will be trying his best to clear out those minions. Lomsanga looking for an angle onto Mr. Bit. Will he find it? Yes, he does. And 27 with the backup, but Lomsanga does not find the final blade of impact. Fade will try to chase him down, and so will Mr. Art arrive. And Lomsanga could escape this. Yes, he does, using the Yogi Shadow.
What?
My God, this guy.
But again, Peekaboo versus Romcom, the matchup we did not even expect, still going on. Fate wanted to jump in, but did not find the range enough. But here comes the Fanny. He's trying to hunt. He's on a hunt, but he did not find his prey yet, so he needs to back out as well. But, the fight, man, really getting so feisty.
Yep, and if you take a look at the items right now, Dom Eyes is the priority for every frontliner, as you can see right now. All the frontliners on both sides have the Dom Eyes on them, and at the same time, the EXP laners will, of course, want that War X as well for the extra damage. But right now, as you can see, a
Oi!
lot of damage being done.
Yeah, they're still going at it. One member has already fallen bed. There's no more in the picture. So Godlike, will they still want to continue this fight? Because Crux Requiem, they're really pushing it out. And you can see Romcom will use the Black Dragon, but Art is low on HP as well. But the Black Dragon flying. Meanwhile, Art will fall onto the backline. But here is Fate trying to chase down Lomsanga, but he's against 4 members. But Esmeralda, that is, so he should be good enough for now.
Van.
But still, here comes Jacob. Oh, 1-1-1. He want to take down Lomsanga, but good.
Whoa.
What's coming in? But no! He knew! He knew he would
What
come
was
back
that?
here! That was a bait, but Peekaboo
Oh my
Predator! Oh, nah, he takes down the Fanny. What is this team fight to Predator?
Oh my god. The way Van just ignored everyone, went straight away for Lomsanga and even took him down, and that was just because Lomsanga decided to use that shadow there. And even then, when Van was trying to escape, Mr. Peekaboo used rough waves, he used the Ocean Oddity, he used every single thing to go and chase down that Fanny as well. And take a look at these guys, man. Take a look at these guys. Romcom and Peekaboo just looked at each other actually for a second there before they decided to move. And Peekaboo getting chased down. Is there someone who's going to help him? He does escape himself. He does not need any help, but 27 does arrive for the backup right now. And he's trying his best to chase down Romcom. Oh.
Yeah, man. I mean, we never expected this matchup, right? Peekaboo versus Romcom, but again, 27 is still trying to chunk the HP down. But Sharp Rescue should be able to, get his HP back. But here comes the Petrify combo here. But it's gonna be enough. Romcom is non HP. AOG dropped down. Oh, one. He wants to go in, but look at the HP on towards Executor, but he cannot survive. He falls, but onto the backline. There will be 27 still trying to go with the consecration, but here comes Lomsanga. Can he find the member in the bush? Not really, but 27. One hit away, but still survives. Oh, nah, Peekaboo will fall to his demise while, here comes Lomsanga with a cold shadow on from lone HP, he falls. And with this, Team Godlike will lose their XP later, but the Lord is still untaken. Both the sides are still going at it. You can see one wanted to go in, but he did not find anyone he can take down. But still, again, 27 has regen back his HP. He's trying to go for more, but Lomsanga, he's trying to test the water. He's trying to use the Quad Shadow to really play aggressive, but he's low on HP. Here comes the Sanguine Cross, and then Fade takes him down. That's like goodbye with the emote as well. What a play, man.
Yep. A lot of people do not really like to use that TNC recall, but I've seen just one guy always use that TNC recall, and it is Mr. Van here. Playing like TNC as well, honestly speaking. But yeah, with that, they are going for the Lord right now. Godlike are the ones approaching it. CRQ seem to be nowhere in sight for their Lord, except for their frontliners who have arrived and tried to disrupt the backline, but they're taking a lot of hits.
Oh, they're taking a lot of hits, and one of the hits will take down Fade, the mid leader, and RA falls. Fade secures the kill, and now Peekaboo goes in, but Executor finds the kill onto Wazard. But look out there, the rough face onto Fade does not do any damage, but Romcom low on HP, but 2 members are onto shading him, and Executor will take him down. Double kill secured, but Peekaboo falls onto the backline, and now 2 members onto the mid lane, still trying to take the HP down onto Fade, but he's regening everything. They cannot do anything about this Esmeralda, but here comes Lomsanga into the fight, but no, nothing can take down Fade, but one already has expended his energy, but he cannot do anything. This Fanny needs to get out of there before Executor takes him down. Look at the damage. A little bit close, but Lomsanga against Fade, but still Fade, the sustain is just unreal. He survives against all the odds.
Yep, everyone just survives in that team fight out of nowhere. Yep, of course, gotta give credit to the minions as well, who have been pressuring the side lanes. The members decide to pay attention to the minions as well, who have been ignored this entire match because everyone is just after each other. They do not really care about the lords, the minions, or the turrets. All they want is each other's lives. And the one who has had more lives in this game is, of course, Mr. CRQ side, because they have not been taken down as many times. But to show for all of those They do not have too many structures secured yet, except for that mid lane, which is still standing strong. But the moment it gets cracked down, Godel will definitely have more advantage on the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike, they're doing really good, but sometimes they're losing the sight from the objective. And we're talking about an 18 minutes game where the Lord has evolved, but neither of the team have been able to take it down. I think 0 Lord so far, or 1, maybe 1 Lord was taken by the side of Crux Requiem. That was like long ago. It has been a very long time since the first Lord was taken, and so far, none of the team is ready to commit for it. They're ready to commit for the fights, but what about that? That's not going to do anything. But again, 27, again in the vicinity. Peekaboo wanted to lock onto his bait, but he got spotted. He read that really well. Here comes the Black Dragon, the getting used, but Romcom trying to chase down onto a Peekaboo, but he again gets out by the Patrick combo. Should be enough to take him down. Romcom finds the kill, but now he's in trouble. Ramsanga takes him down, but Fade this time falls, but Fade in a very bad spot, gets taken down. No! This is bad. This is worse for the side of Team Godlike. They lost 3 of the members. One Satur is there, but he cannot do too much, I believe. He needs to back out, but the Lord should be the priority for the side of Team Crux Requiem. They need to take it down. They need to secure this game before the members have spawned back into the game.
Yep. Man, I mean, the last Lord was taken around 12 minutes, and the next Lord is being taken at 19. So you can already understand the amount of fights that have been happening in this match. I mean, nobody really losing out in those 50-50 situations, nobody giving away the control of the river area, but finally Crux Requiem find a breakthrough and they will secure that advantage with this Lord. But now a 1v1 amongst the junglers could come up, and it could always be the Hayabusa winning it out, but Mr. Van with the shadows does not let that happen.
Yeah, he does not let that happen. He still survives, but hey, Godlike, here comes a concealed play on towards Romcom. He's trying to survive, but walks out. Pretty safe for now, but for how long is the question. Lomsang again giving the warning shots to Romcom. He could be the target as well, and I think more of this time Romcom has been the one baited so well by Peekaboo into this team fight, making him commit his Black Dragon form just for him, and is ready to do that. Is that the really right sign? Because he's not doing too much of a zoning. He's just trying to chase the members of Team Crux Requiem, especially the mid laner. And that has not been given a very good time to him. But again, the Lord here fed onto the top lane. They're looking to end with this.
They're trying to go for the minions. They're trying to go for the turret actually. And they're trying to lock it down. The turret could be secured here. One more hit is all it takes and they will get that. And with that, Crux Requiem backing off. Maybe looking for another engage here.
They are looking for engage, but the Lord is still not cleared. The tier... The base inhibitor will fall, but still the minions marching onto the mid lane. I think Team Godlike, they need to clear that out. But again, Array versus Romcom. Look at the HP chunk down already. But again, Peekaboo is kind of getting zoned out, but still is executed onto the front line. Here comes Lomsanga, goes into the shadow kill onto his Romcom. He's low on HP, but still survives, but not for too long. The shurikens will take him down, but no, he cannot find an escape. The shadows got over, and he had to fall as well. 1-for-1 trade, jungler for EXP lane. But Godlike has been able to defend their base.
But they have lost the inhibitors. The super minions are definitely going to be a big headache. Even though they do have the Sicilian, the fact that he runs out of mana very, very quickly, if you do see in the last fight, I mean, Beat was almost down to, I don't know, man, the last bar, the last amount of his mana. So yeah, it's going to be definitely an issue right now. He does take the item that everyone is scared of when a Sicilian picks it up. It is the Lightning Truncheon. He has been saving the good stuff for the later part. And right now, the fact that he has his hands on the Lightning Truncheon going to be a bit more troublesome, especially for Peekaboo and Lomsana, because, man, those guys will get... I don't know, man. They'll get clapped, bro. They'll get clapped by the Sicilian right now.
I think time is of essence for the side of Team Crux Requiem. They're really overextended this game for a very long time. But look at Peekaboo. He is sitting there in that bush for a very long time. And I'm not kidding you. Like, he has been there for a while. His one objective, take down Bed in this case. And they're trying that really well. But again, Fate trying to be the front line of the team, trying to soak a lot of damage, but he jumped low on HP. But look at that, a good unbreakable taunt. The AOG dropped down. But still, he survives, but not for too long. Array gets chased down, but Executor versus one. One
my
cannot
God.
take it down
Vincent?
yet, but 27 comes in. But can he take the kill on towards one? No, not yet. But look at the side of Team Godlike. They're trying to come it on towards one of the members. But Vika Predator will use the rough phase. But here comes Lomsanga. Cannot secure the kill onto his heart, but he loses his immortality. But Lomsanga, but no, Bait is the target. But Art falls. Executor finds a double kill. He finds a triple. He takes down Bait. The side of Team Godlike. They're crumbling, they're falling, and the only two members surviving would be Romcom and One. But what can they do? They do not have the best wave cleared, but the waves are coming crashing in from the top lane. One needs to recall back, but can they end the game here, Fred? That's the question.
They could. They have a lot of minions to work with right now. Mr. Van will not survive that this time. It's a killing spree. Lomsanga will get taken down as well. They're locking down the base. 27 gets that hit, and with that, we have the first victory here. It will be CRQ unexpectedly defeating Godlike out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, man. Like, who would have expected that? I mean, we were talking about the exhaustion, the way the team had played, but it actually got to them, or no, because so much advantage, lost, gain, like they're just brawling at this point. And this is something we even discussed before the game started, right? The brawl mentality of the players, and I think it has gone to the point that they're not really focused on taking the Lord. Like 12 minutes, then 18 or 19 minutes, like this huge margin of not taking a Lord. What are you doing in that part? Like, you're not trying to get the turrets, you're not trying to secure the farm, you're just fighting. And at this point, I think the more brawls you take, the better for the side of team Crux Requiem, because they have a lot of ways to punish you down. And even though the side of team Godlike, they had a Sicilian, it did not get to the point that he could turn the tables. And 27, he got the player of the match from the previous game, but very well played for the front. And Fate was trying the same thing, but I think 27 did a lot better in that department.
Yep, I do feel like that as well, But in the end, in that last fight, it was just Executor melting everyone. The true damage was just cutting through everyone's armor, because true damage, of course, does not get trouble. There is nothing that you can use to try and escape true damage. And that's why, people try to prioritize these picks. It was actually quite surprising that nobody went for Xborg in the last game. But yeah, the CC was able to, of course, go against every single person and melt everyone down. It doesn't matter if you're a Gator. It doesn't matter if you're a Esmeralda. The CC will always melt you. And in the late game, the fact that he was able to sustain much more because of the complete build, you have the Oracle on you. You also have that Vengeance. So yeah, Executor kind of was the main player in that last fight, but like the MVP was going to Mr. 27 all along, because that this guy was always there to trouble the enemy. Doesn't matter where you are, right? Uranus is actually, he doesn't even need to recall to the base even once in the entire match if you played well.
True. But one thing which I think was very apparent was the side of Team Godlike solely focusing on Peekaboo. It's as if like he got into the heads of the enemies, right? Because you see Romcom almost using each and everything he had in his arsenal just to take him down, like just to punish this Kadita. And while he was not doing that, the Kadita was like just marking the backline constantly, right? He was trying to go for Bid, he was trying to go for even Fate. So I think the Kadita was the distraction the side of Team Crux Requiem really utilized too well in this game.
Honestly, gotta give credit here to Mr. Peekaboo, who, despite getting marked so many times, just fell down 5 times. And even though he was not getting marked all the time, because it's never a good idea to go for a Sicilian, he did die 6 times. And yeah, man, Mr. Array, I have to talk about this guy, man. Like, he was making Van's life so hard. I mean, like you said, it was usually Art who does the draft here for Godlike, so he probably is the one who told Ivan to go for the Fanny. And of course, Mr. Array, after looking at the Fanny, was like, yeah, man, I gotta give something to this guy tonight. Ivan needs to regret picking up that Fanny, and he I think he definitely did, kind of regret picking up that Fanny so early, because Array was just making his life so hard. But oh my god, take a look at the wingman here. Wingman is Lomsanga.
I feel bad. I feel bad for the Hayabusa. Like if you're getting, I mean, he's supposed to get 13 kills instead of
Yep.
13 assists, isn't it? Like that's a work of an assassin, right? But out here, he's the wingman, which is actually really crazy to watch. But still, the carry of the game we have mentioned is gonna be Executor, because he was the main damage dealer. He was the goal laner, and both the goal laners, they played a very good part in this game. But I think Executor had the better hero to actually perform against those tanky members, isn't it? Because
Yep.
against the Esmeralda, against the Garud Kacha, and even against the Yuzhong, the CC works really well. And I feel we might just see a CC ban incoming for the second game, or maybe they might also want to deny the Kadita of the hands of Peekaboo, because that was very difficult to deal with for the side of Godlike.
Yeah, man. Honestly, Peekaboo is such an underrated mid laner, I would say, because he just has his own ways. I mean, we talk about Asuna, we talk about Bid, but sometimes we forget people like Faded, people like Peekaboo, because these guys have their own playstyle, man. They're aggressive. At the same time, they know how to, I would say, get in the minds of their enemy, because there is no way everyone would be going for that Kadita if the Kadita was not that annoying, right? If the Kadita was not a threat, if the Kadita did not have any presence, then there is no way you're chasing him down. But you always know that Peekaboo is always going to find his own ways to get into the back line, try and burst down Big, or try and burst down Ivan even. Even though it's a Fanny that's flying, he can always find his ways to burst down even a Fanny. So yeah, they were always going for Peekaboo first. And and the fact that they were going for Peekaboo allowed Executor to deal out a lot of damage, and that's the reason why he had such a high DPM, right? But with that,
Like they lost focus of their winning condition, I would say, for Godlike. They were
Honestly.
completely. They were like, I would just question, what are you doing on the map? Like, for about 7 to 8 minutes in the game, what are you doing in the map? Both the teams, like not just one.
yeah,
What
both
are you
the teams,
doing?
right?
Like, what
It has
are
been
you
7
doing?
minutes.
I know they're the top teams. I know, like, it's not right for us to.
Gotta complain.
Maybe not. It's not about right. It's not about right. But seriously, on a basic concern from my end, what are you doing for a whole 7 to 8 minutes into the game? You're just fighting, and not securing a single turret. You're not, pushing your second tiers. You're not pushing the inhibitors. You're not trying to, deny the Lord. You're just fighting around the Lord, throwing bodies, coming back again, doing the same process. Like, what?
Bad boy.
I don't know.
They are bad boys. They should learn. You need to punish them a little bit, Mr. Shinryu here. Honestly,
Sheesh.
gotta go into their DMs, gotta go into their voice chats, and just school these little kids how to play simple MOBA, right? Simple MOBA. I mean, honestly, people say it's so difficult to play this game, but I feel like when you think about the simple things, just the simple things, right? Taking the Lord, taking the towers, destroying the base. That's what the game is all about. But sometimes you get so caught up in your, I would say, displaying those flashy skills, going for those pickoffs, going for those kills, of course, for those fights where you're sustaining 4v5 or 1v5. Like we saw the other day, Mr. Crisis do it. But yeah, out of like those things like that, just kind of, drag the game into parts where you where you do not really want the game to be. You do not really want these games to be about the fights if the fight is not for those objectives, and that's what CRQ and Godlike were missing there. Like I was saying, they are taking fights with no reason. They're going for those engages like it doesn't matter, into the jungle area, into whatever you say.
Yeah, and I love the fact that our name is under each team's round. It's like I am from CRK, you're from Godlike.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just we're not the coach, guys. We're just casters for this games. Don't worry. We will not recommend you to pick any heroes like that. But again, the CC will get re-picked in this game, so still a W for again. But I mentioned the fact that if you're playing for 7 whole minutes, 7 and 8 whole minutes, and not doing anything apart from fighting, then this is not what the highest level of MOBA is supposed to be, because you have to be very calculative about your moves. And if you see the scoreboard going past 10 kills per team, I think it's already a brawl at that point. Like,
I mean, either if it is snowball, then okay, good for you, right? But if you're giving away kills as well, then how are those kills actually counting? Because I've seen these guys.
Fun fact, Fredo, none of the assassins got the kill. It was not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
kills on
even,
the assassin.
oh my god. That's the funniest part. So yeah, guys, we did glaze them before the game started, but we will, of course, uh, bash doesn't seem to be the right word, but the most appropriate word I can find in my dictionary of my mind at this moment. So yeah, we can also bash them with our words as well. Whenever we feel like they've been committing mistakes, so do not mind about that. We're just speaking the facts that we've seen in the last match, right? But yeah,
Yeah,
talking about that again. These are the best
true,
teams
man.
of India playing against each other. And the thing that I was about to say last match is CRQ. The only reason why they're playing a bit differently, because you know that Godlike is the kind of team that wants to take control of the match by themselves. They do not want to let the opponent dictate the pace of the game. But in the last match, we did see the way CRQ was playing, and they were actually trying to take control of the tempo of the match. But of course, the fact that they don't really do that quite often because they usually play from behind. I mean, I think it did kind of mess it up in just a little bit because they were not able to control the match entire the time, you know. So yeah, right now though, Godlike will not try to do that again. But again, CRQ is behind on the points table. It's very. They do have a chance of qualifying, but if they want to do so, they do need to defeat Godlike tonight. So I think we might be seeing some unexpected stuff happen, Shinri. What do you think?
True indeed, because this is not the first time I believe Godlike or Sacred Shrine previously they had lost a game. They had even lost a game against Yama Esports. So it's not that they are completely unbeatable. They can be beaten, but I think in a series they are much composed. And we saw the loss of composure in the previous match, previous game as well, where they were just brawling. It was more, they were using brute force to get the control. I do understand they have a Sicilian that they need to scale for the late game, but despite that, in a way, they were trying to force things which are not the right way. Because if you think about it, they have a Hayabusa, they have a Fanny, they can easily go and split push all by themselves. By the four of the members can provide the vision in the map, right? And that would have been really much better of way to do, because yes, there is a Kadita that can come and be very sneaky in the map, but regardless of that, you can have a very good positioning. You can keep your mates safe. You only need to come, and a Fanny can easily go in and steal the Lord. So is for the Hayabusa, I can say. 9 out of the 10 cases, the Hayabusa can go and steal the Lord, even the Fanny. But the problem is if there's a full-blown team fight, and the probability of that happening was very less from the side of Team Crux Requiem, because they did not have very hard CC. They did not have very hard crowd control, right? So Fanny could have easily gotten out of there. And even for the side of Team Godlike, the only way they could have stopped was either the Unbreakable, the AOG, the Sanguine Claws, or maybe the Petrify. So they had more CC. So the Hayabusa would have had problem, but the Hayabusa was just really walking after all the skills are expended, going for the kill. That is there. But again, let's get back to the drop for this game. The Hayabusa once again with the CC, and this time the Garud Kacha will be on the side of Team Crux Requiem. And for Godlike, they're going for the Lancelot, Esmeralda once again repicked, and the Khalid, Sandman. Maps still the same dangerous grass, but this time I'm happy they banned off the Kadita, so they will have one less worry on their head.
Yeah, they do ban out the Karita and the Hilda as well, actually, which were all picked in the last match. On the other side, CRQ, they definitely, I would say this time around, banning out the Xborg is actually a wise decision, because I feel like against the CC, Xborg is always the way to go, and it always is a threat to the true damage that it can deal. So yeah, banning out the Xborg is a wise decision, I would say. Other than that, all the picks and bans are pretty, not the picks, but the bans are very similar to the previous game. Now, coming to the second phase, the side of Godlike, they, of course, both the teams have always, just, I would say, prioritize picking the mid laner last. Because in this meta where your goal laner is actually a fighter, it does not really make sense to go for the goal lane last pick anymore, right? So, as you know that your main DPS is going to be your mid laner, going for that last pick mid lane is actually very good. So yeah, just a note that everyone else can take as well. Going for a mid lane last pick in this meta always kind of makes sense, because your mid laner is going to be your main DPS and not your side lanes, unless of course they are playing heroes like CC, which can actually dish out a lot of damage.
True, and I believe the work of the mid laner is also to give the information to the side lanes, and also to enable them into being much more impactful into this team fight. Most of the time, we are seeing these teams are going for heroes that are much more impactful after getting that level 4. So up until that, the work is to help the side laners if they're getting the lane, lane frozen, and lane, not getting the, they're not getting the way to actually secure the farm to actually provide them that, extra bit of assistance. But again, that thing did not come through in the game. But Peekaboo will go for the sneaky little, the Valentina, man. Like, I am not too sure about that pick, but I like the edit.
Yeah.
Like last game, it was banned.
Yeah.
Good laning matchup. The Esmeralda versus the CC, good again. Hayabusa versus Lancelot, it all comes down to the better micro. But this Valentina kind of doesn't feel right to me, because if he has to take skills, he has to either take the Raging Sandstorm or the Black Dragon from, both of which will put her in a very vulnerable position, isn't it? But now comes the Feather Airstrike. Wow, you're giving a free ultimate, so
I'm not really sure though. I mean, you could go for the Feather Airstrike, but there's a dragon. So if you take the dragon, you can go for the Feather Airstrike. For the Farsa, right?
Black Dragon, yeah.
So it's like, sometimes I just feel like, you can confuse the enemy Valentina by overloading her with ultimates as well. And that is simply the case here, because they have given her the choice to choose so many that she might as well get confused as to what should I choose. But, one of the most important highlights of this game is Mr. 27, who is on one of his signature picks here, Edith, which was getting respected last match by Godlike. But this time around, they have let it slip and given it straight into the hands of Mr. 27, who could be arriving with some miraculous plays, because he does have that flicker as well onto him. The knockups could catch people off guard and, set up the entire initiation for both these sides. But with that, the draft is just looking very, very solid from both these teams this time around, except for, I would say, the Valentina, which could be a hit or miss here, especially because I'm not really sure about how Valentina would play up in this matchup.
I mean, it's still fine, right, Fido? They have the match point, so they can take a little bit of risk. It's not like they're losing too hard on the other lane, so the Valentina could be a little bit of, luck factor for them in this matchup, because if the Valentina works, very good, right? It depends on the probability of how well you can seal up with ultimates. But again, talking about the laning matchup, it's looking very decent. We have already talked about it. And the roam as well, both of them are set makers, so they're going for those, set tanks or, the set roamers in this game. So we'll see how it goes. Game number 2 will just load in just a few seconds. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Team Crux Requiem will have the match point for this game. So if they win here, they are just, getting a 2-0 clean sweep against Godlike Esports. Quite a statement it would be, man. Quite a statement it would be.
And hopefully it is a better match than the last time, because we've already seen what happens when you do not take objectives and you go for those team fights. So yeah, this time around, hopefully it is a closer match. It is a more objective-oriented match. It is a match where both the teams actually test out each other's skills. Into the mid lane, Mr. Art will, of course, always try and, try to dominate the opponents with his shards, because that is what a Khalid is supposed to do. At the same time, this matchup is going to be looking very interesting into the EXP lane as well, as Romcom is playing once again that Dragon, and Mr. 27 is onto that Edith.
Yeah, I mean, for 27, he has shown us quite some unique picks. I think he has even used a Thamus at some point. And one more weird hero that I kind of cannot remember. Like, not weird, but a very, I think, low-key hero that you do not necessarily see being picked in the competitive scenes. But again, talking about the emblems out here, I think it's very standard, nothing too out of the ordinary movement speed for the Farsa as well as for the Khalid. Even for the Valentina, she will prioritize the movement speed. I would say one thing that is different is the Brave Smith that she's going for. Magic Emblem, pretty much same, I would say. Nothing that really sticks out for us. But again, the thing is, 27, how will he play this hero? Because he's getting engaged on by 2 members. Petrify committed. 3-man jumping on towards him.
But the jeopardy could be taking place here. Mr. Van arrives to the scene though. Will he be looking for the kill? He does know that the Hayabusa does not have his shadows. Lomsanga as well does understand the situation that he would end up in, so he wants to back off, but Van won't allow that to happen. He wants to get his revenge You made me lose the last match, but it won't happen once again, my friend. Mr. Van just saluting it out. And yeah, with that, we have the turtle spawning in as well. Godlike this time around. Unlikely as compared to the last match. This time around, they are the ones who could approach this turtle first. But yeah, for some reason, they do not start it yet. And yeah, here they are. They finally started. Let's see if CRQ will try and contest it or not.
I don't think so, man. Like, look at the Hayabusa so far away, and 5 members for one objective is just an overkill. But it's necessary for Team Godlike to secure this objectives because it will give them the lead. It will give them the advantage, and not only that, it will also give them the EXP as well. But again, bot lane, they're trying to go for a little bit of poke. Look at that.
Yep. Could be. Oh my god, Feather Strike coming in from Mr. Peekaboo! Art does not fall here though. That was so close for comfort here for Mr. Art. But man, that Feather Strike was very, very well timed,
Absolutely, like it could have been very close. It was actually very close, almost a kill secured. But still, I think Executor is doing a very good job against leaning with
buff.
Esmeralda. But still, the buff though again baiting and baiting. Oh, Rockcomb, what?
What was he doing between 4 members? They want to go for the engage like they did last time against Van. They're probably planning for a revenge, but they lose 1 member for that blue buff. I feel like that is not worth it because you are definitely losing some minions as well and some EXP that the enemy laner will have. But yeah, if Van is able to convert those advantages into actually a big snowball type, then I feel like it could be worth it. But for now, into the mid lane, Peekaboo is always going to find trouble trying to clear those minions. He's getting bombarded, but he survives still.
Yeah, I mean, for the Feather Airstrike, they have the Garud Kacha as well. With the AOG, it can be cancelled out very easily. So I think for now, Peekaboo does not have to really trouble himself with, cancelling that out. He can just focus on stealing away the Feather Airstrike. Maybe the Black Dragon, but I don't see that will be very useful because he needs to maintain his advantage. But again, Art, he's taking a lot of damage there though.
Yep, but he's also eating up the sand. But yeah, that eating up the sand will allow him to... Okay, Mr. Executor into the backline. Does he want to go for executing someone? Van could be the one executing him instead. And he finds that puncture, but he's able to back off as well. But Mr. Fate still survives. But Lomsanga comes and strikes once again. Art could be falling in as well, but he's eating up the sand once again. And this time around, again, he will survive. Mr. Art just keeps surviving every single time. Romcom, though, lot of damage onto Lomsanga. Lomsanga will fall. Revenge kill by Mr. Art. But Art will fall as well into the hands of Executor. Van in a very wrong spot here. He could be falling down as well. But no, he survives. He punctures his way through those minions.
Not gonna lie, one could have taken down Executor, but he missed his Thorn Rose, I think the aim was not correct out there because of that. But still, the way the side of Team Crux Requiem turned that team fight around was just too beautiful to watch. And apart from that, you can still see the turtle. Objective number 2 is yet untaken. Once again, they're fighting, but after winning the fight, they did not convert it into an objective. The conversion rates are very slow or very less. But again, another fight. It seems like it's inevitable because both the teams are in the vicinity. They're already making a way for that. You can see 5 of the members from Team Godlike are already there.
Whoa, the knockup comes true. They're trying to take the turtle. Lomsanga finds the retribution this time, but he will be able to sacrifice Mr. 27 for that. And now another member who could be in trouble was Array, but Array able to get away. Peekaboo, he's still trying to survive from Mr. Art. He will survive though. Romcom did not really provide any backup. Lomsanga goes in for big Rookie Shadow kill, but he does not find the connection. Now he will be the one falling down instead, and Murray already using up that AOG. He could be falling here as well. He cannot really escape. And now he is between 3 members, caught up all alone. No backup arriving yet. He might be able to escape from the help of 27, but 27 does not provide him enough assistance. Array. Man, I feel like he could have went towards the tower, I don't know why he was taking that longer path.
I don't know, man. I think he was just trying to survive, but still, there's very little that the side of Team Crux Requiem could do about that. But again, talking about the itemization, you can see both Yu Zhong as well as Lancelot has locked in their Hunter Strike, and even for Hayabusa, he has Hunter Strike. So in terms of the damage, it should be there through. But again, Farsa is yet to make his glowing wand. So the scorch damage are not there from both the mages, so it's just pure skill damage. But up top though, look at, oh my god, Executor. He was chunked so low, but you're not done yet.
He is taking a lot of his, he's sustaining a 3v1. No backup coming in from his teammates. Fate gets the kill, they get the tower as well. Peekaboo does not really have any ultimate onto him yet. Okay. And yeah, they get the tower now. They'll look for another objective. Lomsanga just trying to buy time for his teammates, clearing those minions in the mid lane. And yeah, with that, the side of God L are definitely looking for this turtle, which they will be taking very soon. But oh, the goal lead is not really sufficient, I would say, for God L to be establishing a complete dominance in this game yet. So CRQ still stand a chance, but how do they find an opening right now?
I think taking more team fights because they're very good at 5v5 team fights. They're trying to just go separately. That is the problem because they're losing bodies one by one. Oh, wait a minute. They're in the mid lane. They're going
My
in.
goodness, Romcom will get taken down. 27 bursted every single member. Lomsanga
Lomsanga!
for the Ugi Shadow kill. Does not find the connection onto Bit. And now Bit might try to strike back. But
Fate!
27 still surviving. Look at Fate. He's trying to go for Mr. Array. Array will be able to survive though. Man, that was a very close fight. Nobody falling except Executor there and Romcom. But now the turtle will surely go into the hands of Godlike. But with that being said, the game is still hanging by a thread. Even with this 2.5k gold cushion that Godlike has, it is still not completely in their favor. So CRQ can still stand a chance of turning things around.
True. I think the massive differences have not been shown yet. If we talk about the damage dealt, Art has dealt more damage. Even the Yuzhong against the Edit, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought the Edit will deal more damage there, but oh, look at that.
Executor!
Oh, he falls!
Look at that knock-up as well. That was such a well combined skill from CRQ. Takes down every single member. Romcom could be falling in as well. And that will be Peekaboo securing the kill and landing that nail in the coffin of Godlike. And now they could look for the Lord up next, but Lord already getting taken down as well. My goodness. Godlike, they have done what they wanted to do.
Absolutely, they've done the damage, but I think Crux Requiem this time winning the fight, reducing the gold exponentially, giving them the slight edge that they can use now. Because for Lomsong, I just picked up the Sea Halberd, so it will be giving him some advantage against the tanky members. But oh, Peekaboo! Wow!
Okay. That was so close.
That should have been close, right? Close indeed, but still he managed to survive. But again, the objective, the Lord will spawn soon here, Fredo. In terms of kills, it's 9 for 9. I'm happy the teams are much focused on converting this time around after getting the skills. So this is a very good sight. But apart from that, again, not yet. It's not the time. There's still few seconds left for the Lord. But the gold ranking, Fate, mid lane. I mean, I don't think so. They have the skills anymore. The feather edge strike is down, so they should not take a fight here. But Fate still leading the gold, so I think for Executor, he needs to get back up. And even the same thing for 27, he needs to be more impactful in this game. He has the edit, which is a counter, but we have not seen that kind of game-changing play yet so far. And again, the Lord here, this could change a lot of things here, Fredo.
Oh my goodness. They wanted to go for this purple buff. They did not commit though. They were just trying to force the retribution out of Lomsanga, and they've done that successfully, but can they actually take this Lord down before his retribution is up? I don't think so.
I think not really, because you see, one, the retribution cooldown is not that long, 30 seconds. They can delay it enough, and even for the side of Team Godlike, they're not really taking it, but the fight, they will.
This time around, it could be another brawl coming up. Lomsanga finds the connection with the Shadow, and he wants to go in for more. Look at Peekaboo. He's using the Black Dragon even better. And now they will be getting the advantage that they needed. The forcing out the retribution from Lomsanga does not really find any usefulness. But now they're trying to defend this mid lane. They have to sacrifice everything. They have to put everything on the line, and they're doing that.
Executor!
Look at CRQ. They're styling on Godlike right now. They get a double kill. Executor, the last match MVP, still going in from Mr. Fate, and he gets Peekaboo gets the shutdown, and CRQ will look for the Lord.
Absolutely, they completely deny the team fight to the side of Team Crux, not Crux Requiem, but this time Godlike. Crux Requiem completely winning it out. Executor, what an amazing play. He went onto the turret to take down one and completely solidifying that team fight towards his team. And even Fate had to fall after those Yo-Yo Blitz dealing the damage. And now Bit has to use the Feather Airstrike to clean the mid lane to, keep that turret still standing, because they need to provide those jungle to one to actually help him secure his level 15 to contest to get those items, which will be very important for him as well. But so far, Godlike has not really been able to get a decisive win into the team fight to get the Lord. So that could have been a problem. But now with the Lord marching from the top lane, they're still looking for a fight onto the mid lane here.
Yep, they're trying to go for this mid lane, but they have not been able to crack it open yet. Even Godlike understands, how important it is to keep that mid lane up, because losing that means giving away free vision, giving away a lot of, I would say, control over the map to your enemy. So they're trying their best to defend this, and they could successfully do that. Take a look at the Lord as well. It already fallen down into the top side already. So yeah, take a look at the way God L is all gathered there into the mid lane. They know that these guys won this tower. We will not let them take that. And that's why CRQ is just forced to take out the side lanes instead of this mid lane. And take a look at Mr. Executor as well. He's trying to go for that top lane. Now, see, Godlike is probably confused. Where do we go? They've decided to go for the top, and now is the opening for CRQ to charge in for that mid lane. It's only Fate left alone. Executor has distracted 4 members. Mr. Fate is trying his best to defend, but he will not be able to do so. They finally cracked it open, and the map control is now in the hands of CRQ.
Yes, with this, they will be able to assert a lot of dominance once again, but the taunt connects. But look at Fate!
My God, he still survives, but Mr. Executor, he survived as well. Mr. Executor, what are you doing? 27 gets a double, and he wants to go for a triple right now. Romcom will be definitely falling down. Peekaboo with the final blow on Romcom once again. Bit left all alone. This could be the opening that CRQ were looking for. Can they go for the end? It's already past 12 minutes. They do not really have that gold shield anymore. Bit does not really have the feathered airstrike available. He finally opens it, but now he could be the one falling down instead. Bit still left all alone. It's just 1 minion. Can they take this base down?
No way!
This is just 1 minion, and they will use that minion to get that victory. Godlike have been clean sweep by CRQ.
Victory!
What? This was not in the to-do list for Team Godlike today. They were like, sign the contract, win all the games, but what? Crux Requiem? They just came out of nowhere, like nobody expected them to just turn the tables around this way. Like, this was a massive difference that we saw from the match number 1 to match number 2 with Godlike. They defeated EVT, one of the top tier teams right now, arguably, in India. But now against Crux Requiem, they cracked the code and they completely dismantled the lineup of Team Godlike here, and they gave away the CC twice despite looking at how much Executor did. But the star of the show was definitely Array. That AOG, man. That AOG was massive. Like, it was
Take a look at the kill participation as well. I mean, AOG is, of course, the matter of fact, but damn, the kill participation. 100%. I mean, where do you find a roamer like this every day, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, you do not really get too many gameplays where you have 100% kill participation if you're not the carry, right? If you're not the carry role, if you're not the goal laner, if you're not the jungler, if you're not the mid laner, you don't really find this 100% KPs. But tonight, Mr. Array taking that 100% kill participation and taking away that MVP as well. I mean, this has to be one of those games, very, very memorable games actually for CRQ. People don't really, think that this is a really good team anymore because Tartarus was there, but now it's CRQ. But damn, this lineup definitely showing a lot of potential by securing this win over Godlike tonight.
Yeah, and we are talking about a lineup that has been recently formed as well. These players, they have not really played for months with each other, and they're going against a team that has played for months, that have not only played months, that have won so many tournaments. Maybe the exhaustion, like, Fredo, what we started with, could be one of those, points that have gotten to them because they have been playing non-stop in numerous tournaments, not only in this Mythic Showdown Season 2. They have played a lot other where they have won. They are still playing ongoing tournaments. So I think it could be just that they were not really so fit in terms of the mentally fit for this, to actually go against, or in the right headspace. Let's just say mentally fit sounds wrong. So in the right headspace to actually, go in this game. But regardless of that, CRQ, they showed amazing display of skills, like not only skills but the synergy. Compared to the game 1, this was much better, like much better. Yeah.
And I mean, I would say mentally fatigued. Shinryu, mentally fit. That sounds kind of just say,
I mean, in the right headspace, man. They were not in the right
Yeah,
headspace.
yeah.
Let's just
Yep.
go with that. Yep, my bad on
Sometimes-
that. I take it back, guys.
Yeah, not mentally fit, guys. Mentally fatigued is what Mr. Shinryu meant there. And with that, yeah, of course, man. I mean, they have just played against EVT, right? You know that EVT is never going to let you off easy. So they probably gave everything they had in the first game. So in the second game, CRQ, probably you can say that they were playing against I would say a tired lion who just came back from hunting. They just hunted down one
Yeah.
prey. And the next prey is up as well. They're trying to take you down. You strike when the enemy is weak, and that is exactly what CRQ did tonight. They strike Godlike when they were not really at their top form, because they just played against another best teams, of course, Elusivity. They did defeat them, but now they've lost against CRQ because they were definitely tired. They were definitely fatigued. The fatigue did, affect their performance tonight, and that's why CRQ is striking once again. But yeah, not gonna forget and gotta give credit to CRQ as well for executing it so much better, because it could have went to game 3, but they did not allow
Indeed.
that to happen. They saw that opportunity. I mean, that the feather airstrike is there and the minion is just 1 HP. But the fact that they still went for that base push despite knowing that the minion is so low on HP was such a bold move.
I completely have to be on point with you on that one, because you think about how they pulled through this game for Team CRQ. They knew the points where they had to hit for Team Godlike. One, completely zone out or keep bit away from the team fight. Keep him busy. Keep bit busy and let Romcom overextend, because both the games he went for the Black Dragon, he was trying to do the right things about what he did. But the side of Team Crux Requiem, they were anticipating it already. Like, they already knew this would happen. And that's when they tried to strike, because Lomsanga, he had a very good timing with the Hayabusa. Like, even though he was not securing the kills, but the way he was, pushing the rest of the team away was very important for them into winning these fights. And I think at some point Peekaboo really saved the team with those, amazing Seal of the Ultimates. We did not give him the spotlight so much because he is one of those, silent mage users who does the work, but you do not get to see that, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a very subtle thing that he does, but when he does it, you will see it only after the done. It's like an after effect that you feel while the team fight is over. And I think a lot of conclusive wins in the team fight as well for Crux Requiem in this game compared to the previous one. And it was a really simple lot push, as well as the way they won around the lot pit for the second fight, the AOG. Like, I know I'm talking a lot for Array, but that was the perfect AOG you can land in that game. Honestly,
Honestly, bro, that was the completely game-changing moment. The highlight of the entire match was that AOG. If that did not happen, then I think the team fight could have went anywhere, right? It could have went
Indeed.
to either their side or other side. But that AOG just sealed the deal there, that team fight was going into the hands of CRQ. And after that, it was completely, it was done and decided right there. But man, Godlike, they have one more match. They have one more match after.
but they have a break. They have a break, man.
But they have a
At
break.
least
Yeah.
not backward.
That's the difference.
Not backward.
That's the difference right now. But yeah, people really forget sometimes as to how busy these players are, because in the daytime they are scrimming, of course, in the evening they are playing, in the nighttime they're scrimming again. So when do they sleep? They sleep in
They
the
don't.
morning. They sleep in the morning,
They're vampires. They don't sleep, man. They're
don't sleep on
Batmans. They're Batmans. They're saving the world, man. They don't sleep. But again, enough with the jokes, Fredo. I think we have a long night ahead of us, right? So next game, IQ Rntx versus Team Daku Sena. I think
Oh,
really,
Old friends.
old friends, right? And this is gonna be very. I think this is the first time these people will be going against each other. I have not seen Daku Sena going against Rntx throughout this tournament. This will be the very first time they're facing each other. So what will happen? Because for Daku Sena, it's very crucial for them to secure those points.
Exactly.
For Rntx, they're already 10 points in this table. I think they're having the easier time.
Exactly, and Rntx will just be happier seeing CRQ perform so well against Godlike, because that just ensures that Godlike do not have an opportunity to get that top spot on the table. Who does not want to keep that top spot, right? But yeah, with that, we have wrapped up the second match for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming back for the third one very, very soon after a short break. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned on War Drum Games. Of course, do like the stream if you want to win the giveaway. Do not forget to join the Discord server and follow us on our Instagram. With that, Shinryu and Fredo will be signing off for now. A new set of castles will be joining in. See you on the other side of the short break.
Hello and good evening once more, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the third game of the day. Today has been the day that our MOBA 5v5 community has seen some miracles. We have seen 3 of the biggest organizations in India make up their teams and recruit some of the best players that we have currently into the leaderboard. And we have seen 2 matches back to back from one of the best of them, which is going to be Godlike Esports. They won 2-0 against EVT into the first game, and they lost 0-2 against CRQ into the second one, and they still have a game left into the last slot of the day. But for now, we are back with another beast into the scene. Team Rntx Park, sponsored by IQ, versus Daku Sena. It's like the top seed of the top 8 leaderboard into the Mythic Showdown Season 2 versus one of the lower seeds. So of course, this is going to be one heck of a survival game for both. One willing to keep their spot as top 1, and the other one willing to move further up into the leaderboard. Into the casting desk, this will be me, your caster Sarah, alongside the very beautiful Debbie.
We are so excited to bring you this game actually, because Daku Sena versus Rntx. This is the first time they'll be matching against each other, and like you already mentioned, Sarah, Rntx top into the leaderboards, Daku Sena still fighting to reach the spot where they are supposed to be safe, and I think this is definitely gonna be them showing what they can do into their lineup too, because so far they have been the most improved team from the Swiss stage up to this here right now, and I think CRQ could be the challenger there, but I think DS and CRQ, they have rised slowly. If we talk about improvement, these 2 teams are gonna be the name you have to mention. So we already seen an upset in the previous game where we were thinking Godlike would be able to get those games, but CRQ, they made it work with a clean sweep. So this time around, another giant is what the supposedly underdog will be facing. So I'm pretty excited because Rntx, they are very, very good in what they are doing, macro-wise, everything. Daku Sena still onto the run. I think this can be a possible advantage for them. So let's see how they'll be able to perform in this stage so far. Drafting phase, we've already seen the bans coming through from DSNR and TX.
Really quick bans, I would say, once we jump into the drafting phase, and instantly that's a first pick Esmeralda lock-on, I would say. I mean, it works for their draft. Daku Sena have always prioritized on that hero and somehow works out for them. But IQ is going to be immediately locking in onto the Baxia, which is a very good counter for that specific hero. They also can pick up onto their EXP laner. There can be the Yuzhong, there can be the Arlot, or the Amirio can even go in for the Alice or the Tammuz. He has been phenomenal onto those heroes, and he can definitely prioritize them. Or even, they might want to lock in onto the Gatot Kacha into the roam.
Oh yeah, Gatot is definitely a good one, but then again, still I think the Yuzhong is more of a priority for Rntx rather than the Gatot most of the time, because I feel like Everett can really adjust to the playstyle of anyone here, so he can bring it up. But for Muriel, he need to have a winning lane to try to rotate out, and it's also the same scenario for Hide Boost, I suppose, because when he get the winning lane, he's usually more available around the map, and Daku Sena really plays well when they get an XP winning lane too, and I think this is a very good decision now. Okay, the Grok coming through from the side of DS here. So Rntx, should they pick up the Khalid or do they wait for it?
I think they can save up on their roam, honestly, because they've got 2 amazing frontliners already. But Peter here locking in onto the Loi, despite there being a Baxia and Yuzhong in the front line from the side of AQR and TX. So,
Oh,
was expecting that, honestly. Like, there's the Baxia, there's the Yuzhong. Of course, there is going to be an Angela. That, of course, has to be stressed on. So, currently, judging from the sustain and everything else, RQ, Rntx seem to be winning, and they have banned out on the Hayabusa into their second banning phase. Daku Sena, meanwhile, had taken out the Harith. I wouldn't say it was that necessary, but yeah, against Aaron, you might want to ban out on his comfort heroes because otherwise he is a big threat into the gold lane, and they kind of do not want Funny Valentine to be facing all those issues. And this time around, maybe Rntx will be banning out on the carry, maybe, or the Nathan, since they do need to ban out on a gold laner too.
Yeah, and I think this kind of puts them in a position where Rntx could actually go for a damage into the hands of Aaron. Yeah, Basha should be into the goal, into the jungle here, so they need a damage goal. Rntx, they removed out the Lancelot instead, no jungle for Ryu onto the Assassin, so DS, they need to ban out another damage dealer. What could it be though? Is it supposed to be the Nathan? Or what do I miss? Granger is not that good, right? Here.
It is the Nathan. Yeah, you
Okay,
are right
there we
about
go.
that. I mean, they wouldn't want to either pick the Nathan or give away the Nathan. They've got 2 damage dealers, so they are possibly looking at maybe a Yisunshin jungle or the Guinevere jungle could
Guinevere.
work. Unless they want to force Bunny Valentine into picking up that carry, they do need a second or maybe third frontline for him. So we'll see how that works out for the side of DS. IQR and TX, meanwhile, still need their roamer. They could go in for the Kalia, they could go in for the God of Kacha, they could go in for a Franco. Afraid is afraid, he can definitely play the Franco. But no, it's the Khalid. It's safe, strong, and proven for them, and they're just gonna stick to it right away.
It's, I think I like a Khalid when there's a bit of utility into the mid side too. It also goes well with the burst, but now Vitz is gonna be Pookie himself. I saw his poster also where he did the hard post. Yeah, that one. And now he's on D'Angela, so the wishes are granted. Everything is complete now. So a little bit of damage into the mid side, a good clearance coming from the Khalid as well, and the movement speed is gonna be catched up. Right now for Daku Sena though, they need to pick out their marksman here. What is gonna be the one that left? Okay, Xbox and Suyo, the recent buffed Suyo. How do you feel about the Suyo though against this comp?
It's okay. Like, it will all depend on how much he can, use up that immune skill which he has. He needs to time them very, very correctly against the Baxia and the Yuzhong and the Petrify and the Immobilize and everything that's going to be coming his way. But other than that, if he can manage to secure the retributions around, even the Joseph being in front of him, I think he should be fun. Funny Valentine on the Xbox though, definitely a good pick, but Aaron on the Granger. Well, let's just say we are worried for Dakusena here.
It's really true because the Granger was the only viable option here to go for the marksman side. It was either the Granger or the Claude, and I think he's more comfortable onto the Granger, let's say. And now I like the Suyo here because the side of IQ or Rntx, they don't have that much of a big magic damage that can become a threat for Ryu here. So I think he's good to go. He have the certain cooldown and a little bit of damage onto the first skill also. So that is going to be some big damages that he's going to be having right now, and I think they're good to go.
Both the teams have like 2 very strong drafts, I believe. Rntx has got Joseph onto the Baxia, and he's got an Angela power onto him. The Hard God is going to be available every single time. Mirio and Aaron onto their comfort picks as well. But on the other hand, DS is also on their comfort heroes. Peter is on the Luoi. Who is Peter on the Luoi? Like, it used to be a permanent ban back when Luoi was in meta. So maybe we see something like that again. Jazz is on his comfort. Haran Bush is on his comfort. Only Funny Valentine, maybe he might need to struggle a little bit against the Granger, but he should be technically fine towards the mid to late if he picks up the anti-cuirass. Ryu, of course, is Ryu. I'll just stay shut. Other than that, IQ Rntx, early game is for Rntx, but mid-game onwards, maybe DS can do something. But as we speak, welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, here we go for the match number 1. DS going against IQ or Rntx. This is the best of 3 series we are talking about. And we are ready and set to rumble here. But look at this XP lane. Khalid?
they are going for that early, the level 2 strategy. That's going to give
No.
you quite a lot of
Nasty.
EXP. And honestly, yeah, it works out for them very well. And maybe DS could have copied that too, but instead they're trying to freeze out a few minions from which. But it's not going to work though. They've got a Khalid for the lane clear in front of them. And the Lethal Wanderer contest is going to be pretty heavy here. I mean, no contest, right? He's going to play it safe this game around.
Okay. He can actually play it safe because Meteor though, look at that.
Oh, instantly. He goes in for the Petrify,
Wow.
but luckily Peter is able to flicker up, afraid, taking in some damage, but he's just gonna heal it right back up.
Yeah, that's the power of the Khalid. He can go everywhere with poke, and I'm pretty sure he will be going for a little bit of damage also. But Wilderness Blasting Khalid is a very, very nasty one, and Thrill too. And this is why we're talking about the Festival of Blood, the hybrid lifesteals that is going to be provided for the Granger, as well as the Yuzhong or the Esmeralda and the Xbox 2 will be giving them a lot of lifesteal, and that is going to be sustaining quite a lot into this team fight as
Oh,
well. But afraid
great.
though.
Oh my god, he's trying to sustain it. He even flickered
Flicker?
out of the situation. So that's
Wow.
a pretty good early resource bait coming in from the side of Daku Sena. So good aggression, but they
Yeah.
need to be mindful that they don't overextend any of their stays.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an extent, and also they can be getting caught off guard. The mid lane is where more of the pressure arises because these two XP laners, right? They don't want to go for a 1v1 situation. They want to play for the team. And Miro able to
Oh,
hide
that's-
in that dress.
Definitely, even Jazz's flicker. Oh my god, that's a 1
Okay.
HP save. No, Ryu.
Ryu?
He's gonna miss out and get petrified, and it's again first blood onto him right away now. And the Peter is the one in danger. Of course,
Wow.
it's Boxia with a hard guard on top of him. He's not gonna make it out alive of there.
Amazing set for Miro coming through. Yeah, it's still gonna be a Grok aroma, but still you wanna chunk him down so that the turtle could have been uncontestable. But right now, I think he might be caught here yet again. No flicker, so it's still gonna be okay. But top lane, Aaron's been free farming, having a greatest of time going against a fighter into the gold lane side. Funny Valentine, like you said, will have to be struggling just a little bit. But onto the other hand, I think most of the time when you focus onto the center of the map, okay, flicker wasted away by Bates, but it's still an Angela. He's gotta be safe, he's not gonna be playing aggression. But onto the other hand, Khalid though, afraid. I think he's doing something bot lane.
Yep, they're trying to mark down the Esmeralda to get Mirio some early lead, because he's got to mark down Ryu every single time in the team fights, and that's honestly a pretty good strategy. But if you look at the items, of course,
Wow.
Aaron has already secured his Skypias, but look at the Boxia
Whoa.
and the Angela.
Yeah.
It's such a classic, bro. They should have seen it coming from miles away. It's if Joseph is on the Boxia, the mid lane is 90% going to be an Angela, and it shows how much it works out for them.
It's so good of combination right now, but there might be a little bit of an engage wall.
Jazz definitely has to use up the tectonic charge to just
Wow.
run away. Only Valentine here trying to join the team fights a bit, but there
Okay.
we go, the hard guard once again. They
No.
might be looking for an engage, but yeah, just a little bit of defensive play coming in from side of Rntx to not lose any of the lead that they already have secured.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a thing that Vich has been consistently doing with the hard gun. He's just instigating them to dare them to chase after them most of the time. And with the presence of the hard gun, I don't think Daku Sena is willing to engage because they know that they won't have enough damage to take Joseph down. And I would like to say that Joseph is so comfortable onto the Barsha gameplay as well, because this dude in particular, he's very, very aggressive. The turtle is already up and right now. Hide goes into the picture. Dragon.
Yep, definitely trying to go in for something, but of course no jungler into the scene for the side of Daku Sena. They will not be able to secure the turtle again. But Mirio with the hard guard trying to look for an engage onto Jazz as well as Funny Valentine, but they're just gonna back off because Jazz of course had to flicker plus use of the tectonic charge at the same time just to get back to safety. But look at Aaron though. He's playing it safe, and yeah. When do we not see a pause coming into these kinds of matches?
Exactly. It's like the norm already. We're just expecting for a pace to come through. But it's still gonna be a time for us to try to analyze the game a little bit more, because seeing that Aaron is still there. That and has been free farming into the top lane, and 2 turtles already secured. I think it's safe to say that our IQ or NTX, they are so ready for the gold laner to come online. And whenever he does, they will be instigating a lot of team fights because they have enough front line. The hard guard is there, but mid lane.
Khalid, the Raging Sandstorm, way too much CC, like I said. You don't want to give away the Angela like that. But onto the mid side, Peter, how are you sustaining against everything at the same time? But yeah, there's 3 people and you're not gonna make it out alive. But DS, of course, they did one good thing, that sneak away the tier 1 into the bot side. So maybe that's some kind of an equalizer. However, Rntx are still well and good leading into the map right now. They've got map awareness, they've got map dominance, and they have got the space that they need to farm up.
Yeah, exactly. Then now it's so open for them. It's gonna be so good for Aaron here because they are actually playing for him. They are not going overly aggressive, but they are trying to set up that early game so that the snowball would not come through from the side of Daku Sena here. And one thing I also noticed about Amiro is that he's willing to leave out the lane and give out that turret if he is able to join out the team fight most of the time, and he doesn't really care. But blue buff though, that is a contest.
Yep, we can definitely see one. And Jazz though, Tectonic Charge comes in onto 4. That's a good thing, but Aaron does have the Sky Piercer, will make it out alive while also getting a kill for himself. Funny Valentine is the one who's now caught. Joseph though will get caught out by the falling Stamud. He gets taken down by Hiron Bush, while Peter is gonna find a kill as well onto Mirio into the backside. So technically that's a very fair team fight coming in for both the teams.
Exactly. This is actually good for Daku Sena here because, you know, when you are so hand onto the goal, onto the kills as well. Oh, okay, kind of pussy. Hey, Aaron. Yeah, we know you're tanky here. You have the hot guy, but you cannot really go for that risky play. The turtle is finally for a good set for the side of Daku Sena for the first time to this game, and that is because of the Satna coming through from Joseph though. But look at that.
Ryu gets caught out by the Khalid there, will not be able to survive that one, so easily had to back off, and now he's caught out alone. Retribution, of course, Joseph got that into the bag for himself. Funny Valentine doesn't get to use the lasting insanity, and Joseph just tanking all those turret hits and the yin yang. But Ryu gets the solo kill onto Afraid right away. Now he's just gonna get executed under the tower. The only measure of to run, but which though he gets caught and he gets taken down by Funny Valentine. Muriel trying to look for a setup onto Jazz as well as Funny Valentine, but look at Adam Bush just distracting them into the backline. Lasting Insanity has been used up as well. Joseph barely getting tickled by the damage coming in from Daku Sena at the moment, and both the teams just need to find a way to maybe just stop brawling and get the kills instead. But instant diversion to the top lane to find that tower.
That is gonna be good. Actually, if they are able to take this turret down, it's definitely gonna be worth it for the side of Daku Sena here because they have been losing everything everywhere. But Afraid right now have another question.
Instant backup coming in from the side of IQR and TX, and they instantly find a kill onto who is Peter as well, trying to find a kill onto Jazz and Funny Valentine, but Joseph sustaining the damage coming in from the tower. Adam Bush, the sole frontliner right now. Everyone's gonna be caught out low. Tectonic Charge and comes in, but Jazz is gonna fall down to Aaron. The Sky Piercer's stacks are a little too much for Daku Sena to handle. While Ryu, meanwhile, sneaking down a tier 2 into the bot side, Debbie.
Yeah, again, the cross-map play coming through from Ryu because he knows that he won't be able to do anything with the studio right now with those kind of teamfight composition here. But the mid lane is going to be coasting the life of that. But hey, they're still going to be able to defend it down. But oh my goodness, Hanan Boost getting taken down by Joseph. That is the direct counter we were talking about, Sarah. And now I think it's so good for Rntx. They can back away, get the lot because level ranking. Joseph is still up to the par because Ryu is over level falls behind, but he have been able to farm onto the cross map side and trying to get all of those damages done. But right now, the Lord contest.
Oh no, it was so
Oh,
close
okay.
though this time around, but Joseph just had that edge and afraid easily finds the kill onto Peter. He has the blade of Heptases onto him, but Funny Valentine trying to look for a kill onto Joseph, but Aaron is there to secure the kill for his team. Jazz trying to look for an up. But the Soul Sever comes in onto 3 along with the Blade Surge, but the Raging Sandstorm as well as Witch will be able to secure a kill onto Ryu. Too late to back off, too early to engage, and Rntx slept back.
I feel like Ryu did that for a case here because, you know, worst case scenario, he'll be taken down. Best case for them, he'll be able to get Aaron down, and I think that jump was necessary. But the Plaza for Yes is so annoying. Always playing into cuts right now. It is so good for RNTX because they have been so aggressive, especially Joseph, man, onto the boss. He doesn't really care. He's just rolling in and out and trying to give a little bit of a reason and then joining them away, and most of the team fights has been instigated by Mirio after that, and that distraction is also good enough for Aaron to come through. But that was a flicker. I think he thought that Jazz would be, you know, trying to get the tech charge, but still they're able to get one turret down to the bottom lane, so RNTX, they will pull away with good discipline.
I feel like Jazz is just kind of good at baiting away those flickers, you know, because But yeah, look at the team fight though. Lasting Insanity from Funny Valentine right onto Joseph, and he technically didn't take any damage at all, while Peter is the one to go down first, as always, into that team fight just because of Mirio using the Petrifies, but that's going to be a 1-0 advantage into that team fight for the side of IQR and TX, and they find the turret as well. So very advantageous trade for them. 7,000 gold lead secured, plus the Lord advantage from the first one. And Daku Sena just can't find the kills right now because they do not have that kind of a damage output.
Yep, 480 onto the Capriccio as well as the 30 stacks onto the Sky Pizza for Aaron right now. 3k is what they have with the gold advantage, and that's definitely going to be up to the par with what they are fighting for. 3 builds already onto the Basha, which means that he already got the tankiness and almost full build for Aaron here. This is the full damage grandeur that we are seeing, and of course another 2 damage onto the hands of Afraid too. But I think most of the time the sustain coming through from the side of Daku Sena is solely dependent on Hidden Boost because he is able to tank enough of the damage because he got enough gold. And I think he's the only one onto the side of Daku Sena that have the gold that is reachable by for Rntx though. But Joseph rolling it.
Oh, but the backside, look at how free the Raging Sandstorm onto Peter, and Muriel with the instantaneous backup. Peter is gonna fall down again. Lasting Insanity comes in, but no damage whatsoever being dealt onto Joseph. That singular Angela pick is nullifying every single damage output from the side of Daku Sena at the moment, Debbie.
Yeah, that small lady here. Yeah, put the highlights on Mr. Rich. He's the GOAT, the veteran. But he's on Angela. Okay, the irony. And he's making it work too. That's because the damage coming through from Afraid is also too good. And I think this is the most deaths I've seen onto the mid lane side. Peter not having the greatest time of his life because I think the combination, the draft wasn't really in favor for him because he gets caught most of the time. One flicker is not going to be enough because Afraid is going to be jumping you. Mirio is going to be jumping him again and again. And then Ice, for Aaron, okay, he's going to be having the unlimited stacks because of the Capriccio. He's almost got 600. I think he's trying to go for a little bit of an outplay, but the Lord is going to be coming down onto the bottom lane. The top lane though, Ryu.
Yeah, definitely trying to look for a little bit of a split, but it's Afraid here again. Plus the Nope, not this time. Afraid finds a killing spree onto Ryu, a triple tectonic charge onto 3 people by Jazz coming in from the side of Daku Sena. The Lasting Insanity unimpactful despite being used at the correct time. The Lord marching straight to base, the minions charging down from the mid lane. It should be another inhibitor for the side of IQR and TX. They're gonna find it easily. The minions charging down both the top and the bottom lanes right now, but Daku Sena still trying to hold it. Hide on bush, going in for the engages, going in for the pokes. The yin-yang combinations are hitting them. However, IQR and TX refuse to die. They're gonna disengage and go back and get their health points back up before they come and look for a finish to this game.
Oh my goodness, that was a good set. Daku Sena, if they had even a little bit of a damage, it could have been a good turnabout for them. But right now, this is Joseph rolling in again. Ryu?
Trying to look for something, and the thing is looking for is imminent death, but Peter is gonna find a shutdown onto Afraid. Aaron with the mega kill, but will get caught. The Winter Trunkin comes into play though, and Joseph with the front line looking for a triple. Bush, the only one to front line, gets the petrify. Aaron looking for a kill, but it's going to be Mirio who finds it instead. Lasting insanity again, but the Winter Trunkins and the immortalities. Aaron finishes it up for IQR and DX. They are gonna find the base with a clean wipeout into game number 1, leading with a 1-0.
1-0 for IQ, RNTX. Daku Sena unable to do anything with the lack of damage that they had onto the lineup. Really not in favor for them, especially onto the mid side. You might want to give Peter another hero. You know, we understand that the Louis may be a comfort for him, but oh man, with the pressure coming through from RNTX since the start of the game, especially from the Yuzong, he's always gonna get caught. Even into the last minute, we could see that he was ganked upon from the backside by Mirio and Afraid all together. They must have think that Peter may be... Yeah, he was. They must have think that maybe Peter, Peter would have been a threat, even though he was 171.
I mean,
yeah,
he was a threat, but it's just like in the team fights, he wasn't able to position well just because of that Khalid and the dragon. And the moment Afraid jumped in, Mirio would be there to instantly back up, and that's kind of very life-threatening as a mid laner, It's very hard. I can tell from experience. However, it's okay. Joseph with the player of the match. I mean, there has been a saying among teams who have played against Joseph ever since Tartarus era that do not give Joseph his box here. So I think that's coming true tonight. The 5-1-2, the damage taken, 81% kill participation while having 700 plus gold per minute. So that's a very strong competition to Aaron for the rich guy right there.
The rich guy and Steel Zero, that's for the gold laner. But then again, man, I feel so bad for Peter here in this game because already 15 minutes and he was unable to get the builds right. I think it's the last minute where he got the glowing one also, and that didn't work out well because already onto the other side, Vitch was almost done with all his build, and that means that the level gap and the goal gap was too much for them to handle. And actually, this is how you want to play against the Louis, to not let it into the games, onto the team fights most of the time, take him away before he is able to make an impact. And onto the last part also, we could have seen that if there was a little bit of damage coming through from the side of DS, they could have had a good turnover. But too much defense and a sustain and heal coming through from the Angela, right? And the boss altogether, and RNTX. They were too fed there, I say? Yeah, they were too fed, and around the 12k goal up to the very end. Oh man, Daku Sena nowhere close to the goal that this gangster is already accumulating.
Yep, that's a 11k goal lead, alright. And honestly enough, in terms of damage, even Angela dealt more damage than Peter. I'm sorry, but I mean, it works out. It's fine. He was getting ganked on a little too much, and of course, Aaron onto the goal lane on that Ranger, more damage dealt. But yeah, Funny Valentine did catch up nearly to that damage, though, just 10k off. Had the lasting insanities hit a little bit more on time, he would have been able to do something. In terms of turret damage, of course, Ryu is gonna win this one, but he was just there for the split push into the team fights. He couldn't do much simply because of the amount of crowd control from the side of AQR and TX.
And there was also a little bit of a problem for the Basha, who's already fed for the early game, because there's always a combination with the Angela here he's getting taken down only once too, and the Vich playing it so safe onto the back lines, and I think he helped the team quite a lot because he's been able to help them disengage the team fights, because when he put the hard guard on, Daku Sena doesn't really go for the engage, they just back off. And look at this, the Roma though. A lot of damage are afraid onto the Khalid. This is why I like a Khalid and a Hilda onto the Rome, right? Because you can play a little bit of a utility into the mid side and you'll be the damage dealer instead of them. But on the other hand though, I think Heidenbus was really doing well though that game, but not good enough for them to have a good comeback. Yes. Iron and Joseph will be taking their stats away, man.
Pretty well done, I would say. That's like getting the rich guy plus the carry, as well as the sandbag plus the wingman, all for yourself. So you're like, it's like your damage dealer is doing his job, right? And your frontliner is doing his job, right? So that's two definitely very good things for the side of Rntx. But one thing though, Debbie, I'd like to ask, like, how is Peter?
I wouldn't want to be in their hands. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now. You just existed, and there's a dragon always falling on you. There's Aladdin jumping with his magic carpet.
Feels bad, bro.
He's not gonna be. You know what? Maybe this time around, it's gonna be time he pull out his Sicilian.
Yes, it should be.
Yeah.
Like it was a clutch hero back then. It could be a clutch hero now. We don't know. And the server, I don't think the server is an issue for either of these teams. It's really
it won't be.
It's the same thing. It's just the draft maybe, and a little bit of that synergy or execution part. Because of course, RNT have got more experience. They've got a little bit more synergy in terms of this lineup playing together. Like Daku Sena, they were practically made a week before the round robin began. So.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well, making it up this far into the leaderboard. But Rntx will be Rntx top one for a reason.
Top for a reason, and they are trying to go for the clean sweeps all over the place. But they did have a upset, right? But that is for a different story. But I think this time around they can, like you said, even with the change up into the servers, they can stick to the plan and go for any hero that they like. I honestly thought that Suyo for Ryu could have worked in that game because the magic damage was less from Rntx. But then again, if you snowball against Suyo in the early game, that's where he is rendered useless. That's why I think it didn't work out for them. And I also think that Rntx just removing his hero, the only possible option was the Guinevere, and the Guinevere didn't work against that comp anyway.
Yeah, and honestly, we're back into the second round for this third game, and Daku Sena has they're yet to switch the team names. Fine. It's IQR and TX are the ones who have banned out the Grok, and DS have banned out on the Kimi, so they're respecting Witch a lot there. Possibly the Yve would be the one coming up next, with maybe the Jukshin as the third ban, we don't know. But should be one of those, or maybe an EXP laner for Mirio. IQR and TX, meanwhile, it's the Garukacha ban coming in from their side. They'll most probably ban out something, maybe the Jukshin for themselves, and just give Witch something like the Angel again. Maybe Joseph could just go in for his Fredrin, the Baxia. I mean, if DS leaves open the Fredrin, I think it's a very good choice to give Witch his Angela. He moved every single time. It works out.
It worked out, man. But there's always one thing that we should know about Rntx is that the Yve and the Kimi has to go. The Kimi didn't work out one time, but the Yve always works out. And I think Mythic Showdown also have a good win rate with the Yve because, of course, Sanju, Faden, Vich, they are so well known. Beat also, I think that they had a good win rate onto the Yve, but this is one of the signature for Vich, so that is what you want to remove. But on to the other hand, the CC coming from the side of Rntx, they are focusing on the possible sustain, because I think this time around they might force Funny Valentine to pick up his marksman, and then Joseph can go for this assassin because Hilda ban, Lancelot open, but let's see.
It is going to be the Lancelot. Yeah, it's the instant. I mean, Lancelot open and Joseph doesn't pick it. That's a very very rare situation. But this would also mean that TS can get the Jokshan. Yeah, they do.
Wow.
Ryu can actually
is
get his
this one?
Hayabusa this time. He can. Since the Lancelot and Hayabusa are two of the very 50-50 heroes into the jungle, either one can counter the other. So we'll have to see what they
Exactly.
decide here. Or do they make Hiron Bush go in for his Esmeralda or Lapu Lapu once again?
Oh.
So that would work out. Yeah, it is going to be the
Oh,
Esmeralda. It is the Esmeralda.
I think it's more because the Labu can be direct countered by Esmeralda, so they want the Esmeralda for themselves instead. So that's gonna be Hide and Boost special. It's not gonna be on Funny Valentine, but oh my goodness, that's gonna be a Lunox for a bit. So are we
Oh.
expecting a Kalea, Shara? Kalea for a Frail, or is it gonna be too early? They banned the
mean-
Gatot, right? So
They can just go for it, honestly speaking. There's no Grok, there's
Yeah.
no Gatot, there's no Hilda. So Kalia might just be one of your best bets right now.
Kalea Lunox combination, and they can go for a little bit of a sustain onto the hands of Miriel, but oh, okay, it's okay. The Hylos is what they want. You know, I
Hylos.
think Rntx are the only team that has pulled out the Hylos this season so far. They made it work, so well, that's a good tanky frontliner. But also against Azushan, that is some confidence.
I mean, it works both ways. Like, Hylos can
Yeah.
really slow them down while they're trying to run away. Team DS, I mean. And also, Jukshin can play it the same way with the constant knockups onto that hero.
Okay.
But, like, early game, Jukshin is gonna win it out. But mid game onwards, once he gets the Athena or the Radiant, Hylos will be the one taking in more damage and doing much more into the team fights. But let's see how it works out. Third pick for Daku Sena. What could they possibly go for? The Hayabusa is one option for
Yeah,
Ryan's
Haya.
skill. He technically could go in for it, but no. They're
Oh,
gonna
wow.
give Honey Valentine his Harriet this time around.
Okay, Harriet, there's already a Lunox, so I think it's more of a comfort because they already took the. Yeah, I think they already took the Esmeralda, so it's safe to say that the Harriet would be a good option here. But I think they kind of know that Funny Valentine isn't really comfortable onto this fighter into the gold lane side, so they might want to put him onto the damage. So does this means that Ryu might go for a little bit of a tanky jungle because they have been loaded with magic damage already?
It's possible, very well. He could technically go in for something like a Baxia for himself. Maybe the Balman
Oh, yeah.
could come in. Maybe, but
Yeah.
but we've never seen him play though, so it really is going to be a surprise pick from the side of Dakusena if they pull through something like that. IQR and TX meanwhile definitely just gonna be banning out on the
Oh.
Hayabusa and possibly, the Chip or Khalid and things like that. One for the Rome, for their last ban, while Dakusena, they possibly need to take out the Nathan this game around.
If not, I think Aaron might be just pulling it off. But if they wanna, tone down Miriel into the laner as well, because they can remove another XP laner, but I feel like the forest could also be a very good option for Rntx here, because it's mainly the comfort that we are actually saying. But Yuzhong is what they wanna remove here, so Rntx. Another jungle ban can be possible, right? I mean, Ryu played the Joy, right? Last time we seen him,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be too much magic damage already. So
Yeah,
something
that's
physical.
Something physical. Maybe they read into things and ban out the box here. Or the ban,
Yeah.
like we were mentioning. I mean, it's a possibility. But we don't know yet. We'll
Wait.
have to see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that Fredrin. Does he play the Fredrin?
I mean, he plays, but he's never played it into this tournament. So I don't know if Rntx want to do that. But then again, if they do pick up the Fredrin on the side of it's a win for Rntx because they've got a Lance and a Lunox to melt him down, plus the high loss for an instant stun. So, okay, I mean the Kalia ban. Okay, that works out.
Oh, I don't understand the Kalia ban though, but I think they just want to have a good time in the way they are playing. So Dagusena now they have to pick their poison. So let's see what Roy is going to be picking out. But honestly, the Rome should be the first choice here. What can catch up with the Hylos? Guinevere, another magic.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
oh,
But
Too much
Aaron.
missing wall?
Oh wow. Look at Aaron though.
Wow. Aaron? Is it Aaron Lapu or wait, they can go for the wait, is it gonna be Teresa Miriam? Or Phobius? Phobius is good against this Guinevere and
Plus the Harry.
Harris, no?
Yeah. Miriam. Oh,
Take down your hands, bro. or maybe he'll pull a 27 and pull up the edits. No, that's not possible.
The Uranus, the Arlot.
Arlot.
Oh, it's the Uranus. Hold it.
Hey, nice call. Nice call. Oh, wait, does that means that okay? This should be a physical aroma, man, or else.
Please, yes.
Please. What is valid?
I find the box here pretty good here, but
Basha still.
that would still be magic.
Oh yeah, too much magic. Khalid. Oh my god.
Last time, Khalid did not work out for them last time. What can be as here? Like the heroes are very limited here. They need some crowd control. They need some proper setup. The Tigreal, wow. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you for having us. Good night.
Good night. I'm joking. That is okay. There should be a semi-tank Guinevere and a damage onto the Hellcurt. I think I'm gonna be digging this, but who is this Hellcurt gonna kill? That's the question. Who? Lunox only?
Yeah, technically yes. A little bit of Joseph as well, but it's very momentary. Silence.
Okay. One physical was what we were requesting, and a little bit damage is what they needed. Beloyski style, let's see if Jazz is able to pull it off, because we know him mainly for the big stats that he usually make for the team, but now he's gonna be the one who's gonna be dealing out the damage, because everyone else is gonna be basic and a little bit utility, so they have to wait for Funny Valentine. And I hope Ryu goes for a semi-tank this time around, because Guinevere, he might be the one who makes the stats rather than hide and boost, take a load off his soldier.
It's all on him, honestly, to do the frontlining this game around. And Jazz is even on the execute. There's no petrify as well. So there's like very little to no crowd control coming in from there. But IQ Rntx, I mean, in terms of draft, no competition to Rntx draft right now. But if DS can pull off something in this game, maybe, then we'll give them the credit, of course. We'll see.
That's what we were waiting for, man. I can't believe I told Muriel that you cannot play Uranus. I'm sorry, man. You can't play Uranus. That's what I told him. But I think this might be a different story this time around. And with this pristine lineup that they already have. But one thing I also hate is Aaron onto a utility. I don't. It's like a wasted potential for this dude, but they have Vitch onto the Lunox already, so that is one big thing that they can focus on. On the other hand, though, Peter, another time onto another utility. I feel like this time around he might be able to play it well, because he have enough zoning, and maybe for the late game he will have enough frontliner, given the fact that High on Boost and Ryu will be there to help him.
Yep, and with that, once more, welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a very unique roam pick coming in from the side of Daku Sena, while Rntx with their standard amazing drafts as always, which the most experienced player currently in their team, leading them to a very clean series into the round robin phase over and over again. So of course, Daku Sena, facing the issues that they are right now, they should be just looking to go for a quick end, possibly just showing up for what means to play the game for themselves. It's all right though. We'll support them every last step of the way, while Rntx would be maintaining their level 1 if they take away a victory. This one, Ryu, finally a retribution. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well, that might be a good jump from Ryu, but that is gonna be the revitalized pop. Oh, Jess! the Stingray damage is enough to give the first blood for Peter right now. So maybe this is gonna be another redemption arc for Mr. Peter onto the Jushin and not the Louis this time around. So that is a good pick off. But looking at their emblems so far, a lot of damage built up for Jazz onto the Hellcat. This is gonna be a little bit. Oh, Jazz in trouble.
Too much damage, I believe. The Thorn
Oh,
Grove
wow.
is already bursting him down right away. But neither did he have the boots to run off, so I guess that's a justified death at that moment. But Adam Bush, though, he's the one in danger here with Witch and Afraid and Mirio into his lane. Funny Valentine, he's doing his job into the goal lane, and only the late game will be able to tell what he can do. Jazz, of course, trying to scout out whatever is possible onto that Hellcat and try and look for a pick off here and there. Look at Joseph, he's a little afraid to go through that bush.
Yeah,
He
actually.
knows that he can get bursted down if he gets caught out. But yeah, it's okay. Both teams just looking for those neutral objectives at their own pace, and possibly a no contested turtle for the side of RQR and TX.
Yeah, no level 4, but Highland Boost is still onto the duty. The turtle taken away by Joseph, but Ryu in trouble.
Very big trouble, and he gets taken down. Aaron Bush
Oh,
too
wow.
got melted away. Aaron, one knock up onto him, but he is going to be backing off easily. Uses up the bravest fighter to steal away a few of Witch's minions, but it's going to be alright because they're in the lead.
You know, Highland Boost was able to take down Joseph because he got the turtle. There's extra shielding and a big foot for the Esmeralda. So that is going to be the a bit of equalizer that we are talking about. But 800 gold are still able to reach it out, but Afraid in trouble.
Big trouble, I believe, but Aaron will find the kill
Wow.
so easily.
Oh,
Oh my god, Jazz will be the one taken down, but Ryu with that timely Violet Requiem will help his team secure a kill for themselves too. So far, 1 for 1 for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely well done from Ryu, able to save out the teammate, and Funny Valentine is someone you are willing to save it out because that is going to be a scaling hero that we are talking about. But on the other hand, the bot side is, you know, these two players, I think they have similarities here. They usually want to go for the team fights rather than go in a 1v1 situation. So they are going to be, you know, trying to battle it out who's going to be able to clear it faster and rotate it faster, but just trying to give out a little bit of a vision, not able to do anything. But top lane,
Can see the engage, and Funny Valentine finds a kill onto Aaron right away. Good initiation from the side of Daku Sena, but how long can they keep it up is the question. Rntx is kind of clustered onto the mid side right now, and the top lane is a very free access area for Funny Valentine. But oh, there we go, there's the Terrify from Jazz, but he gets bursted down by Joseph and will be sent straight back to his fountain.
a fast movement coming through. The Lord finally up for Rntx IQ. They just want to have this good time onto the turtle. I mean, this is where they want to go for a little bit of a lead that they are looking for right now. But Daku Sena, I think they are so good in keeping up with the paces. They are not giving that massive lead that they did into that first game. They are adjusting quite well. But one thing that I would like to also mention is that Vitz is on the Purify and he is on the Wilderness Blessing. I would have thought he would be on the Flicker and together with a Mystery Shop thing. So he's the main damage source, right? So I think the Wilderness Blessing will not be that much of a good item, good emblem for him. But it's still good because if he had the Purify and the Brilliance on time, I don't think Jazz will be able to take him down.
Yep, that's exactly what happened in the last fight, and it was Jazz instead who got bursted down by the Lancelot, Thornrose plus Phantom Execution at the same time. But honestly, I feel like by seeing this match, Debbie, that it wasn't the meta which mattered for Daku Sena, it was just their comfort, and had they stuck to it, they would have had a few wins for themselves even earlier on, but it is what it is, like we say. Rntx, another Violet Requiem from Ryu though, and Witch actually got taken down by that team by and Peter definitely getting that damage output onto Mirio. Ryu is gonna find a fill onto Mirio this time around. Daku Sena with a little bit of a ray of hope coming into play, and now the mid tier 1 is very vulnerable. Only Hylos and Aaron right there to look for defense, and they're actually doing it well. But Ryu is gonna come into play. Funny Valentine, he dodges it, and Peter gets the knockups. Oh my goodness, Daku Sena.
That is the layer of crowd control you want to be doing on a Lapu Lapu. Of course, you have that purifier with the bravest fighter, but he is gonna be, immuning only one stuff when the purify duration is done. But also a little bit, and gates coming through from Joseph as well as Jazz. That was so funny because they were able to dodge everything out, and he's just blinking away here, he just vanished. But now the turtle for the first time, so good for the side of Dakusena, unless Joseph tries to steal it.
Can he though? Oh my god, Ryu with the perfect redemption moment coming in. Jazz is the one in danger, and he's gonna fall while Aaron is gonna find a kill onto who is Peter as well. So that's a turtle for giving away 2 kills. So technically, net gain is going to be 0 from that fight though.
Yeah, I think it's still gonna be good for Dakusena here because they don't wanna give out the lead to Rntx here. But I do wanna know if Witch is onto the Sky Piercer because there's nothing wrong with the Sky Piercer for him in this game. He can go for that because he can deal out the damage onto the desk as well as any tanky frontliners here right now. The mid lane stun.
Oh, Adam Bush needs to sprint out of that situation. Dodges quite a lot of stuns from Aaron though, so I'll give him that. But Ryu once again the Violet Requiem, and he's gonna find a kill onto Aaron. The Hylos also in the danger position now. Mirio trying to look in for something, but Joseph is gonna find a kill onto Ryu as well as who is Peter. So it's like one hyper goes in and then the other one comes in for the finish up for his team. Definitely some good moves right there, and damage is there as well. But Dakusena, how much can they really hold? No, you should not have done that. However, Funny Valentine trying to hold a little bit, but it's a Harriet. How much can you really do?
Nah, look at Mirio, bro. He's just that's an emote with a he's trying to aura farm against the Harriet, who is popping out the ultimate right there. But it's still gonna be a bit of a time for Funny Valentine to come online. But it's good enough, Sarah, because he's 3 kills, 0 deaths down, and that's what you wanna do on a Harris. But the thing is, he don't have that much of a spacing that he wants to do, and that is gonna be costing them quite a lot. And now with the presence of the growth pathway, time and time again, he's gonna be stopped and neutral down to the potential, and that is what they do not want here right now. The Lord is already up. Joseph onto the mid side. They might be eventually trying to get ready for it. Level 11 for Ryu, 13 for Joseph. Not a good contest for the side of Joseph.
Quick reflexes, little man. Got the tendrils at a very proper time. But you were marking down Joseph, Dakusena, but your main damage dealer got marked down by the side of IQ Rntx instead. So not good right there. Jazz also has to run. And we'll see what comes of this fight, because they do not have Funny Valentine itself in this team fight. But Aaron is slightly low though, and Peter has very good positioning this time. Oh, Joseph is gonna secure away the Lord with his retribution, and Ryu is chased too far off, so that's no contest whatsoever.
Isn't Lancelot and Guinevere siblings? Aren't they? Okay. Not good for the sister, hey man. Oh my goodness, Jazz! Oh no, that's gonna be a kill grabbed by Joseph, but the Lord is secured. Gold ranking is actually Joseph and Funny Valentine, not Aaron, but still on the Lapu Lapu, it's still okay. But now the lanes are actually synced, and Miria onto the duty for the bottom lane side. The top lane is what they want right now. Joseph.
Oh my god, he's restyling on them, bro. He's restyling at this moment because, like I said, there's no crowd control except for that one Terrify and one knock up coming in from Ryu, and it's all gonna be burst based. So
Yeah.
there's nothing to really stop Joseph from styling on them right now, but it's going to be fine because if you notice, Harriet slightly has like 500 gold more as compared to Aaron, but that's the only advantage which DS have right now. And the way they're clustered, oh,
Wow.
you definitely got a bit of a jump there, but oh, Funny Valentine, he's taken down low, and Aaron is going to be finding out the kill right away. Peter into the back line as well, gets the knock up though, but Aaron is the one to fall. Peter finally picking up the Sky Piercer this late as the second item. Hello, you did not need to do that, but okay, if it works, bro.
It's still okay because I think he wants to have all the damages, and the one he pulls, the one he wanna kill. But Miri, on the other hand, trying to get in, like not silently giving out a little bit of a damage, but taking a damage as well. That is a Uranus who will not be dying anytime soon. He's on the Oracle this time around, and even Joseph is also so tanky, man. He's on the Brit Force. Oh, this is what I was talking about. Joseph trying to find Jazz, and he's going in.
Oh, Peter needs to use the Crimson Beacon out. Mirio with the chase down is going to find him. Joseph definitely finding Jazz, but he is going to get taken down by Funny Valentine as well.
Wow.
That's going to help DS secure a few important picks. Winter Trunk in play, coming in by Ryu onto Witch, and he's gonna find the kill right there. He goes back as well, goes back in for a little bit of a fight. Funny Valentine gets the Zaman Volts, gets the knock up onto Hylos, and DS are looking for a bit of a comeback, but it's afraid will be the one to fall down. But Mirio, who is going to take this monster down?
It is untellable. It should be Funny Valentine if he gets out the Whistling Lantern, but they're still behind at this point, and it's still, even though he's a goal ahead in comparison to Aaron right now, he's still gonna be needing all those penetration to take Miro down, and I don't think he have the required items because okay, that's the last one. The Holy Crystal was the power spike for a Harris, but now he's gonna be needing at least the Divine Glaive or even the Visiting Lantern to take him down. But Jess, he's just running around with the Hellcat, not giving anything away, but he's still gonna be able to hide around the booster, so that is a dangerous grass. He still have the favor clearing out onto this minion so far, trying to set out onto the long lanes for his team, but the lore is already up and this should be contested.
Oh my god, the meta. Joseph is so good. Oh my god, Jazz is gonna find the kill onto him. This should open up the Lord for Daku Sena, but Aaron though definitely looking for an engage onto Peter. Is gonna get it onto Funny Valentine. Ryu is gonna find the kill onto Witch into the backline, but Aaron will find Funny Valentine. One backliner for another. Peter is still safe. Harabush trying to lead his team into a little bit of space to take down Afraid, possibly, but oh my god, who is Peter? Is not in a good position right now. He flickers out, but Mirio does not chase to the base for that finish.
A good reflex coming through from Joseph wasn't enough to save him from that, but I would say DS are successful in chasing them away from the lore. But now almost full build. I think it's a good build enough for the Hellcat, for Jazz to take out the backlines down. But Warx is already taken away by Joseph, and he got the Queen's Wins too. I mean, that is extra sustains that he's going to be having right now, and the Malefic Roar as well. That is a lot of damage that he's going to be looking for right now. But Hidden Boost, on the other hand, he have a lot of sustain, and the Radiant Armor is going to be helping him onto those team fights. He has going to be having extra sustain, extra seal, and extra HPs, and that is what they want to do right now because he's going to be the main boost opener.
Yep. A lot of little notifications coming in right away. But I guess the Lord is at half HP. Ryu needs to find a possible engage. Joseph definitely getting marked down by the Jukshin. Is gonna miss the jump, but Ryu needs to run. But hide on Bush is on to Joseph as well. His back line. Jazz finds Aaron, but Joseph finds Jazz as Witch is gonna get the kill onto Ryu. Peter definitely doing so much this time around, but this is going to give away the Lord to the side of IQR and TX. Despite finding a kill onto Mirio, they're still going. Joseph has the red tree, is gonna get it. He is looking for more. He's trying to mark down Peter, which with the play, but the Chaos Assault is gonna cost him his life, as Afraid is still trying to look for it. Funny Valentine did not do it, as Joseph is gonna find him. One more Thorn throws and Peter falls down. Oh, Joseph is looking for it though, but not anymore.
What?
He's gonna be backing off.
That's the Malefic Gun's work. We see the damage onto Highland Boost, even though he have that much of a sustain. And Tick Race is what he's going to be needing right now. That's going to be the last one that he's going to be opting for. Oh my goodness, that was a lot longer team fight. Miro already building out the Guardian helmet so that he will be able to get out more sustain. Not Twilight, it's going to be Chastised Pauldron for Air Freight. That is going to be another sustain, but right now Jazz trying to look for a possible backliner. That has to be a Vitch, and I think he might not notice. Yeah, he's still going to be staying here. He does have the ultimate, the Dark Knight Falls. I don't think he'll be getting spotted with the way he's been blinking here and there. Joseph might be trying to look for him. Look at that.
He actually does it. He actually finds the kill, and now he's gonna just ult away and save himself. But right now, the Lord is going to be charging down the top lane, Debbie. What can Sena do here? They've got more kills right now, but they do not have the objectives whatsoever.
It's Arbalaisky, man. It's Sena's Jazz who is able to set up most of the kill, but jumped.
Oh, Ryu! He gets the kill onto Aaron. Oh my god, Peter is gonna find it for himself with the successful Lord defense. And even Jazz, he makes it out alive. What? Peter is nearly at full build. He picks up the Divine Glaive along with the Wishing Lantern already into his item set. So he'll technically be dealing quite a lot of damage. Good dodge coming in there, I would say.
That is the fast movement speed that we can see from a Jushin, but this time around I think Rntx, they are gonna be so done with the rendezvous of Mr. Jazz onto this Helicar, man. They're gonna be trying to find where he is because he has been able to zone them away so far, but Joseph
my god, Joseph! He gets jumped on and he doesn't have... Jazz is gonna find the kill right away. Oh my goodness.
That was a fast switch onto the items, but he cannot really pull out the Winter Truncheon when you're, getting stingrayed upon, and I think Jazz is already full build with the damage, and this is gonna be looking brighter for the side of Daku. Sena. They have equalized onto the goal lead right there, not giving anything to Rntx. Oh man, a mid lane down jump.
Ryu again onto Mirio this time, and another knock up from Peter though. Constantly getting knocked up by Peter there, and Jazz onto the back line. He's trying to mark down, but no, that's an overextension from Jazz, which is going to be finding the kill, and the rest of them do not find any kills as well. Harabus needs to run. He's very, very, very low, and Mirio here is tanking it all. Funny Valentine goes in, gets the stun. Ryu trying to protect his teammate. Funny Valentine has to run, and luckily enough, he makes it back out alive as Rntx still stay well and good and healthy for that Lord fight.
One first kill away for the Lunox for him to take Funny Valentine down, but so good onto the positioning. He was able to dodge everything out, full build for the Harriets right now. He got the Wishing Lantern, which means a bad decision for the Hylos as well as the Uranus to go in, but Hand on Boost trying to give out a vision.
No, Joseph is going to be finding the Retribution again, and once more Joseph is trying to mark down the back line. Everyone from DS is backing off. The damage is a little too high from that Thorn Rose, but look at Jazz though, concealed play into the back line. Will try to find Witch, but Aaron has realized that already. Ryu in danger. The Thorn Rose and the Winter Trunking coming at the same time, but Ryu trying to get something from the Violet Requiem won't find much, but Witch is in danger, uses up the Purified. Now Mirio is the one who's low, so that's one kill onto Aaron and one kill onto Ryu, another 1-for-1 trade, but IQ Rntx, they've got the Lord. Can they look for the finish with this one?
They can look for the inhibitors, but not really the finish. Witch! What?
Wow. He does it, bro. He does it. Peter!
Oh my god!
On Rose! Holy hell, Peter makes it out alive with 1 HP, but the Lord is charging in. Funny Valentine needs to do whatever he can to defend this. If DS want to stay alive, Falling Star Moon from Hydra Bush right under the inhibitor by Peter.
Okay.
To use up the Crimson Beacon to run away. Phantom Execution comes in from Joseph as well. Hydra Bush still sustaining it. Funny Valentine definitely looking for an engage, but Joseph will be able to run out of that situation. 2 inhibitors down. Sena still stay alive for one more last breath before the last Lord of the game comes in.
What is this game? Oh my goodness, 22-23 is the score, and 20 is the timer. These two teams usually don't go for the late games. They are not EVT, man. Come on. They're dragging the lane for so long, and I think it is highly likely more onto the hands of Jazz because he was able to drone them away from all of their bases or their inhibitors too. But with the help of the Evolve Lord, 2 inhibitors were taken down for the side of Daku Sena. This should be a contest Lord because if Ryu did not get the last win onto this retribution, it could be an end game for the side of Daku Sena. Muriel caught.
It's just gonna tickle him a little bit down to half HP, but he isn't gonna fall anytime soon. But Jazz needs to dodge it away. He is trying to. Joseph is gonna find the kill even after everything. Crimson Beacon from Who is Peter though. Funny Valentine definitely taking in a lot of damage, getting marked down by every single member, especially Aaron from the side of IQR and TX. Gets the stun out to Ryu once again. The Winter Trunkin might just clutch this one out, but Ryu uses up the immortality too, but he's not gonna make it out alive. Afraid with the last moment, stun finds the kill. Who is Peter? Now the one in danger. Joseph also tanking in a way too much damage. Peter is the one who needs to run now. He is going to be alive, but not Muriel. Hide on bush will be dying. But Zaman Force comes in though. Can Funny Valentine defend this? He finds a double. He finds a triple. He's looking for it, but the base is too low. The base is too vulnerable. IQR and TX end the game with the 2-0 after 23 minutes.
23 minutes is how long it takes to take down a Hellcat Rome. But another sweep onto their belt for Rntx. They're gonna be topping the charts yet again with another 3 points that they have right now. But that was a long game. Daku Sena almost had it into the back. If they had a good early game, they could have done it well. Funny Valentine also, I think he did it good, but he wasn't having the timing. He wasn't having the right setup for him to free hit down because there's always someone on his face, always trying to stop him from moving around too much onto the Herald. And with the Herald, you want to move around to deal out the damage. But the Rntx, they know very well how to deal with the Heralds because they are also a team who is playing with the Heralds. But well done for both of the teams, I would say.
Very well done indeed. And of course, it is afraid again with the... Oh, not again, but yeah, that's another tank with the MVP this time around. But of course, he had the Encourage onto him, so that's a given that, you know, he had that onto him.
Good.
Yeah, definitely 88% participation, quite a lot of damage taken as well. And sadly enough, despite DS having more kills, winning those little pickups with the Hellcat, I believe they lost out on this one. And Peter, he did redeem himself by getting the MVP on the losing side. However, Rntx being Rntx did find more of the objectives towards the late game and more of the kills. Like, look at Joseph, he's got 19,000 gold alone.
That's what.
That's huge for a jungler into the late game, so it's going to be making quite a lot of difference, and it actually did.
He is so rich of a guy, man. And I think this kind of playstyle is gonna be suiting him quite a lot. You know, he's the guy to go for the flashy move, to try to go in for those aggressive maneuver and get away without getting caught. And I think that is also the reason why he was able to play at the boss shot very well. But I think for Daku Sena, they almost make it work because of the plays that have been made by Ryu also, because he has been able to land out a beautiful jump. You know, the spatial migration also. You know, you don't really usually pull that out without the presence of the flicker, and this scenario he was on the retribution, but I think he really did it well. But even Jazz onto the L card, surprising enough, I think I like him on the L card because he was able to eliminate Vitch most of the time, unable to get him into the team fights. But that becomes a problem into the late game side because they were too much onto the losing side. Had to have for the players though onto the gold lane side. I think Funny Valentine have it in the back because of course he's the main damage dealer, and Aaron this time around is on the utility.
it worked out. What works out, that works out. So despite Aaron getting killed so many times, I mean, and Funny Valentine having the better of the two KDAs, and even Ryu this game, he had a pretty good performance. He did win out to Retreat, I'll give him that. So it's fine. What DS did is fine, but Rntx, just that little micromanagement of the lanes and the turrets, I believe, it changed a lot for them, and they did win out. But look at Jukshin. Jukshin dealing more damage than Alunox. That is crazy.
Yeah.
But I believe that this singular Hellkit pick, they could have used this in their previous matches and they would have won instead of picking up the roam, like meta. Just go for comfort, bro. Just go for comfort. And it will work out for you. And in terms of EXP lane as well, Esmeralda more of the damage dealt, but of course Uranus sustains far more. So we'll give him that. Very equal matchup, I believe, into the EXP. But of course, Joseph again with the rich guy. Funny Valentine with the carry. That's nearly 200k, bro. That's huge. Wingman, of course, afraid. And Mirio being Mirio onto that Uranus. 400k sustained on as the sandbag.
That's amazing, and I think Wingman encourage, he's a cheat code for every roamer to not get bronze. But yeah, so he's able to get out that much of the damage. But I think that much of an assist. But I think he also did very well onto the highlights, trying to disengage the team fight. And at one point of a time, when he was trying to zone away the DS from their own inhibitors, he landed that golden carpet onto 5 of the members, and they were unable to move. I think that also marked a very important reason why they were able to get 2 inhibitors down for the side of DS, and that can, usually did a really good job. And I think Rntx another sweep onto their belt. They are on a roll, man. I hope they meet Godlike though tomorrow.
Tomorrow's a big day, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to tune in. And even today we have a giveaway going, so we'll definitely be giving away a lot of diamonds if you make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the stream. And also, do not forget to join our Discord server if you want to be updated with the giveaway results. We post it out every night and we tag every single one of you by your YouTube handle. So make sure to join, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the target and we do the giveaway for you. But sadly enough, this is game number 3. That is it. And we'll be back with fresh faces and fresh teams. We know who's up next. It's going to be Godlike again against Daku Sena. So stay tuned. We will be right back.
And welcome back, folks, to the last game of the day in the Mythic Showdown Season 2. This is the league stage, day 6, and we have the last game at 10:40. Finally, it's pretty late into the night, but the night is still young for these two teams. Godlike and Daku Sena are going to be heading off against each other to see who gets these 2 points or 3 if they get that clean sweep. And with me is Sarah, and this is Baldudu here, and we will be your casters for this last series.
Good evening once more. Happy to be with everyone else in the for last and fourth game of the day. And last game was Daku Sena versus Rntx, and of course IQ Rntx won it away with a 2-0, despite DS providing a very strong competition with a very unorthodox Hellcut roam as a very debut into one of their very last chances at securing a position into the top 4. But however, despite it working out in some ways, end of the day, Rntx, with the experience that they have, won it out. And this time, DS is up against Godlike, so that's facing two huge beasts of our community back to back in one day.
You're right on that, Sarah. And DS has just played best of 3 right now, and I think they really did pick up steam towards the end. I think if their early game went just a little bit better, I think we would have seen a very different result for them. So I think they're still at that, they still have that tempo going on for them. And I think as long as they go a little better in terms of how they draft for their lanes, especially I think in that gold lane and jungle, because I think Ryu does have a comfort with these fighter and assassin jungles. We've been seeing him on that Guinevere a lot. I think at this point it has become one of his staple picks when you see some of these assassins taken out. He really loves these fighter picks. We've seen him on Suyo, we've seen him on the Guni. So do you think he might be going for the same thing again, or we might be seeing a new pick altogether? Like they pulled out the Hellcut roam. You think they have something else in the book?
It's quite possible, and since this is going to be a Bengal server match, which is a disadvantage for Daku Sena, but they have performed decently on the Bengal server, I would say. As long as Ryu is onto that fighter jungle, I believe it can work out fairly well for them. If they do try that kind of a very quirky comfort draft which they have spammed all season long, it might just work out in miraculous ways. And a miracle is what they need if they want to stay alive in this tournament right now. However, Godlike as well, they've suffered a 2-0 against CRQ, and they are completely reading with rage right now to get back whatever points they can. And Daku Sena unfortunately has to face that wrath. And with that, Baldu, we have already jumped into the draft, and what are your thoughts on the ban so far?
I think Godlike is very clear. They do not want to face, they want to go in for those tank picks. I think we've seen even in the previous situation, we saw how, Art does have a preference for these heavy tanks. He likes to go in for these slow set tanks that kind of surprise you with their picks. He's not like an instant set like how Madara likes to play, or like how Apex has an aggressive rush. Art likes to take things slow, low and slow. That's how he likes to play it. So I think that is one of the reasons. Second is Romcom also has a preference for, like I was going to say, fighter XPs, heavy bruisers. And Zujin is a natural counter to most of these, Zujin and that Hilda. So, wow, these guys are drafting really quick. I mean, I think we'll have to pick up the pace over here, because the Yeve is being taken out. I think that is a completely reasonable ban by DS, because at this point, the Yeve is like an anathema to any 5Q comp. It just denies any lineup simply by a one real-world manipulation. So with that being said, what do you think of that first pick CC to the Twitch?
I mean, the pick that Godlike actually lost to against CRQ is the CC being played towards the goal in both the games, and DS kind of just locked it in for themselves this time around. I wonder how the CC was left open for either of these teams. So yeah, it works out. And with the Garukaja, of course, the curtain call and the AOG is a very proven draft combination for majority of international teams as well. So we'll have to see how DS capitalizes on that. Ryu could go in for the Guinevere, and it would be a very wonderful combination, combo wombo in the team fights, you know. And but Godlike as well, they've got the Dragon for the front lining, they've got Bid, the meltdown, they've got Art for the setups. But the question is, does Lunox go in towards the gold, or does he go into the mid?
Well, I think you could flex it on either lane right now, but I think she would do a lot better in that mid lane right now, because you have the Khalid who's going to support you in that early. He's going to ensure you get your lane clear, you're going to be protected, you're going to be able to zone and also actually stay in the fight, because every time a Khalid walks towards you, even tanks will move away, because he just deals too much damage for a tank in the early game. He's one of the most annoying roamers to deal with in an invade, alone or otherwise. And when he sits down and heals, you really wish you have an interrupt skill there which displaces. I mean, I feel like picking up Flame Shot on whatever hero I play when I'm against a Khalid. And when it's players of these calibers playing, I think they're going to do a much better job. So looking at the other side, I mean, I'm quite confused. They did see the Lunox and they still went in for that Gutout. I mean, and you know, they locked in the double fighter comp. So at this point, you know, DS has also taken out the assassins, anything that's going to make Godlike, you know, even more mobile in terms of how fast they rotate. But they didn't ban out any, you know, assassins or, you know, those more shred heroes. Like, what's the plan? What is DS thinking? How are they going to complete their draft?
I mean, the Yisun Shin as well as the Joy, those are fair bans for Van because he loves playing those assassins into the jungle, but the Lancelot is still open and Van could just go in for it. Like, that's such a good hero to be going into this draft, honestly. But I believe that into the hands of Godlike, we have the Expo Gold and the Lunox into the Roam. So DS here, they need some kind of a crowd control hero, maybe one more, just to burst down that Viraga armor. And Peter needs to go in for a very strong magic damage dealer. Or they could go in for the Lancelot themselves, along with the Angela mid lane. That is one thing that could work out for DS this game, because they've got the CC, they've got the Esmeralda. But okay, it's going to be the Sicilian, finally.
Okay, Peter bringing back the nostalgia. We're going to be seeing the Sicilian. And I was really confused. I'm like, why are you giving every counter to your front three? I mean, you're giving every counter possible. You gave away the Nox. You're going to deal with a Yuzong who's going to, get into your backline. Oh, wow. Okay, Godlike. Okay. Fanny in the jungle. Borg, which we thought was going into the jungle, is going to be a gold Borg. So at least we know which lane the Nox is going. And I think at this point, DS should not build physical defense. I think they could just make one antique and stack HP. I think that would be the best idea. I think we need early Guardian helmets in this lineup.
Much. Yep.
The Guardian, like if DS can stack Guardian helmets and, just hold on in the first 5-6 minutes, they need to get that scaling. They get that scaling done, Peter is going to farm. They just need to watch out for that one Fanny over there.
Also rom-com a bit in a way, because he is the one with the petrify setups who's gonna mark down Peter every single time. So Peter needs to be watchful of that. Like, we saw a Khalid and a dragon just absolutely torture Peter onto the Luowi, and this time around he's on a Sicilian. So deja vu for him, maybe. He'll probably like, dude, protect me this time around, please, to Jazz currently. But we'll see how this one goes. Both the drafts are looking very strong, but the entire thing is going to be depending on Ryu as to how well he can play that Lancelot into the Bengal server.
I mean, that is the name of the game. He is not on his preferred server. But I think one thing we have to notice is Godlike on paper is winning a lane in every stage. That's how it looks like. It is winning the lane on paper. Like 1 versus 1, it's winning the lanes. But in terms of how well they sync together, I mean, You could have a Khalid set with the Nox working out. Fanny kind of does her own thing anyway. Yuzong is going in for zoning with Khalid. So, you have two players who you have to actually watch out for. I think Art on that Khalid, Van with the cables. And those are the two main targets you need to really be paying attention to, because they can walk in and take out Peter in front of four people. While Ryu's job is to just ensure that Bid does not get too cocky with the way he's engaging. He can't be trying any Ruby DD plays.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches.
And we'll be reaching the land of dawn already. We've landed into this place, and both the junglers will be starting off onto their respective blues. And Daku Sena with the very late game focus draft with that CC and the Sicilian for that assurance towards the late game where they can just burst down Fate's Viraka armor, while Godlike will be looking for more of those early pickoffs onto Sicilian, onto Funny Valentine, as well as Hide on Bush. So definitely a match of the equals right now.
Yup, and with that, the poke has begun. Art putting in that pressure. The Khalid is just a little too hard to deal with. The sands blow heavy in the early game, and that's what's happening right now. But I think in terms of the bot lane matchup in the EXP, I think Bush and Romcom both. Oh no, what's happening on the top side? Fate baits out the vengeance. Funny Valentine being brought to dangerous levels right now. Van could make a rotation in just any moment, so I think that's a risky game he's playing.
Okay, indeed, and even Jazz is taking in a lot of ball. Look at the Fanny though, steals away the red from Ryu, so that's already setting Ryu back into the early game itself. And if a Lancelot doesn't get his early game, that's a very, very long game that DS is going to have to play now.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, the sand walk with the desert tornado putting in so much pressure onto this guy. He's really struggling right now. Ryu still at level 2, while Van has hit his level 4 mark already. So at this point, I think rather than Godlike going in for a turtle, they could just camp Ryu's jungle until he hits that level 4 mark. Basically, it's like a guarantee for a kill or a creep deny.
Truly. And with the first turtle coming up, I believe that DS cannot actually contest this because Ryu is still at level 3 while Van is at 5. So the early lead is already into the hands of Godlike. They've got 600 gold in their favor. They have the turtle now, and that's going to rise to an 800. And Ryu still yet to hit his level 4. So of course, the creeps are being stolen out. But Fate though, Fate is the one who's in danger. Sanguine Claws barely misses, but both the teams just looking for a possible disengage.
Yup, he had to back off over there. The flicker is used up. And I think Van is having a very comfortable time in the jungle. But on the bot side, Ryu sneaks the creep away as Art is putting some more pressure. The sandwalk will miss. He uses the puncture away. But Jazz caught out in the midst of 3. Make it 4 as Van will come pick up the scraps, securing that first blood, and takes Esma along for the ride, giving Godlike the first 2 kills in this match. And okay, Van is going in for more. There's the cutthroat as Van will get another kill on Ryu. What is that damage from that Fanny?
Clearly enough, Godlike showing their presence into this game, and somehow the mark is completely on point onto Ryu. But very close AOG right there, but Romcom just managed to dash away in safety. At the moment, it's only Funny Valentine and Peter who are looking for a little bit of that farm. However, what we can see is that Godlike will not let the game go that late. They will be omnipresent over the maps, taking over Ryu's jungle that they are so good at. And that is exactly what they are doing right now.
Oh my god, look at it once again. There's a 4-man pincer. There's a 3-man raging sandstorm. Ryu taken off again. But will they equalize this? Jazz will also fall. Romcom gets a kill. The Black Dragon cannot be denied his hunger as Hide on Bush takes a hit from the Shah residue, forced to back off. The brilliance used up. Art dodging away the bat impacts. And with that, the scoreboard 0-6, and this is not looking good for Daku Sena as the game is being stolen away from under their feet.
DS at a major disadvantage right now, and Godlike is leading away to glory. And the Petrify into the bot side. Hide on bush. Oh, 1 HP save for the Phantom Execution, but no, Bid is going to find the kill onto both of them at the same time. Looking for Peter too into the backside, but Peter's still sustaining it. Art gonna dodge away the Sanguine Claws with less than an HP remaining there. But Godlike 0-8 for them right now. And Jazzier, the one target for the side of Godlike, but he gets the AOG onto 2, but there's no backup from anybody. No kills will be secured by DS for now.
Oh, on the top side, Funny Valentine taken down solo in the meantime. And Sarah, that AOG could have just been something else altogether if, there was even a little follow-up, even like a couple bad impacts. We might be seeing the shutdowns they needed. And look at the confidence coming in from Van. This guy picked up the Sky Piercer on a Fanny. We've seen the War Axe and stuff, but that's messed up. But there it is. Art is bobbed down low. Will he be able to survive?
No.
The damage from Van, too much to deny. Bid will make the killing spree onto Funny Valentine. And right now, the front line of DS is extremely fragile. They're getting shredded too fast. They're not able to build up their items in time, as Peter is going to be taken out by those steel cables with the Chaos Assault by Bid.
Just insane synergy coming in from the side of Godlike Esports. This goes to show why they're 1 out of 11 of the tournament so far. So of course, so far it is a match of domination coming in from their side. And of course, Ryu being completely demolished into that jungle. He isn't able to farm up. What can Daku Sena really do if they want to come back into this? They've got the late game. They've got the glowing wand onto the Sicilian, but is it going to be enough, Ryu?
Bot side?
No, Thorn Rose. Oh no, my goodness. Van once more with the Unstoppable and the Sky Piercer continuously stacking up.
And with that, on the top side, Fate again pulls it off. But there's the bat impact coming in. The bloody bats will finally allow Hide and Bush to kick the first kill for DS, putting them on the scoreboard finally. And that just might be, is this the turning of a little hope, a sliver of hope for them? Or is this one flash of brilliance? But a monster kill picked up by Van. Once again, the Esmeralda will finally fall. And the blue buff, Sarah, invaded again and again and again.
It's over and over, the same thing that Godlike repeats, and look at them go. They're still looking for more. The vengeance though from Funny Valentine. This time, Peter finally secures a kill onto Art. Bid has to use up the brilliance to run away. And DS securing 1 or 2 kills here and there, but it might not be enough for them to stay in the competition because the lead is far too high for Godlike and they are looking for a quick finish to this game. Malefic Roar already being picked up by Van, and look at that, look at him go. But taunt though, coming in from Jazz, but Funny Valentine, you're not gonna survive that rom-com with the Petrify play instantly.
And with that, Bid is gonna take, he just stood there like an absolute turret. And he shredded the HP off Jazz over there. And I honestly don't know, what are you going to itemize at this point? You go in for the physical defense. You have Bid, you make Magic, you have Fanny, you make both. You have Fate. This is just a really big mismatch in every single lane. The draft is really enabling Godlike to be so confident, as Van will pick up the legendary 808. He's just 2 more kills away from giving himself the namesake of his squad, Godlike. But Romcom over there on the bot side uses up the Black Dragon form, disengages early, goes in with the engage. There's the Dragon Tail with the Shard Residue, healing him off. Funny Valentine as he will fall. Bush tries to escape, but the last insanity, too much to handle. But there's the bloody bats. Will they get the kill they need? A beautiful flicker coming in. Van goes in, gets the legendary. How? Just how is he dealing that much damage? How many stacks does he have?
We'll take a look at it. Yeah, it's at 70 stacks along with the lethal ignition, plus the malefic roar, and now the war axe or the hunter strike will be coming in. This is like the pre-nerf Fanny build that he's going in for, and wow, he is doing so much. Look at him go, and oh my god, he finds a double in the middle of 5 people inside 4 towers. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Evan from Godlike Esports, the young jungler from Northeast, just styling on Daku Sena right now.
Right now, I mean, oh god, Van is putting on a show. I mean, I think this is the best way to get a new chapter started, and right now they're shredding down that Lord. Wait, Ryu, is he going in for a possible engage? I am genuinely not sure what was the plan over there.
And yeah, it's like DS are just losing out in every single direction, and they just can't go in for an engage, because if they do, they'll get bursted instantly. The draft looks good for both the sides, but somehow or the other, Daku Sena are the ones losing out. Because look at that, the damage output from Fate is a little bit too much. Falling down to 3 though, but it's not gonna be
Beautiful
enough.
set,
There's no backup.
And that's the problem they've been facing from the start. Okay, Romcom. Can they get the kill? But the conceal baits them out. It bails them out finally. And once again, I think Godlike is just getting away with it simply because of that gold lead. I mean, when you have 15k gold to your team's name. Oh no, Ryu, what are you doing? Another dive in, and the damage is lacking for the Lancelot, and he will be the one to fall instead. I think the only person who can give any sort of reliable damage right now at this point is Peter right now, because he did get himself the wishing and the glowing. So I think he's the only one who can really stop that front line of Art with the 2-man Raging Sandstorm. Gets a big catch. The last Insanity is there to help Bid get the kill. Van picks him off under the aegis, right in front of the eyes of all the other members. Jazz and Bush will fall. It's only Valentine, Ryu and Peter. Valentine will nearly be taken down himself. But the minions marching down the mid. This just might be the very end. The Black Dragon soaring up in the sky. The Aegis is under a lot of pressure. There's the cutthroat. There's the steel cables. Oh no, Van, what are you doing? Nearly gets taken out under his own turrets. But the minions are cleared. But all 5 members of DS are there. Can they make that last stand? Will this turn out? Not just yet. Bid from Godlike with the Godlike 3-man Raging Sandstorm once again. Ryu forced to Phantom execute away, and Van is coming in, hungry for blood. Gets the legendary, works the miracle, and I think this is just game.
This is it. This is it. The lasting insanity as well. They don't even need to hit the base with the way the minions are hitting the base. Godlike Esports with a godlike victory over Daku Sena into the first game. Server advantage, draft advantage, and of course the Fanny advantage. So of course, Godlike Esports with an insane victory right now.
I mean, I think a lot of the viewers right now must be going. I mean, they're fans of Van right now, but let me tell you, that guy is a minor if I'm not wrong. So guys, hold on to that. But with that being said, the damage that was dealt by him onto DS's backline, I think that was pretty heavy over there. I think DS, they did have an idea. I think the idea was to kind of stack too much HP for you to shred it out. But the early game, invades that you gave away, the way Ryu collapsed under the invades without sufficient backup, I think that was the cause of the snowball. And you do not want to give a snowball to any of those heroes. And I think Godlike picked up every hero that could possibly snowball in the first 10 minutes.
Honestly, the draft, it was very equal on both the sides. But that server disadvantage and that jungle invasion from the early game itself for Lancelot, and that red buff steal by Van, that made the entire difference towards the whole trajectory of the game. And look at the MVP, 1408, the older Fanny build with that amazing Sky Piercer at 80 stacks. Just wild and insane victory, I would say, for Godlike Esports. While Daku Sena, despite their attempts, despite their tries, they did not, like, they weren't able to do what they would have liked to do. The Sicilian didn't get to scale, the Funny Valentine didn't get to scale, so it just didn't work out for them right there.
Real. And I mean, 32 kills to 2 and every single objective. I think there's only been 2 blue buffs secured by Ryu this entire match, and that was when they were taking the Lord. So the Lord and that third turtle, if I'm not wrong. So overall, I think it was just a bad mismatch because after that one invade, everyone was trying to get an advantage in their lane. But how would you do that if the draft is completely against you? And I think Art and Bid, they really capitalized on that pressure from Fanny because Peter was not able to give protection to any other side. Neither could Jazz really rotate because anytime they go, they're just free picking off. There's a free picks for Fanny. So that fear of Fanny kind of put them under the turrets, and that just gave you a free Raging Sandstorm instead.
That is what the setups were very good from the side of that Khalid, and that also kind of made a lot of difference. Like, he was there into Ryu's jungle every single time. The space was way too open for the side of Godlike. Head to head as well, if you can see, CC took more damage, but the X-Borg dealt far more damage. And of course, Ryu, unfortunately, we don't talk about his KDA. He did not have a good time at all into that jungle. But of course, Van, he was the star of the show and he deserved it. Peter as well tried his best. His positioning was kind of good into this game, but Sanguine Claws, they were being dodged by the side of Godlike every single time, while Bid, of course, on the Lunox 809 did an amazing job with his positioning while also dealing the damage. Art on the Khalid, you don't really need to judge that, but Jazz did a very fine job. The AOGs and the Taunts, 100% team fight as well. So, of course, this was equal, I feel, but then again, the team, this matchup also fairly equal. Iron Bush got the sets, Romcom got the sets, Iron Bush dealt damage, Romcom dealt damage. Is only 2k away if you notice. Only 2k advantage for the Yuzhong, so, of course. But end of the day, Godlike is Godlike this time around, with the rich guy, the carry, and the wingman into their hands, with only Jazz being the sandbag from Daku Sena.
And I think the amount of gold that was coming off, I mean, Van was just farming left and right. I think there was at one stage where I think Ryu went in for that Lord Steal, or attempt at a Lord Steal. He was at level 10 when Van had it 15. And that was the only thing, because like we've seen Lancelots go in with like a level or 2 down because they have the immunes, but I think 5 levels is almost close to 1,000 HP, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
So it's just not possible, and you're not in your server again, if I'm not wrong. So that was the main question. Like, was the Lancelot pick necessary when you know you're in the opposite server? They could have actually picked up the X-Borg for themselves to kind of ensure that your front line is not getting countered out, because Funny Valentine was completely stopped by Fate in his tracks, because CC was not able to rotate at all. Every time she's stepping out, the fire missiles is poking him down completely. Even Bush was facing the same issue. You're going and diving on the backline. You somehow manage to sustain, Bid. You deal with Art's poke. You can, dodge Van's cables. But then, this one fire missile is coming in, like taking out half your HP. So I think DS in this next 1 minute, they have to really, really rethink their draft. They have to give, and I think it's their home base right now. It's their home server advantage. So I think Ryu could really go in for those assassins with a little more, consideration for the draft.
That is what. Like, the Lancelot was very obviously, 100% chance, I believe, to be the deny pick just so Van doesn't pick it up. But they forgot that the server isn't on their side. So that was the disadvantage that they had. I mean, they never really expected the Fanny to invade so early into a tournament stage and also steal away the buff. So of course that was a huge setback for Ryu that right there. And the team morale also did fall off then and there. And that kind of did affect the gameplay a little bit as well. But with that, we are into game number 2. Hilda CC bans coming in from Godlike, while Daku Sena will be banning out on the Lapu and the Kimi once again, possibly the Yeve as their third ban, while Godlike might just take away the Garut Kaja or the Grok from themselves.
Yup, and I think this time Godlike does have the first pick, so maybe they would try to get Art his Grok. He really loves playing that Grok over there, and Van. I think you also have Romcom over there. He does like the Yuzong. I think Yuzong. I think in this league stage has belonged solely to Romcom and Mirio. I think these two players have completely abused the Black Dragon to its maximum potential. But the Zhujian banned out once again. Godlike sticking to what works for them. The only ban that has changed in the previous section is that they've kept the CC out of this game. So I think the CC was a little more annoying to deal with than we give credit for. Funny Valentine was doing something to ensure that the CC is the hero that gets taken out rather than any of the other options presented to them. So, Sarah, what do you think? Suppose Godlike goes in for the Grok, which they did. What do you think DS is going to respond with?
The Esmeralda is one of their prime choices. The Hilda is out of the board, so possibly the Garut Kacha. The CC is out, so the Xborg is an option. The Harith or the Nathan for Funny Valentine. The Peter is the main person in question here because no Yeve, no Kimi, no Jukshin. So what are you gonna pick up? The Luoi, very hard choice because Ramcom will just go in for his Arlord or the Dragon. Maybe the Lunox for himself, maybe the Valentina for himself. But how much are you really going to copy? Oh, it is the
There it
Lunox
is.
and the Esmeralda.
Yup, predictions on top. Sarah is always there with the predictions, guys. I think we're not supposed to say that, but I think if you guys were betting, you should bet on whatever Sarah does because I think you guys would make good odds. But with that, the odds are stacked against Daku Sena right now. So they will be, picking up that Esmeralda paired up with that Lunox to give them that balance. But it is broken walls, and I think Godlike really picked up some of the best options you would want in this situation. I mean, there is the Arlot, who is just fabulous in the Broken Walls patch.
Very fabulous indeed. And Arlot is one of those heroes that Romcom is so versatile on. Just like the Yuzhong, he can maneuver around the map on this hero as well. And he's just going to come in through any broken wall and go in for the flicker engage. And the first matchup that DS had when Godlike were called Sacred Shrine back in the Swiss stage, the very first game of the tournament it was. And Romcom had the Arlot and they clean swept DS back then too. So we'll see how DS performs this time around. And it's a Granger gold lane, so Funny Valentine. Yeah, of course it's going to be the Harith gold lane, but that would mean 2 scaling magic damage dealers into your side. You're gonna need a hell lot of early game for that.
Honestly, I was thinking that maybe DS might go in, Ryu might go in for that Borg. And they still might do it, but the issue is the second you do that, you're allowing Godlike to go and dive into your backline once again because you have no crowd control. DS needs to prioritize in crowd control, and I think that by showing up that Valentina pick, it's kind of showing that I am going in for a Minotaur most likely, or maybe that Kalia. I think those are the only 2 heroes that you don't want to face against DS's draft right now, because any of the other ones the tanks, conventional tanks, DS will be able to handle. Unless Jazz is going in for a chip, but I don't think that would work. You need something else.
Yeah.
This comp would not work for chip. It has to be the Kalia or the Mino, or maybe a Hylos, but that's 4 magic again.
Yep, or you know what DS did in the previous series, just go in for that Hellcut roam when you know you can't do much, you just go in for something you like to play. But Godlike here though, still on the ban phase. Maybe they should ban out the Kalia if they realize the potential Kalia Lunox combo coming in. That could work out. But as for the picks too, DS we already mentioned, but oh, it's going to be a Frederin ban coming in from the side of Godlike.
And yep, there it is, Ryu with the Goonie. And now the question is, what is Jazz gonna pick? Please don't tell me they're gonna try a Goonie swap and pick up something else in the jungle. I will lose it. But I think DS Jazz ka pick is gonna be a little. I'm really confused. They could go in. The Khalid is also being taken out, so the options are quite low.
Yep.
What do you think Godlike is gonna do? Suppose whatever Jazz picks up, I think Godlike is gonna go in for a Luo E. I think I feel like the Luo would really work here.
Or not.
No. Yo.
Insane.
Okay. Insane. I was not prepared for that pick at all whatsoever, and
If
I
it
really
works,
like
it
that
works.
pick. I would really want it to work. I think it's been so long since we've seen a
Oh,
Faramis
sheesh.
actually dominate. So
Van though, Baxia.
Bakshia pick, they needed the front line. They get the front line over here. So, with that being said, I think Godlike's draft has been perfected for themselves. They have that balance of damage scaling, and with the broken walls existing, you know for a fact that the Bakshia is going to be so hard to run away from. That Grok is going to be even more annoying to deny. Just having a flicker will not help. I think everyone needs to be running sprints. But you need the Purify too, because there's a lot of crowd control there.
Exactly.
You have the final slash, the tech charge, the shield unity, the slow stacks. You also. Nah. Yo, DS, what are you doing?
I told you, bro. I told you.
Nah, DS, what are you thinking right now? What are you
The
thinking?
same strategy as before. Just play what you know. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. True sportsmanship, I believe. And Godlike is Godlike. Complete domination as always. So we'll see how that one works out.
Okay, very interesting draft coming in. You have on one side, you have a very slow stacking fight. I mean, where it's still ability based battle, but these guys can have potential to engage and re-engage. Whereas with DS, you have to all in. I mean, the lowest cooldown over there is the Zaman Force, like 10 minutes and 15 minutes into the late game. Or I think the lowest cooldown is on Hide on Bush at this point on his ult. That is the lowest cooldown scale you have. So if DS messes up even a single engage, even a single player messes up an ability, they're going to be punished for it. But if they manage to pull this off, we could be seeing a very different result. So fingers crossed. I am really hoping to see the Harith and this Hellcut pull off to their full potential. So let's see how it goes.
I mean, what I'll just say is all the best, do your best, and somebody will always be proud of you, Esmeralda, so that's okay. But other than that, Godlike has the draft, they've got the resources, Fate is on his Granger, so maybe we see a triple kill or a Maniac or a Savage or something. But along with that, ladies and gentlemen, already into the land of Dawn, the very probable last game of the day, unless DS pulls off a miracle. But yep, there we go. A quick little pause coming in while we fix up the API and the rest of the technicalities. And the teams also is going to be starting off onto their respective buffs, except for the Baxia going in for the red first, and while the Guinevere will be going in for the blue.
Yup, and I was actually worried for a second there was a mispick because I actually want to see this match play out now. I mean, it has surprised me a lot, and I really want to see this game go on. I think, yeah, you were right. It's this is a little troubleshooting issue. We're going to be back into action in just a few more minutes. But what do you think the game plan is for DS? Because I think Godlike has their own standard rotation. They're going to go in for a few invades. They're going to try to stop Ryu from farming comfortably. This has been Godlike's strategy throughout the tournament. So, uh, do you think DS should go in for a counter invade, or I think is that too risky?
It's risky because of the fact that the enemy jungler is a Baxia. And you do not want to engage on a Baxia. It's not the best of decisions. He's got insane amount of early game burst down. Not really burst down, but more of a shred down. And there's a Faramis who can just pull you right back into the enemy jungle if you try to dash out. So not the best of decisions for Daku Sena. They should just play their own slow game. They've got the Harith and the Lunox for the late. And they've also got Jazz for those silly little pickoffs into the Granger. But we have a big announcement coming up for tomorrow. The matches are going
Yep.
to be three huge monsters taking on each other. SHUL, IQ SHUL versus Godlike, IQ SHUL versus Rntx, and Godlike versus Rntx. And all, yeah, I
Man,
did mention
this is,
all
I
of
think,
them.
every matchup. I think this is every
Yes.
matchup everyone has been waiting for. I think forget the viewers, man. I think as casters, I think all of us will
All
be
of us
itching
are
to get our
hyped.
hands
Yep.
on those games. So yeah, I think a really stacked lineup coming in tomorrow. And speaking of stacked up, while we are waiting in for the pause, there is a massive stack of diamonds waiting for to be given away. 2.5k likes, folks. There's still a few more minutes before we will be winding up. There's few more games coming in. So hit those 2.5k likes, and we have 10k dyers for you. Join into that Discord, stay active there. We have so many more events. War Drums is constantly hosting. If you're active enough, you might just be winning a few passes to the LAN in Guwahati. And with that, we're back in the land of Don Sara. Bid already flickering out to safety.
I mean, that's just a measure of safety, yeah. But onto the goal lane, though, Fate is the one freezing down the lanes while, oh my god, Ryu getting poked down so early, but he actually won out a retribution this time around against Van's Baxia, so we'll give him the credit for that. This time around, that's 3 retries today, won by Ryu. So, good job to him, but how long can they really hold out against this kind of a lead is the question, because Van is going in for a very triangular jungle kind of moment, and that might just be disadvantageous for Dakusena if Van gets all the smaller jungles while the rest of the Ryu doesn't. But hide on bush though, instantaneously first blooded at the blue buff. Overextension. That's just way too much.
Deep. And Jazz gets the kill on Fate on the bot side with the help of Funny. But the real question is, why would you invade a Bakshia with your, who counters you out? But with that being said, Peter gets the kill as Jazz makes it 2. They are absolutely feasting right now. But there's the final slash coming in already. Ardlot putting in a lot of work, but he will not hold on for long. As Ryu gets the kill on Romcom, Van escapes with the sliver of HP, and right now DS on a hot streak.
This is something interesting though. But Jazz, I told you it's the Faramis, and Jazz got pulled right back to his own death. Ryu with a jump, but will get interrupted. Didn't have the ultimate online, and now he will be able to secure the turtle finally, because Baxia has had his buff though. But Art looking for a possible setup as bit. Oh my god, Ryu with a double set will find the kill onto Art. But who is Peter? Getting marked down. Jazz finds a kill onto Romcom. Meanwhile, 2-0 lead for DS there, plus the turtle. Funny Valentine really farming up the gold. This might just be a breakthrough for Daku Sena here.
Oh no, there's the jump. They don't have the Violet Requiem, or Van would also be falling with the rest of their members. I think right now, someone has to keep an eye on Jazz, because he is just too hot to handle right now. They're melting down Art. He's shredding down Van. He is absolutely obliterating Fate. I think this tempo will last them another, I think, 5 minutes. So they need to use these next 5 minutes of time to make a goal lead so unassailable, so undeniable that Godlike has no choice but to give them that point and take this to a tiebreaker.
That is what. And Fate though is in danger. Jazz finds the killing spree, needs to walk out, but he's gonna get stunned. That's a little too much there. But Jazz still trying to make it out, but he won't. Van is gonna find the shutdown. Funny Valentine still trying to deal some damage onto them. Falling Star Moon from higher onwards, but he's just trying to zone them away and clear the space for Funny Valentine to get that turret goal, get that advantage for himself, while the rest of Team Godlike gathers around to try and shut down Kanzen onto that turret.
Oh my god, 3-8, and all those kills have, to be honest, been on the roamer. I think we've just forgotten for a fact that Jazz is actually playing the Hellcurt on the roam and not the jungle. So he can afford to pull this off again and again, baits out a flicker with just an S1 and S2 that he's gonna get back in exactly, I think, 5 seconds. So those deadly stingers right now.
Ryu red tree!
Oh, who gets the red tree?
Wow! He
Ryu!
predicted that! He's recovering whatever aura that he has, like, wow.
Yeah, for sure right now. Ryu is a man on a mission after the previous game. He is on form, but Jazz pulled back to danger. But there's the jump. But Romcom is gonna take out Jazz, and finally, the deadly cockroach has been taken out in this fight.
Wow.
But on the top side, Funny Valentine being mirrored away by 3 members. They don't have vision on him just yet. But on the mid side, Peter has to back off. Okay, there's the brilliance being used up. Will we see an immediate collapse? There it is. Baited out, predicted perfectly, but there's the Chaos Assault coming in. Ryu goes in for the jump, but there's no man there just yet. And meanwhile, Hide on Bush putting the pressure on the lanes with the side of Funny Valentine. The duo on the lanes, the off lanes, are just doing so much work right now.
Oh, Ryu and Jazz, the positioning is really good here, I would say. And they're gonna find Romcom, and Ryu actually gets a killing spree. Insane work coming in from DS this time, I believe, and if they can somehow hold on to this momentum, this might just be the miracle they needed.
I think the main heartbeat, I think we're like looking at how Jazz is rotating, but I think the main reason they're so afraid to use their skills on Jazz is because of Ryu, who could jump in at any moment. Fate has been holding on to his Purify for Jazz. Not for Jazz, I mean for Ryu, not Jazz. And at the same time, they also need to watch out for Bush, because I think he's just focusing on lanes right now. But Jazz, no, you went in too deep and all alone. DS, you have to roam together. As the name Daku Sena, you guys roam in a gang, and that's what you need to do to keep that tempo alive, because that goal lead, which is so fearsome, is not losing that fear factor, because the way Godlike engaging, there's the shutdown on Ryu, and with him taken down, Funny is going in with the Zaman Force. There is the ultimate coming in from Farmis. Romcom forced to back off, the flicker being used up. Wan gets the turtle, but right now very low art with the defensive tectonic charge trying to back away. Will Jazz jump in? Yes, he does. Uses up the execute. No shame at all, but that's how we like it. We want to win. We don't want a fun game. But speaking of that, Bush is going to be taken out by Fate. And then he gets denied. But Van, with the Tortoise Poisons, trying to go in for a re-engage, seeing his being bolstered by his members. But this is all she wrote, with the fight coming to a standstill finally.
Like, this is very, very back and forth right now. And honestly, enough, Daku Sena, they are doing the best that they possibly can with the situation that they are in right now. And we can already see the Radiant Armors being stacked up by Godlike, because they know that the main source of damage is going to be the Lunox as well as Funny Valentine. But no, Fate is going to find the kill. kill onto Elusivity, and now Hirambush has to sprint away as well. This is what they need to watch out for. This is the comeback from Godlike, because this way, if they keep getting picked up every single time, things will look harder and harder towards the late game bit, though trying to save up his Purify as well as his ultimate.
Oh no, that
Ryu
wall.
now, Ryu will be the one getting caught out. There's the wall, there's the engage, but Ryu still sustains all of it, all by himself.
And Ryu is being able to hold on for now, but I think the real man on the mission from the side of Godlike is that single guy, Fate. I mean, he has come in from a 0-2 back to 3. He's also surprisingly taken not as much damage as we thought he would, despite being absolutely slaughtered by the Hellcurt in the early game. And we saw a lot of massive false engage coming in by both sides. Jazz popped his ult and then Bid instantly used the defensive, cult altar over there. Yeah, I think they really need to keep Ryu alive. Ryu and Funny, I think Funny has to step up for his team. He's been given all the advantage he needs. Bush there buying a lot of time, but is he going in too deep? Oh no, the Star Moon down is not going to connect. Ryu goes in with the jump. It's not going to be enough. Bid with Romcom turn the game around on its heels. Peter and Bush both will fall. They were the ones holding on for their side, and right now the game completely in favor of Godlike. Jazz, meanwhile, cleaning up turrets on the top side, but will Ryu go in for the engage? Yes, he does. Can he get the retribution? Not in time. The final slash takes away the last hope to steal the Lord away from the members of Daku Sena, and now they have a very tough base defense coming in.
This is actually very difficult. Oh no, Jazz. He's going to get picked off by Romcom as well as Fate right there. The Sky PSA is really coming online now. And ironically enough, despite DS having 12 kills, Van hasn't fallen even once. So that's the power of the Baxia. And now even Fate is online. So just he needs to be safe when he doesn't have the Purify, and that's all. If he is careful enough, it's an easy kill for him. But look at that, Van Satoru going in for something along with Fate, but Hirambush will be able to maneuver around that and protect that tier 1. However, the Lord is charging down the top lane, so whatever lane advantage that DS had, they will be losing it.
And the Lord marching down. It's actually marching up top, so it's marching up top, not down. But with that being said, in the mid lane, Ryu going in with the set, the Violet Requiem, is it enough? No, Bid is the one to keep his members alive. Always there to save the day for Godlike. He had the Godlike in the previous game, and right now he is playing medic for everyone's lives. And looking at the items right now, they're just stacking magic defense. Look at the front line. I mean, they're all picking. All of them have got the Radiant.
That's what.
Van even got the anti. He's like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to know any of you. I'm going to get up close and personal and hope for the best. And I think that is the main reason that defensive item spike that has come in for Godlike is allowing them to now sustain the burst coming in from the side of Daku Sena. So I think DS has, I think, another 2 minutes before this game is basically done.
That is what. And the only ray of hope is that Funny Valentine has the Holy Crystal. So if he picks up on the Wishing Lantern soon enough, they might be able to, deal a little more damage. And Ryu needs to get the setups right. They need to take down at least Romcom or Fate or Van and one more person before the Lord fight or any other objective fight begins. Because if they don't do that, Fate is gonna free hit as long as Van and Romcom are alive, and that will be a very dangerous and risky situation for the side of Daku Sena. But look at Jazz though, completely getting spotted out by Art as well as Fate right there. There's 5 members to dodge. Can Jazz run away from this? He cannot, but oh my god, almost found the kill onto Fate. Hirambush is the one chasing, and he's gonna take them down. There's the shutdown, but he does manage to survive all of it. And now Funny Valentine as well as Ryu are the ones trying to look for some kind of an engage, but they need to back off because they know they are 1 member down and they do not want to lose any more.
And I would take, oh, the beautiful two-man set, the Violet Requiem, hide on bush, constantly being the stable backdoor for the Daku Sena, is delivering once again, gets the first kill, he comes back with a shutdown, makes it two, diving under two turrets, can he survive? Not for long, Bid pulls him back, and this must have been the result they needed. I would take this trade day of the week if I was Dakusena, losing out Jazz for Fate. But there it is, the ultimate. Ryu delivers with the retribution, the brilliance used defensively. And with that being said, a Lord is in the favor of Dakusena, and it's coming down, I think, the top side? The bot side. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it's coming down one of those lanes for sure. And I don't think they can afford to sink the waves. DS is too squishy to afford to sink the wave. Jazz!
No, Jazz!
Why are you standing there?
He went
Why?
in for bid. He went in for bid and got caught. Oh my god.
They needed that ult to maximize the Lord value. And I think at this
That is
point,
what?
Godlike can actually step out and clear the wave Lord up top. Because there's no Jazz to worry about. So no one can really dive the backline except hide on bush. And, regardless of how much of a menace he's being, his damage is not that kind of instant scary. Like, you see half your pool disappear. So I think, yeah, that's it. That Lord has been completely wasted out, and Fate is just chunking it down with the Rhapsody.
That is what, and honestly, losing out on Jazz at that crucial moment changes a lot of things for the side of Dakusena right now. They could have pushed forward with this Lord, and they could have got at least one inhibitor if they had Hellkurt's ultimate, but they did not, and they didn't find a single turret this time around. So that's going to be a very major setback, because giving away all those minions as well as the Lord is allowing Godlike to retrieve whatever goal deficit that they had.
And Funny has still not gone in for the Wishing Lantern. He wants to make it at the very end. How confidence? I mean, I think that speaks two things. Either you're really, really confident in your team, to let you get to that stage. So he went in for the Divine instead. But at the same time, you're putting a lot more pressure on your front line. I think actually there's only one front line, because Ryu at the end of the day cannot sustain the kind of damage that Bush is managing to do for his team. So right now, hide on Bush, he is living up to his namesake, going in from each foliage to foliage, giving out vision, ensuring that Jazz gets a read on who is where, what bushes to avoid. And I think that's a lot of work being put in on his end. But looking at the gold, the damage dealt, Esmeralda significantly going higher up against that Arlott. I think it speaks for itself. Jazz is going to gap Art in terms of damage dealt. Harith is also doing pretty well. I think all the members are doing. Oh, they baited out Bid's ult. This is the time to back off. That's all you need to do. Just hold on for another 10 seconds as the Lord is up. And that is all they needed to do. But Jazz's ult is also used along with the Violet Requiem. So, Romcom and Jazz. This is it, Sarah.
This is it.
This could
this
be
really is it.
Okay, he doesn't get spot.
Jazz?
He knows. His passive saved him. His passive saved him.
Yeah. Oh
She
wow. And even
knows.
Fate is here now. Oh, but Fate? No. Oh my god, Jazz, he actually does it. But now he's caught. He dashes out. Van is all out for him, but the Lord is wide open for Dakusena to take. But oh my god, what a distraction. This little black cockroach is going to be in this game. Ryu is gonna secure the Lord for the help of Dakusena. Now hide on bush with the falling star moon. Baits out the cult altar again. They try to pull him in, but he's just gonna back off.
And what a turnaround. Jazz going in from the previous Lord throw to making this Lord set happen all by himself. You do not need to play a tank to zone out the members if you can just take out the marksmen under their own buff. So I think, folks, that is new MOBA 5v5 knowledge for you. Please do not try this in solo queue. I will ban you. But with that being said, guys, Jazz is pulling off a miracle right now. Jazz and Bush, I think they're giving so much space for Valentine and Peter to rotate. Ryu is coming in with the timely sets, with the vision given to him. I mean, how is it that, Funny Valentine has not died even once, despite having no tanks? Like, no conventional frontline tank.
That is
But the
what
Lord marching down, top
they
side, the
actually
Lord is being held
timely.
on to. The wall coming in. Oh, they use the ult to actually scare them away. Van is the only one holding on. The Lord crashes in. Is Ryu gonna go in for the jump? He's still holding on. Bush all the
Yes.
way in the mid lane. Okay, Bush, he's going in too deep.
He's
The final
going in,
slash, he's
but
getting
it's caught
taunted in.
No,
Look at the
God.
sustain with the vengeance. Under 5 men. Sustains it all. Baits out nearly half the ults in the game. Only Art has held on to his. Romcom instantly popped it out. Even under the tortoise Bazans, the shields from the Esme, too hot to handle.
It's not even the vengeance, bro. It's the sprint. Oh my god. But holy hell, how is he sustaining all that? I do not know. And if Jazz gets one more pick off onto Fate or Romcom or Bid, it very well might be game over for Godlike. But no, he gets spotted. Jazz though. Oh, has to back off then and there. Haron Bush, he's kind of alone right now.
Oh,
Wall
no,
comes
no,
in
no,
along
no,
with the
no,
final
no,
slash.
no.
The fun, mark it down the back line, but Funny Valentine has the damage. Jazz trying to go in for the back line to Fate. Cult Altar comes in immediately. Bid, the ultimate has been used up. And who is Peter? Goes in with the Lunox combo. Gets the shutdown onto Bid. Haron Bush is gonna run back while the Requiem comes in onto 2 as well. Double kill for Peter right there onto the backside. Jazz is gonna find the kills. Funny Valentine is gonna take down Fate. Vid is the only survivor. The minions are charging in.
All they need to do is turn this game. This minions have to be protected. Bait trying is all. It's not enough. By the time he respawns, this will be all she wrote. Folks, before we hit midnight, the cockroach has taken it to a game 3 tiebreaker. Wow, that was not how I ever expected to end a game. The cockroach is how we go into a tiebreaker. I mean, I think all my neighbors are going to be very worried about what I just said. But yes, game 3 is in. Oh my god, my sleep schedule is going to be absolutely messed up. But what a game, what a draft. Win Jazz. I mean, Bid did his best. I think there's really nothing you could really do against a Hellcurt. Like, you have not taken anything to chase him down. The Romcom is the only guy who was able to stop him. So I think Jazz just like, okay, I'm just going to avoid Romcom by letting Bush, hide on Bush, like, give me that vision. And yeah, that last team fight was picture perfect. They baited out the ult and went back in. And the MVP, Funny Valentine, almost no damage taken at all, but present in half of those fights because the other half was solo kills by Jazz. A lot of damage dealt, unstoppable, unassailable. DS pulling off a miracle.
Even the neutral objectives, DS had 8 towers and Godlike had 1 despite having a pure marksman into their draft. So that goes to say a lot how much DS won this one around. But Waldo, just hold on for 2 minutes, will you?
Oh man, it's actually going crazy with the way the game is. The draft, I think every moment was so action packed. But looking at the situation, with the oh god, I mean, Art had the KDA he needed. Romcom, despite being taken down 5 times, all of his pickoffs were very crucial. I wouldn't say there's anything inherently wrong with Godlike's draft. I think it would have worked against almost every comp in the world except for comps like these. Because I don't think you can really draft anything against stuff like this. So, DS also in their game 3, Godlike also in their game 3. I think both of them, I think they've played a few games. Godlike is in their third match of the day, if I'm not wrong. No, third match of the day. So, it's going to be a test of attrition right now. And DS is really, really hyped up because I know for a fact I am. And looking at the head-to-head, guys, Funny edging out against Fate in terms of that head-to-head in gold, in damage dealt, and in pretty much every other stat. And Ryu with the retry.
Clearly enough, this time around, Ryu did redeem himself a lot. Like, really, he did so well. And even in terms of damage dealt, he has a little more than the Bucks. Yeah, which goes to say a lot about he, like, landing those jumps and Violet Requiems very properly. Faramis, though, definitely being a Faramis, did deal out more damage, but Peter did the better job of melting down Van as and when required. And this man, Jazz, bro, with those plays onto the backline, just taking down Fate every single time, forcing Fate to back off everywhere, every single fight. It was so important, and the space that this Esmeralda created was just insane. Despite Romcom having the better setups in certain team fights, the space which an Esmeralda creates, you cannot match that. And look at the carry and the sandbag from the side of Daku Sena, while the rich guy is Funny Valentine. Art, of course, the wingman, but wow.
Yup. We know what the case is. Bush with absolutely fabulous performance. I think DS really showed the glimpse of brilliance that they are known for. I mean, this is the team that the fans have fallen in love with. So I think this is why I think we finally got to see that hint from Daku Sena that we all know. After a long time, they're playing their eccentric kind of gameplay. I think this is what suits them best. Every team has a flair, and theirs is absolute and utter chaos, controlled chaos, which is what is working for them. And on the other side, Godlike now, to be honest, I think when I would be heading into that draft, I have no idea what to ban. I think the first thing I would ban just out of spite would be the Hellcut if I was Fate or Van, because the Van was just losing half his HP. Jazz is walking in, dropping one DHS Stinger combo and walking out. That's all he was doing half the game to Van. So Van and Art, I think they're just gonna remove that Hellcut so they don't see it. It's the Hellcut nerf on Jazz at this point. The cockroach nerf. Yeah,
Literally a cockroach. So irritating. But I don't know how they did this, but whatever they pulled off, massive congratulations to them, because this is a big upset. You are sitting at the lower half of the leaderboard and Godlike is sitting at the very top. So technically you are providing competition to one of the strongest teams right now. So huge congratulations to them for doing that. But Godlike, this is their server once again. They should be able to win it out. Do they go in for the same kind of domination that they had in the first game?
And all things said, Sara, I mean, even as hyped as I am, I think one thing we need to understand, Godlike has not lost a series. So the games have gone to the tiebreaker, but okay, whoever interrupted me there, I apologize. They have lost a game. I have to go back into following the matches. They have lost a series, but Godlike, with that being said, Godlike has, they are in their server. This is their territory once again. Ryu is gonna have his jungle pool restricted, and looking at the bans, DS do get the first pick for themselves this time. Kimi and the Khalid are being taken out. They're respecting the kind of options that Art brings to the table. Like we said, we saw how much of an impact that Khalid had in game 1. So do you think Ryu is thinking about that Lancelot once again, simply because that Khalid is banned? I feel like it might be possible.
I don't think he is, because it's the Bengal server. Do you really want to suffer like that all over again? I personally, if I was a jungler in any team, I wouldn't want to go up with that kind of mental torture. I would instead just let my teammates pick up something of their comfort, maybe the CC, maybe the Esmeralda, because Godlike here, they can ban out either. If they ban out on the Esmeralda, DS picks up the CC. If they ban out the CC, DS picks up the Esmeralda. So it's a 50-50. But while we are talking about the last ban and the first pick for this game, we'd like to remind you once more, tomorrow we've got the three giants of the Indian esports community playing up in the Mythic Showdown Season 2. SATUL, Rntx and Godlike, they will be going head to head against each other, 3BO3s, so make sure to tune in to War Drum Games as well as MOBA 5 Esports Official at 6 p.m. sharp. We'll be back with a lot of giveaways tomorrow as well, so let your friends know, like, share and subscribe. And as the draft is continuing at the moment, Peter gets his Eve, so Bid answers his instantly with the Jukshin.
And folks, we, like Sora's already mentioned once, this is the tiebreaker and almost it is definitely the last game of the day. We have the most hype games of the entire league stage coming in. Godlike versus Godlike, Rntx and SATUL. All of them are going to be playing in the most intense series of the best of threes we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So you have to tune in, like that stream, and we definitely, War Drums is always there for giveaways. Tune on to the Discord. There are going to be watch parties. There are a lot of events being held, and it's a massive community. So all of us at War Drums would love to have you there. And speaking back, getting back into the game, it's a flying cloud meta this time on the map. So we're not going to see the broken wall. So I think Godlike straight up, they do not want to see that Esme, ban it out. But okay, they have picked up the Zuzhan, Sara. Godlike has that Zuzhan. So do you think Ryu could go in for the Joy?
Tough decision, but I don't know, it could work out, but he might just stick to the Guinevere once more since he's more comfortable onto the fighter junglers when it's a disadvantaged server. So Godlike here, they will be locking in onto the Yi Sun-shin. So Van on the Yi Sun-shin is something you need to be scared of, honestly. Like, that man is a force to be reckoned with on those assassins. And DS really needs to think here what they want onto their EXP as well as jungle if they want to counter out that draft. Godlike, of course, will be banning out on the possible EXP picks which Bush could pick up. The Alice is a banning choice, the Uranus is a choice, while DS needs to ban out on some gold laners and possibly some of the roamers, maybe the Minotaur. That is a very good ban here.
Yep, the Mino pick, it could work, to be honest. I would actually like to see the Mino being played on the side of DS. Actually, no. Yeah, it would actually work on DS because I think Godlike could actually do better with the Mino because the Minoan Fury will be paired really well with the Mountain Shocker on their side. And it could also kind of interrupt what Harith is going to be trying to do because Funny Valentine has been popping off on that Harith with an MVP in the previous game. So DS, the Kalia also being banned out, and Godlike is actually banning out assassins despite it not being Ryu's server. I think the game one is not really speaking on the quality of the jungler of Ryu is if Godlike is still banning out assassins in the opposite server.
Yeah. See, look at that.
The Goonie ban, there it is, the respect ban. So at least we know for a fact Jazz is not going on to the Hellcourt once again. So I think that's a relief for the viewers too and myself because I don't think my blood pressure can take that kind of gameplay this late into the night. So the final ban from DS, I honestly think it might be the CC. It could be the CC because Godlike already has the late game from their side.
Yep. It should be the CC more because if they don't ban it out, Harith, thank God. Harith, okay, finally, Harith might just have a decent time with the gold lane. But if Fate goes in for something like the Nathan, then it's a matter of question as to what DS can do.
Okay, there it is, the CC ban. Finally, I got one prediction to Sarah's 8,000, guys. So, I'm going to make my way there, folks. Cheer me on. I'm betting against Sarah. Maybe one day, 5, 10 tournaments later, I will catch up. But with that being said, DS, the Mino, like you said, Sarah, is an option. I think, actually, no, they can't go in for the.
Oh,
Okay. The
oof.
Fakito. Okay, the Fakito. Is the Fakito in the gold lane?
Yep.
That has to be the Pakito in the gold
Yep,
lane. I
it
don't want to
is.
see YSS on gold. So, with the pack going on gold, they could actually go in for an Angela right now because the Angela would work with every single hero on the side of Godlike's lineup.
It would,
To
but
be
then
honest.
again, Art is kind of averted from playing the Angela into the roam. He would have preferred it on the mid lane, sure, but as a roamer, Angela is just slightly weak, because you won't be getting any vision. But holy hell, Ryu goes in for the Uranus jungle with a Terizla EXP for Daku Sena. I don't exactly see the game plan, but they are going to play a very Harith centric game. That's all I can say. While Godlike has a highly pick off centered gameplay. And yep, Art with the chip.
Yep. There it is, the chip. Like, okay, I have a good day. Finally, I get one moment where some things work out for the greedy. So yep. With that being said, the chip is what's gonna be played out, and honestly, if I knew that the chip was coming in, I mean, now that what's done is done, I've not seen people pick up the Carmilla against the chip anymore. I think it's been so long. I think it's time
Yeah.
the Carmilla makes her way
It's
back
been
because
ages.
if the chip is there in the battlefield, I think the bloody curse is the best counter to it. I mean, if 5 people are popping out, just drop one ult and they're all done for. So that is a thing. Also, I think a Diggy would also be a nice touch. I think in these patches they could really work because every team is right now running for like a semi-damage build or with like early game scaling mages. So a Diggy would be like a great option for their late. And with that, the draft has been confirmed. I'm just waiting on, we'll be waiting to head into the land of dawn in just a few more moments, Sarah. Who do you think has that edge on the first turtle? Is it going to be Ryu on that Uranus jungle or that Isan Shin?
I doubt it. I high key doubt it because Uranus securing a retribution against Yisun Shin while there's a Lantern Flare coming in onto you with the Jukshin, and then Romcom is there with the Petrify, Art with the stun, Fate might rotate, and then there's going to be a Mountain Shocker. It's just a little too much for Ryu to be handling unless Iron Bush and Jazz get a proper setup onto at least Van and Bid or Van and Fate. That is the only situation where Ryu would be able to secure a victory.
Okay. I mean, this could go any way, to be honest. It could go either way. Both sides have kind of picked out a good option. I mean, you can't. What is the chip gonna do if he's diving into that Terizla? I mean, the Terizla is gonna use up a huge set, and he will turn that game around completely. And on the other side, Funny Valentine is gonna be especially, Peter and Valentine. Those two are the people who need to be worried because Jazz cannot protect you against Chip. It's not even his fault. I mean, the chip
Exactly.
is built exactly to ruin all of your hopes and dreams.
Look at that. Already into the early game, Jazz is taking in quite a lot of hope. Art as well, of course. However, Jazz is the one taking in a more amount of damage. Onto the EXP, Romcom, of course, looking to get that early poke. And here, Godlike is actually stealing away Ryu's jungle, and they aren't even aware of that. So this is kind of a worse situation. And look at the early burst coming in from Fate already. The aggression coming in from Godlike right now after losing the previous game, I think it might just be too much for Dakusena to handle.
It just exactly. I mean, that could be the situation. DS has to ensure that Ryu is even in gold and experience, because that Uranus is needs to stack up on the attributes it gets each level. It has to go and ensure his rhetoric is up to the mark, because the whole point of picking that Uranus is not to deal damage, it's to ensure you can just face tank all the damage being dealt to you during that Lord contest. So, with that being said, the burst that could come in from that pack is, I think it's quite underappreciated. I mean, a lot of players kind of forget that knockout strike, or with the champ stance combo, kind of takes out all your HP in the early game.
Yep.
And speaking
Oh,
of that,
Mountain
there
Shocker.
is the set. Dragon
Purify
Tail
as well,
coming
getting
in.
used
Mountain
up,
Set.
but Chip needs to flicker out as well. The very early aggression from both the teams. So that's two flickers getting used up. One by Hiram Bush, the another one by Art onto that Chip. So both will be lacking a setup potential at the turtle. Van also does not have the Mountain Shocker, so he's gonna miss up a stun too. But Ryu is not getting any chance to even go near the turtle. Because look at that, Fate is already here with the rotation, and Bid constantly landing those Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flares just to get as many knockups as he possibly can.
And looking at the level ranking, surprisingly, Ryu is a little up ahead of, I mean, unless it is just evenly ranked, I think, yeah, they're all level 5. So he's keeping up with the Yisun Shin despite his jungle being denied in the early game. Like, he lost out the crab at the bot side. And he's still, giving his fight for that level dominance in terms of the jungle. But on the mid side, Peter and Bade, both of them taking turns poking each other out, one with the damage from the void and one with the lanterns. So, yep, it's my favorite mage right now versus Ray's favorite mage. Who is winning?
And I mean, we did see Ray popping into the chat as well for a while the moment you mentioned his favorite mage, and of course he's supporting Bid right now. But Money Valentine might be in danger here. Teleport being used up by Art. AOG getting used up defensively. But look at Romcom though, definitely coming in.
He wants to commit.
Yep, he wants to commit. RWM though, catching 3, but Van needs to back. Oh, Peter needs to back off. Flickers out right on time. Taunt coming in onto Romcom, and Peter will be securing the first blood. But Mountain Shocker is coming in. Art is kind of low here. Jazz trying to look for a push front. Here they're looking for a little bit more. They are being taken down low. But Ryu, he might just... No, he's gonna lose it out. The knock-up from Bid will be enough for Ryu to be taken down.
They overextended that just a little too much. And if you saw at that bot lane, Peter with that flicker bait, ensuring that Romcom dove in with the Dragon Tail, I mean, that was a chef kiss moment over there. I mean, it's moments like those. That's like the kind of outplays that most players would not notice, but Peter made sure it happened, but they were able to equalize with the kill onto Ryu. But okay, look at that. The champ stance. Knockout strike damage. Just a little too hot to handle. The pack hurting a lot with that heavy left punch.
Yes.
Actually, no, it's the jab, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Jab. Yeah, but there's the RWM. Huge catch with the 2-man. AOG, Van will clean up the turtle in the meantime. But the members of DS collapsing on. But it's gonna be Ryu who takes out Art. But Glue, oh my god, what am I saying? Bid is gonna get the kill on Ryu. I'm going with a lot of different names right now. But Peter fell in the midst of it all at the very start in that skirmish. But he does have some good news. He gets the glowing wand while Godlike collapsed the bot side turret, marking it the first, turret objective on this game.
That is what, and ironically enough, just like the deja vu of the first game, Peter into the back line got hard marked, like very hard marked by Romcom as well as Van coming in right for him. So there he could not deal the damage he wanted to with the RWN, and it expired prematurely, which meant that Ryu was caught out in the middle of 4 people while the rest of the members were busy protecting Funny Valentine as best as they could. And if they can, they should be rotating towards the top lane now because Art is already there. Oh, look at the conceal play. Peter has to figure out of that situation. Instant backup coming in. The AOG lands on the two. Ryu getting taken down very low. Again, the mountain chakra is on to Peter. Ryu though will be instantly taken down by Van along with Jazz. Marked down, but Funny Valentine secures a kill onto Romcom, but is getting marked down. Doesn't have the dashes anymore, and Fate will be there to clean it all up for the side of Godlike Esports.
Oh my god, what a cleanup coming in. Godlike collapsing down Funny Valentine. They did lose out Romcom, but that's a trade I would take any day. An EXP laner. Oh, Portal coming in from hell onto Hide on Bush. But the lantern, will he survive? For long, not for long. There's the jab taking him out. The champ stance messing him up. But there's it. They're going in. Fails pop down low. Ryu with the shutdown. Making things happen for Daku Sena right now as they're still gonna go brawl. The Mountain Shocker coming in. Jazz zoning them away. Van is popped down low. Romcom taken out. And that's a 1-for-3 trade coming out. DS on top.
On top indeed, and this should be an easy turtle for them. Van is a little too low to contest for that turtle, and Bid is the only one trying to scout something. Crimson Beacon has been baited out along with the Zaman Force. Ryu,
Yo, what is that damage?
I am not gonna say anything. Well, the stage is all yours.
Okay. I mean, there's no comment to be said over there, but what's happened is happened, folks. But yep, on the bot side, Romcom over there lurking near that bush. But speaking of, Funny Valentine right now, he's on top side trying to clean up the turret. Art is over there making his way up top. The recall's coming in hot. There is Art looking up near that portal entry. Will he go for that set on to Ryu? The three members of Godlike on the top side lurking around. The retribution finds its mark, but Ryu is gonna still stand strong for now.
It's honestly something I do not want to talk about in this game anymore, but the fact that the Terizla did secure one kill onto Romcom so far is the only ray of hope that I see. And also the late game potential from Funny Valentine is the other hope. However, if Ryu misses like that again and goes into another generational aura deb like he just did, and with the tier 2 falling, things are looking more and more hard for the side of Daku Sena to be coming back because the goal lead, it's steadily rising, nearly 3k, all in favor of Godlike.
I mean, like right now, Ryu is able to sustain a lot of damage. So, things might be looking good for them because the late game damage coming in from the side of Godlike is going to fall off very fast. Like all of their damage is really coming in from that Van, but he's been a menace right now. And speaking of a menace, Jazz is going in with the set. There's the AOG, but Godlike is coming in, bringing the heat. Peter using up the RWM has to cancel it out as Ryu coming in, blazing speed with the Radiance. Bid caught out low, but the concussive blast is going to be enough to take him down. Ryu is going to make another kill, evening out that KDA to even 3-3-3. But looking at the situation, the Lord is up. And there is no bid to contest that Lord. So I think Ryu has a good chance of getting this Lord this time, Sarah. But with that being said, Bush is hitting, heavy hammers onto Fate right now, who is forced to back off. But if we look at the performance coming in from that pack, it has been insane. I mean, he is really carrying the, the damage stats for the side of, Godlike right now, putting in a lot of work with the damage.
Truly, and they have amazing amount of damage even to the late game because there's Fate, there's Van, and if they get one proper, setup onto Funny Valentine or Heave or even Ryu, they should be able to win the game pretty easily on towards the late game because a pick-off is all they need before a team makes any kind of mistake, and that is exactly what Godlike is looking for here. And Fate is constantly on that split push though, so the lane pressure is also being intense from the hands of Godlike along with the goal lead that they have.
and the Lord is still standing strong. I mean, no team has really made a concerted effort to really go into that fight. So right now, the gold difference, I think we're hitting that stage where I think the 2K gold is split amongst like three members. But it's split amongst the three most important members. But look at Art taking in a lot of damage. The last thing DS needs to do is, link up a little too close together. Peter and Valentine have to keep their distance. Peter has to stay the furthest away because that's when the RWM has the most impact. When
Yep.
you can't reach him. So that is the whole point that Peter is doing, and he's done a decent job of it so far. But on the bot side, Ryu, look at Van. Are they setting up for
Yeah.
a
The
rotation?
split.
Yeah, I think they're setting up for a split because they know someone has to go there. It's gonna be funny Valentine who makes that rotation in. The
Nardo,
collapse.
teleport on to
but he has
Uranus.
purified.
Bot side. Oh, they miss it. AOT is on to 3. The damage. Romcom taking down very low. Art as well. They're trying to go in for something, but the Black Dragon comes in. If they had Funny Valentine into this fight, this could have been a very possible life. Oh, he's here though. Art, the only one left out into that bush. They aren't spotting him whatsoever. Can they find Art? His back to full HP nearly. Oh my god, Daku, Sena, check the bush. Holy hell. Fake flicker play. Funny Valentine makes it at low, but where's with the Sky Piercer? Art, once again, trying to get the setup. Van into the back line, trying to mark down Peter. Will get them on the chopper and the kill. All for themselves. What a turnaround of the event. Iron Bush as well as Jazz have to back off as Ryu is the only one into the front side. Trying to get a mark. But
Oh, the
Van,
portal from
the
hell.
teleport. He gets the double. 3 down onto the side of Dakusena. Ryu will be the fourth as Van secures the triple. The madness is here. They should be moving in towards the Lord already.
I mean, yeah, they could. They need to go for the Lord because they have no one who can really siege these turrets from range apart from Ban. And getting into melee is just a bad idea against a Terizla. And to be honest, I feel that the Terizla pick is not really coming into full fruition because of the fact that the portal is coming in quite late. I mean, these teams are going in for a false engage, and the Peter kind of commits with his RWM. Jazz goes in with its AOG, and the penalty zone comes in a little late, or it comes in a little too early, and the team is not kind of synced up because Ryu is at a different position. So I think DS needs to fix their team fight. I mean, you should scatter, but you can't scatter that much that you end up being picked off by Van, because this guy went in from 1 kill to 4 kills in just one team fight.
What? Like, it's a late game and you cannot really stop an Yesun Shin from doing what he is doing already. And had Funny Valentine reached that fight a moment earlier, it could have worked out. However, it doesn't. Oh, but Van! Already taken down
I mean-
Peter. Oh my god, things are just.
I thought I lagged for a second. I'm like, where is Peter? I was just gonna say the RWM's gonna come up to defend the turret, and it didn't. And he's gone. Peter is just gone. That's why he had to keep his range. But this just might be the last defense. All the inhibitors is just the middle one standing. Ryu is also getting melted down. The damage from Van is just too much to deal with. They need more defense, but there's not enough time to buy. The goal deficit has sharply shot up from just 3 minutes ago. It was absolutely neck and neck. And now there's a 9k goal lead in their favor. And that's what happens when you lose all your turrets and inhibitors and a Lord with a wipeout in just under 2 minutes. I mean, this is not the result you want to have, but there's some good hope. The Divine Glaive has been picked up by Funny. So, things are still looking up for DS, but, no stacks onto that Zujin just yet. Bid so far having all the skills taken away by Fate.
Exactly, and honestly, Fate is like the win condition for the side of Godlike right now with the way he's melting down literally anyone. Funny Valentine has to play it very, very, very safely inside the very depths of his team if he doesn't want to get taken up But with the BOD coming up for Fate, I think that is going to be very hard. And even Art is kind of unspottable on the map with his positioning. Just like in that last fight we saw, right? He was sitting in the bush for a solid 15 seconds till he got his HP back. And nobody spotted him down.
Yeah, and I think DS does not mind the waiting game because technically the person who had to reach the late game from their side already reached it a few minutes ago. So it does not matter if Van gets an additional like 5k gold at this point. I mean, they just have to watch out for an item swap, and someone like Van was going to do that anyway. I mean, we know how YSS love to kind of go in, drop the Winter Crown, split it into an MO. But okay, split push, bot side. Art, he could really be pulling it off. I mean, but on the Lord, it's really low. Can Ryu make it happen? He has to pull it off. But right now, he's being denied with a perfect Dragon Tail. This is Romcom with the monster kill coming in with the help. They're all diving in. The AOG used up by Jazz. The minions are going to be crashing in from the bottom pretty heavy. But look at that, the defense coming in. Fate gets the kill on the hide on bush. The members of DS collapsing. The RWM is going to come in. They will get the kill on Romcom. But at what cost? It's only Peter left against the world. The respawn times way too high. And I think finally this is all she wrote. The members of Godlike collapse onto them. Are we going to be seeing recalls? No, we don't. There is a little respect coming in from the members after a very, very exciting and thrilling series. And with that, Godlike is going to take home that second point and game.
However, like, the only best outcome for DS is that they secure 1 point and move lightly above, in like 1 point above into the leaderboard. So that's one good thing for them. But Godlike being Godlike into their comfort server, like we mentioned, like when you know the enemy draft and you can predict their moves and also you are on your comfort, you get the victory. And Godlike did just that. Art played amazingly onto that chip. That's one singular play, I believe it changed the whole course of the game, because otherwise it felt like with Jazz landing that AOG onto 3 people, DS was winning that fight initially. But it just got changed in a matter of seconds once Van joined and Art completed his, sitting in one place and doing what he did. And of course, MVP once more this time around is going to be Van with a 94% teamfight participation, 82,000 plus damage dealt, and 791 gold per minute, Baldu.
I know the amount of gold that this man has been farming for himself. God damn it, 94% teamfight participation is just, I think, a little too hot to handle. I mean, you can't have a guy who is constantly involved in every single fight put in so much pressure on you. And looking at the rest of the stats, I mean, I think Bid and Van have been the mainstay of their sides, man. I mean, with the amount of pressure they've been putting in from the back, especially the Zuzhan, completely zoned out the Terizla and Gatot over there from really putting in work. And in the end, the way they knocked up Ryu during the Lord contest,
that is what it's the the constant stuns, the constant knockups because of the Jushin, as well as that last moment petrified knockup from Yuzhong. Romcom, despite having a bad KDA, he made those little plays, those little micros at the Lord and the neutral objectives, and that made a lot of difference for the side of Godlike this time.
Yep, and looking at the differences, I mean, there's a lot of damage being sustained by that front line of DS, but they failed to capitalize on that with the damage they needed to deal out because of that way, Art was pressuring his mouth. So with that being said, looking at the head-to-head over there, Fate will edge out against Funny Valentine. I mean, almost double the damage dealt. The Harith has been surprisingly disappointing in this series after all that, Funny Valentine has been doing. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy. And, yep, the MVP against Ryu, We will not again talk about the red trees, Sarah. I think we
It's-
shall not talk about the red trees today at all.
Okay, it's fine. It's
Yep.
just. It's okay. We're just gonna let him be. But yeah, Jushin with he really made like that one little miracle play with the Skypiers at the very last moment onto Funny Valentine in that fight in the bottom lane, and that also, of course, helped Godlike change things around once more. Jazz, though, he had a better impact into the map with his gameplay, but end of the day, what can a tank or an EXP laner alone do? So 124, 157, even the EXP laners are very head to head, but just that Romcom had one or two better setups, and that was the main issue. And finally, we see Ryu up into the top 4 as the sandbag. So, Baldu, what are your thoughts?
I mean, again, their art has been the wingman constantly throughout the series, man. This dude has not been able to be stopped. Damage too hot to handle. Ryu this time taking the carry away from Hide on Bush. I mean, the best friends always competing, but
Of course.
this is the end for DS's. I think I don't really see DS making a miraculous comeback. I don't think it's statistically possible this time. Sarah, if I'm not wrong, for them, can they make it to the LAN? I mean, I'm not sure with the number of
I
games.
don't think it's possible. And they've got like only 2 games left, and the top 4 is sitting at like 10 plus points. And even if they win 2-0 in the rest of the games, they'll be at 9. So technically, it's not possible anymore.
So that is that on that end. But folks, they say the word tomorrow never dies, but tomorrow is not gonna die at all, because I think all of us are dying because we can't wait for what's gonna happen tomorrow. There's a massive announcement. Once again, I'm letting you guys know tomorrow's games. We have the 3 leaders, the 3 giants of the league stage table: Godlike, IQ, S8UL, and Rntx. I mean, this is what you want. These are the games that everyone's been waiting for. All of them are going to be facing off against each other. That's 3 best of 3s of the very best on the that India has to offer, and War Drums is the one who's bringing that to you. So share the stream, interact, and join in the second the notification drops in tomorrow. All of us will be waiting for you. And this is all. This is Ball to Do from my end, and this is the amazing Sarah. I think this is all. We'll be signing off for tonight. Good night and goodbye.